Yes, and I forgot my. Yes, I forgot my.
Oh, start my video. Good morning. I think we're live. We are live. Good morning, everybody. My name's Mike. I'm an alcoholic and also a drug addict. My sobriety date is December 21st, 1984. And we are live here. We are going down a road of what we call the flying blind period of technology with sobriety. And want to thank you all for being here. We are excited for this day. We've been working very hard on it. And we got over 200 people coming online. We're expecting over 1,000 people plus to be here today. So we're excited that you're here. From where we are in the world, we know through the registration process that we have at least 49 of the 50 states represented here. And if anybody knows anybody in Wyoming, give them a call, send them the link and bring them on here. And then we have touched all 50 states. And we're also coming out of over 17 different countries today, over in Europe, across Malaysia. We've even got some people in India and South Africa and Australia. So we're excited. Great to see you guys have done your job on the outreach. So thank you very much. We got an exciting schedule. You'll see it rolling on here in between all the sessions. If you need the schedule, you can go to the website at www.2020foundersday.com. It's right on the front page. If you have one of your friends you want to get on, you can send them there. The link is right there on the front page. We've done everything we can to make this as simple as possible for you. Usually, at first, you probably saw we were intending to use Zoom as the main feature. We are using Zoom, but we're only using it for the purpose of producing this whole thing. And as they say in television, kind of a technical director standpoint. So all of our presenters will be the only ones using the Zoom component, and up a little bit, and just a small. And then I got people helping me here, so just want you to know we're running off of our amateur backers of our hands here a little bit, but we've been prepared to do it. So if you have someone that wants to register, you can do that. Couple of things, just so when we're going through the afternoon, or this morning in the afternoon, wherever you are, please do not record this. This is not being recorded. There are certain areas throughout the presentations that are copyrighted material. The presenters are volunteering their time here. They have been doing this a long time. All of them are very skilled presenters at this. They've been historians and people who've been maintaining the properties that we're going to share with you this afternoon and today. And so please don't record it. It's not something that we want to have out there. And we want to maintain the integrity of the archives and the materials that are being put forth. And you can visit those places. We'll be going to Dr. Bob's house here in the next hour. We'll go up to Stepping Stones in New York. And it's a fascinating trip. You'll see the people that are going to show you stuff. If you're a member of AA, it's truly a miracle that we have had the program here now for 85 years. And that two guys and a bunch of other people around them, two wives and a bunch of other people that saw the need and the life-threatening need to get sober has lasted this long. And how now that we're broadcasting all over the world, maybe the virus that's out there now, maybe it's got a silver lining that we can have this type of interaction with each other and be able to connect all around the world. So a couple other quick things. If we get knocked off, which I don't know if anybody's been on a Zoom here in your meetings, but if you get knocked off, you don't need to worry. You can just be there, maybe go get a cup of coffee or go to the bathroom. we're going to get ourselves back online. But we don't, it's not going to happen today. Everything's good. The power of God's in the power of the internet with us today. But don't worry, we will be back. Okay. So if you see that little thing twirling on your YouTube thing, it's the buffering circle. That means we're either having a breakdown or we're coming back, or we're trying to work with a presenter to get them online. Don't worry, we will be back. Okay. Let's see. A couple other quick things. Just be patient with us on that. Questions. Now, on your site there, you can see right below the YouTube signal that you can see an email there. The way we're handling, there's no chat. There's no place to leave chat on YouTube or on Zoom. That's gone. We made it so you can just go to an email on there, aa2020faq@gmail. And my lovely assistant, Maria, is here. I'll show you her real quick. She's over here. Say hi, Maria.
Hi.
Okay. So she's going to be looking at your emails and passing them off to me. And then I will ask the presenters your question. Please be concise. Have it be interesting. Have it be exciting. And if it's not, it's okay. There's no bad questions. And then we're not recording this for a later date, as I mentioned. The presenters are here volunteering their time. And and if you want to know more about them, we will request that they talk about their websites. They all have websites for what they do. And if you'd like to reach them in person or talk with them further or have them come to one of your events, they are all very used to this. They've all been doing this a long time, and they put a lot of time and their energy, and it's become an avocation for them. And it's been a big part of their sobriety and et cetera. So we want to welcome you to the 2020 Founders Day Virtual History Tour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring on our first presenter, and let's see if we can get him on screen here. And again, we're not going to be ABC News yet, but we're going to get stuff on here for you guys, and we'll do it one little step at a time. And we'll say hello to Jay S. from Sedona, Arizona. Are you ready to come on, Jay?
Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody.
There he is. All right.
Yeah, okay.
This is Jay Stennett. I've known Jay for almost 35 years now because I've been sober that long. He's got longer time than me. And Jay lived in Hermosa Beach for a long time. He now runs a retreat center in Sedona, Arizona with his wife, Adele. He is so passionate about the history of AA and his sensitivity to detail and showing us how it helps us today in our sobriety is fascinating. So Jay, welcome on board. I'm going to get off here. I'll be in the background. When we're done, folks, again, if you have any questions for Jay, use the email. We're on it right on top of it here. And then at the end of his presentation, in roughly about 30 to 40 minutes, you can ask some questions to him. So thanks for being here, Jay. Really glad to see you.
Michael, let's see. So you want me off at 5 to the hour? Is that correct?
With the questions, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, everyone, my name's Jay Stennett, and I am a very, very grateful member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and also I'm described in the big book as a queer chap with a strange idea of fun. I fell in love with history when I was a child, and it's been an ongoing thing for me. When I came into the fellowship on the second day of May in 1979, there were literally tens of thousands of people alive still that knew Bob Smith, and over 100,000 that had met Bill Wilson. And so because I had this little history bug, I fell down this wormhole with the Oxford group that predated our fellowship and where we got most of what we do from. So I'm going to share with you a little spiritual history workshop that's very dear to my heart. So this is Frank Bookman. Frank Bookman was the founder of the Oxford group, and Frank is one of the most fascinating characters I never heard anything of. If you like, there's a new movie about his life, The Man Who Built Peace. And this is a result of the work of a lot of friends, and it's a fascinating movie. Anyway, this is Frank Bookman. This is him sitting at the chapel in Keswick, England, where he had his white light experience. And what happened is that Frank was a student at a
Jay,
seminary.
real quick,
He
we're not
had a
seeing the.
desire to. Michael, I can hear you.
Pardon me. Did you use share screen there so that you can get? Are you seeing the pictures on there? You got to make sure you use the share screen thing there. Yes. Sorry about you. So you can show your.
I thought we already had that rolling.
Yeah. Down below it says share screen in green, and then hit that.
Get this big. Share screen. Bingo. Is that right? Share. And then this goes to this. Is that right?
That's it. Beautiful.
That's it. Okay.
There we go, sir. Good job.
Sorry
to bother you guys.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. Well, let's have a drink over that. All right. There's nothing better than the morning drink, especially if it's a double espresso. But I digress. So this is the chapel in Keswick, England, where Frank had his experience, and he'd bottomed out. He'd been doing a lot of good works and everything that he possibly could, working in the slums of Philadelphia with indigent children. The hospice, as they called it in those days, had been closed due to funds, and Frank ended up going to Europe to try and put back together his energy and his faith, and he hit a wall, and he wasn't able to share his spirituality with anybody, and he was devastated, and he was sitting in this church watching a woman, Jessie Penn Lewis, give a talk on the cross of Christ. And that while he was sitting there and he was listening to this woman, he had this vision of the cross that he was looking at in the chapel collapse into an eye. And he had a real resentment against 5 guys that had closed this hospice, and it was just burning him up. And what happened is that he took responsibility for his part in this. And so what he did was he went back to his room and he wrote 5 letters of apology to these people that he hated. And that afternoon, after he mailed the letters, he was able for the first time in over a year to have a spiritual connection with another person. And that's when he saw that if you're not clean inside, you can't transmit the message. This was his personal experience. And so this is where this line in the book comes from about obviously you can't transmit something you haven't got. And so what did he get? Well, it all boiled down to these 4 absolutes, or they're also called the 4 standards. And this is a wonderful philosophy that is very, very helpful. In fact, if you go to the Akron Intergroup office, they still provide you can order it through them. You can get a pamphlet on the 4 absolutes. And the challenge is that they're absolute. And drunks don't like absolutes. And so it was very difficult for the early drunks, but the way that the absolutes work, or the 4 standards work, is that the first principle is honesty. And if you're able to be honest with yourself and you're able to be honest with another person, then you have the ability to start to make clear decisions, to have purity of intent. and to know whether or not what you're doing is pure in intent, or, if it's off the beam. And once one gets clear on the purity and purpose of one's life, then the next step up is this unselfishness. You start to, the purer you become, the less selfish you are. And then finally, the final fruit is love. And so these four principles are linked, because you can't get to the one without the one before, very much like the steps that we're all familiar with. Now, what about the steps? Well, here are the Oxford Group steps. Now, people, talk about the origin of the steps and all kinds of stuff, and we're going to have a really wonderful presentation later about the writing of the big book. But these are the Oxford Groups. Now, were they called steps? No, they weren't called steps. They were called the four activities. It says here, this is a book called What is the Oxford Group? And it was published in 1934. And I'd like to just share this with you. To be spiritually reborn and to live in the state in which these 4 points are the guides to our life in God, the Oxford Group advocates 4 practical spiritual activities. Oh, they're activities, they're not steps. But take a look at this. Does this sound familiar to you? The sharing of our sins and temptations with another Christian life given to God, and to use sharing as witness to help others still unchanged to recognize and acknowledge their sins. Well, what are you talking about there? Well, we're actually talking about steps 4 and 5. In the old days, or in the Oxford Group today, in initiatives of change, somebody might say to me, hey, you know that Michael Bird guy? He's a little off. And maybe you can have a little conversation with him, and he appears to have a little bit of drinking problem. And so, I'd reach out to Mike and I'd say, hey, can we get together and have lunch or something? And there, what I would do is I would share those things about me that I wish were not true. I'd share the challenges that I'd had, my powerlessness, all that stuff. And hopefully what would happen if I did that effectively is that Mike would identify. And he'd go, oh, yeah, that's me. And so then the question would come for the second activity, the surrender of our lives, past, present, and future, into God's keeping and direction, what we'd call our third step. And, that's the thing. We do the sharing, and oh my God, we need some help here. And so the surrender. The third step, or the third activity in the Oxford Group, was restitution to all we have harmed, directly or indirectly. That's a little bit more than what we may be familiar with. And the fourth is listening to, accepting, relying on God's guidance, and carrying it out in everything we do or say, great or small, 10, 11, and 12. And so these Oxford Group activities, everybody that came into AA in the early days came into the Oxford Group. They were the alcoholic squad, or the alcoholic wing of the Oxford Group. Now, this is a really fun book. My fabulous wife, Adele, it was really fun. She came back from a business trip / a men's run to Akron, and she brought me 2 books. Now, I don't know why a woman would bring me books with these titles: I Was a Pagan and For Sinners Only. Do you think she knew me a little bit? Anyway, so this is a fascinating book. And this was written by Vic Kitchen, who was sober, an alcoholic, sober in the Oxford Group when Bill ended up at the meetings at Calvary. And if you take a look at this document, this is what they called the Oxford Group game, where what you would do is you talk about what you used to be like in your old life and what you were like now. Now, many folks, they and not many folks, myself, I was wondering, how could these drunks be hanging out with these Christian people? It didn't make a lot of sense to me about, how folks like this. But here's Vic describing what he used to be like, and I love this. The things that I liked mostly were myself. Liquor, tobacco, and almost every other stimulant, narcotic, and form of self-indulgence. Anything which gave me pleasure, possessions, power, position, and applause, or pumped up my self-esteem. I liked to be left to myself. And I liked my wife because of the comforting and complimentary way which she treated me. And in my old life, what did Vic, again, talking about what he hated most. He hated most poverty for myself. Prohibition. I like this guy. Work. Ditto. People who disapproved or used to interfere with me. Yes. Any betrayal of my inner thoughts or emotions. And I just love that. And then take a look at the font on this page. I see it's not 3 columns, oh my God, but it's 2. And this is a book that was written by a guy that was in the meetings that Bill knew, that he went to coffee with all the time, Vic Kitchen. And, in our book, it says that in the book Alcoholics Anonymous, in the 3rd step, it talks about, the saying it in your own words. That what was important was not the prayer itself in the book, but you could use your own language. And this is Vic's 3rd step prayer from this book, I Was a Pagan. We call it a 3rd step prayer. They'd call it his surrender prayer. I think it's even better than the 3rd step prayer in the book. I surrender thee my entire life, O God. I've made a mess of it trying to run it myself. You take it, the whole thing, and run it for me according to your will. So, here's how AA really started. Now, there's a lot of different ways that we could go. Wilson, when asked when did AA start, he said, well, if we really wanted to start from the beginning, we'd start with Noah. But we don't have that much time, so we're not going to do this. This is a picture of Frank Bookman as a young man with Blair Buck. And after Frank's experience in Keswick and his coming back to the United States, then going to Oxford and really getting involved in carrying this message that I described to you, these activities, to young men that had just come back from the First World War and were really disillusioned, and giving them a way to process things. And anyway, Frank got invited to go to Penn State University as the director of the Young Men's Christian Association. And Frank was an ordained Lutheran minister, and Penn State University was considered the hardest job in the United States at the time, because it was awash in alcohol and student strife. And the faculty and the students were at odds, and there were all kinds of strikes and things going on, and it was just an awful deal. And so Frank came to Penn State, and he did what the Young Men's Christian Association developed, and it was also later picked up by a lot of folks, which is any revolutionary cell, which is called the key man strategy, or the key person strategy, as we'd say today. And what that is that if I have a message, be it political or social or that it's got, I'm sorry, I dropped the stitch. if I've got a message that I want to spread in a community, what I need to do is I need to figure out the people that are most influential in that group. And those are the people that I go and try and help or get to know. And if they change, then the next people can change. And when Frank came to Penn State, he took a look around after a couple of weeks and he realized that the people that he needed the most to change would be the men's dean of students, this guy, Blair Buck, who was kind of the big man on campus. There was a janitor by the name of William Gilliland. And that those three people were the people that if they changed, their change would touch the most people. And so Frank and Blair got together and they started talking and they became friendly and found some ways to relate. And Frank and Blair were talking and they realized that if they wanted to see whether their spiritual principles were indeed true, they would have to find out whether they actually helped people or not. And Frank was a Christian and Blair considered himself a Buddhist. And so they had a kind of a talk about, okay, let's make an experiment. Because that's kind of the fun thing about the Oxford group. Frank was always saying, let's just make an experiment. Let's try it, see if it works. If it doesn't, then we throw it away. If it's good, we keep it. Anyway, he and Blair decide that they want to help William Gilliland, who I like to call alcoholic number one, Bill Pickle. And Bill Pickle was a tough son of a gun. He was extraordinarily difficult. When he heard about Frank Bookman coming to the university, where he was the janitor, and being the janitor allowed him, being the bootlegger, to hide booze for different people that had bought it from him and bring it on campus and all that stuff. And he said that he would rather stick a knife in Frank than breathe the same air. And so Frank says, well, why don't we see if we can help Bill? Let's pray for him. And so the other thing is that Frank would always ask people to come up with their own prayer. And so here's Blair Buck's prayer. Oh God, if there be a God, please help Bill Pickle and all the little pickles, because Bill Gilliland's nickname was Pickle. So anyway, and I love this because I think it really shows the spirituality of the Oxford group. Oh God, if there be a God. So this is a picture. Later on, what happens is that Gilliland goes to Montreal on a trip with Frank, and they say a prayer. They do a couple of things. Bill writes an apology to his wife, and anyway, this horrible alcoholic, his drinking problem evaporates, and he never drank again. And so you can imagine what it was like at Penn State University when the connection goes over to the other side. It was not nice. When Frank came back from when Frank and Bill came back from this rally that they were at, there were people that had heard that Bill Pickle wasn't drinking anymore. And when they got off the train at the station, they handed him a bottle. And Pickle dropped the bottle. He didn't even take it. And then somebody actually poured it on him and he didn't hit him. So these are a couple of things that were, the challenges that he had. And he never drank again. And he went around all around the Oxford with the Oxford group, talking about how these spiritual principles, these 4 activities, had changed his life. And but I love the fact that the Oxford group's real grounding moment in the United States was number one at Penn State. Number two, it was about helping drunks. So how does Vic talk about accessing a power? He said, the Oxford group had a power I did not have. They said, however, that I could have it just as they did if I would pay the same price, comply with the same conditions, and go through the same series of exceedingly simple steps. Anyway, here's a picture of Frank Bookman and his colleague, Sam Shoemaker, who's on the far right. And this is Bunny and Bonnie Austin, who were he was a big Wimbledon tennis star. And they're there at a moral rearmament rally at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles. So this is Calvary Church. This is where Sam Shoemaker, who was Bill Wilson's spiritual mentor, carried out his mission of spreading these activities through the Episcopal Church, and it became the beacon of the Oxford group through the United States. This is a picture of the regular Thursday night speaker meeting. Speakers are speaking, listeners are listening. The format of everything we do in our meetings and in our conventions and all that stuff, our anniversaries, all are Oxford group practices. And this is a picture of the meeting that was at Calvary Church that Bill and Lois went to. Bill and Lois went to 3 meetings a week for the first 2.5 years that Bill was holding. Okay, so here's a picture of Sam. A nice, beautiful picture of him. The one we have in our literature is just real. He was a remarkable character. He was in China as a missionary, not having a good time, and he heard Frank Bookman speak from the platform, and the two of them got together, and Sam said, "I've been a fraud for God." And he went through those activities, and he had a complete change. Now, one of the things that when Calvary Church got rolling, there was a piece of property that was down in the Gaslight area that the Calvary Church owned that was just laying there. There wasn't anything going on. And Sam decided that he would really like to make it a mission for indigent alcoholic men to try and do something about the alcoholism that was going on in New York. And so he said a prayer asking that somebody be sent that could run it. And lo and behold, a couple days later, this gentleman, Harry Hadley Jr., showed up. And Harry was from a lineage of alcoholics and really bad people that had gotten sober. And Harry had been traveling the world speaking in the temperance movement against alcohol and against what it had done in his life and his family. And he saw this property and he found out who owned it. And he came and talked to Sam literally a couple days later. And they sat down and said, okay, you're going to be the superintendent. You're going to run this stuff. You know how to take care of these low bottom drunks. And so Harry Hadley Jr. Did that. Now we're gonna switch gears a little bit. This is for those who have 2 or 3 personalities or are bipolar. We're going through 2 things. We're going to do Akron and New York and back and forth. So this is Jim Newton, and Jim Newton's a person that many people are not aware of. Jim was a member of the Oxford group. He had a life-changing experience and was ended up going to work as the personal assistant for Harvey Firestone. And Harvey Firestone of the Firestone Tire Company, his son, one of his sons, had a horrible alcohol problem. And so Jim said that he would go and help the younger Firestone. And he actually, this is pre-Al-Anon, of course, he actually went away for a month on treatment. And the best that they could do on the way back was that Jim held the bottle, but Russell was drinking immediately. And Jim knew that he was in real trouble because here he's going to bring Russell back to Akron and he's not sober and he's been gone from his job for a month and he was pretty worried. But he knew that his friend Sam Shoemaker was in Denver at an Episcopal Bishops Conference. And so they got on the train and they rode to Denver. And they got together with Sam Shoemaker, and Sam and Russell had a sharing experience and a surrender experience. And Russell committed to making the amends and the like. And what ended up happening is that Russell's drinking problem evaporated. And they went home, and it was a wonderful thing. And it was the Firestone family's gratitude that allowed the soil in Akron to be ready for Wilson and what we know now as Alcoholics Anonymous. Oops, sorry. This is Roland Hazard. Now, have you ever thought, if I was just a little better looking, if I just had a little more money, we wouldn't have a problem? This guy, I think he's good looking, and he had all the money. The Hazard family's fortune came from selling blankets to the Union Army during the Civil War. And they have been staunch abolitionists. After the elder Hazard had gone south to take a look at where they were getting the cotton from and like, and when he saw what was happening, he was horrified and dedicated part of his family's philanthropy for the rest of their life to addressing that problem. Anyway, Roland had a horrible drinking problem, and it ended up that an uncle of his, a poet by the name of Leonard Bacon, had in 1925 a really great experience with having his alcoholism relieved by getting together with Dr. Carl Jung, who, for you younger folks, was kind of like a cross between Dr. Phil and Eckhart Tolle. But anyway, and Dr. Jung had helped Bacon, and then he's got this nephew that's just completely off the rails, and he doesn't know what to do with him. And so in 1927, Roland ended up going and seeing Dr. Jung and having the experience that we know so well, where this incredibly talented physician, this insightful man, looked him dead in the eye and said, "There isn't anything I can do for you. I've tried." Roland and his wife stayed with Jung for a month, and if you're ever interested, there's a marvelous piece called "Stellar Fire," Jung and Hazard, and by Cora Finch, and it's a tremendous work, and it really fills in a lot of the gaps that aren't in our normal AA knowledge about Hazard and Jung. But anyway, Jung looks at Hazard and says, "You're toast, man. There's nothing I can do for you." And he says, "There's nothing? Come on, I got money." "Nope, nothing." And he says, "The only thing that might happen is if you get involved with some kind of a religious movement and follow what they say, you might have one of these experiences, but to me they're a phenomenon, and I can't explain them, and I can't produce them, and so you're going to have to go and find it." And Roland ended up going to Calvary Church and getting involved with Sam Shoemaker and the Oxford group. Meanwhile, in Akron to celebrate his son's restoration to sanity. Harvey Firestone got together with a bunch of the wheels there in Akron, the industrialists and the politicians and the society people, and they invited Frank Buchman and the Oxford group to come and give a house party at a beautiful hotel that had just been built, the Mayflower. It was the creme de la creme. And anyway, so that Frank came and they did exactly what's done at AA events just like this. You get a lot of people from a lot of different areas to come, and then they bring folks from out of town that will tell stories and hopefully encourage people. And so anyway, they had this event at the Mayflower, and there were a couple of people. There was Henrietta Seiberling, there was Bob and Ann Smith, there was T. Henry and Clarice Williams. There were the people, they came to this gathering and they caught the enthusiasm of the Oxford group and what could happen in their lives if they applied these activities to them. And bang, they were off and running, and they founded the West Hills group of the Oxford group at T. Henry's house. So we have this experience where Roland has come to. I've got to step this up a bit. It's a fun story, and sometimes it takes a little long. But so Roland gets sober in the Oxford group in New York, and he starts doing what they do, which is following guidance. And his guidance led him one day to a courtroom where Ebby's getting sentenced, and some Oxford group friends of his Roland was there that knew Ebby, and Roland said to the judge the thing that is really of interest. He said, "If you parole him to me, I will get him out of the state of Rhode Island, and I will take him to New York." And the judge said, "Take him." And so what Roland did is he took Ebby around and to a few meetings, and then they ended up that he dropped Ebby off at the Calvary Mission that Sam Shoemaker and Harry Hadley started. And anyway, they went on and he became engaged and started doing the Oxford group things there. And of course, when he thought of, well, who can I be helpful to? He knew that his friend Bill Wilson was in real trouble, and so he went to, he made a call to Bill. And there's some really, really fun stuff. If you haven't had a chance to take a look at this particular book, there's some wonderful stuff on the meeting between Ebby and Bill in this book, The Writing of the Big Book, The Creation of AA. And so Bill's at this hospital. He has this white light experience. He gets lifted up. He and Ebby had gotten together. Ebby had given him the good news. Bill went and punished the bottle for a couple weeks, and then he goes to Townsend. He has this wonderful white light experience while he's there. And in that, he saw the vision of one drunk helping another. That was the keel of his entire life. That and the existence of the power that he didn't believe existed when, as an atheist, which he'd been all of his life. Some people, they talk a little bit about Wilson's belladonna being the reason for the white light experience. And I just need to tell you there are two things. Number one, the protocol that they were using at that time was not, did not use the kind of dosages that produce that kind of hallucinogenic effect. The second is that Charlie Towns was, that owned the hospital that Bill was at, was one of the biggest pitchmen in the world about alcohol reform and drug addiction and the like. And if he had any idea that using belladonna at a certain dose could produce this experience, he would have taken out full page ads in the New York Times trumpeting it. So we're going to jump up to the West Hills group of meeting where the Oxford group met each week, and Dr. Bob and Henrietta were there, and Anne, of course. And Henrietta Seiberling was kind of like Anne's sponsor. Anne had this husband that was a horrible drunk, and there was nothing that she could do for him. And they'd tried everything. And Bob was going to these meetings, and he's drinking and going to meetings, and he's reading all this stuff, but he's just not getting it. And one night, Henrietta says, well, the leader would have 4 meetings that they'd lead and use different scripture, pick different topics, and then everybody would go around the room. And Henrietta was leading the meeting that April, and she knew that Bob was in real trouble. And so she told the group that the next time they got together, she expected everyone to come prepared to share something costly. And so they got together the next week, and people were talking about all the different things that happened, about how they, maybe they fought with their wife, or they had a bad temper, or they had a business problem, or they had this problem or that problem, and how they had been helped. And or how they needed help. And everybody shared but Bob, because Bob never shared. He just kind of sat there like a bobblehead doll. I mean, that's what happens when you eat Seconal all day. And so you can drink at night. And anyway, at the end, T. Henry looked at him, he said, well, what about you, Bob? And Bob said, well, I'm a secret drinker, but nobody knows. And so and T. Henry said, do you want our help? And he said, yes. And so they all got down on their knees and they prayed for Bob to get sober. And it was something that Bob had never been able to do. And he continued to drink after that. So while Bob's drinking and going to meetings, Bill Wilson is out staying at the Mayflower Hotel on a business deal that's collapsed. And he has, he's really thirsty. He thought this was the thing that was going to make it. He'd be back making money, going through the deal, and that's not what was happening. He was going to have to come home a failure again. And he felt that he'd always given up. And so he decided that he was going to stay and really make the proxy fight. But the bar is calling him, and he hears the girls giggling and the glasses tinkling, and he starts walking in to get a ginger ale, and he goes, the last time I did that, I ended up getting drunk. And so he goes and he gets a hold of Walter Tunks, who then gets him in touch ultimately with Henrietta Seiberling, who knew about Bob's drinking problem. And so she calls Ann up and she says, you guys get over here. I've got a guy that knows a little something about this. And so they get, Ann's all set to go. The only thing was that Bob was passed out. So she called Henrietta back and said, we'll come back tomorrow. And so they go to make the call on Mother's Day. And when they got in the car, Smitty, Dr. Bob's son, said that his dad said, look, I'm going to give this clown 15 minutes. If I'm not out of here in 15 minutes, if you ever want to drive this car again, you will come in and say there's been an accident. They need surgeons to help, and that you've got to get me out of this place. Do you understand? And they walk in, and the kid says, yeah, and you walk in, and Bill says that one wonderful thing when he meets Bob. He says, you look like you need a drink. And Bob says, is there some place we can talk privately? And Bob's, the two of them sit down, and Bob says, what do you got for me? And Bill says, I don't have anything for you. And this is the fundamental point. Bill didn't have anything he needed to sell Bob. He said, I just need to talk to somebody that has a problem with drink and describe what happened to me so that I don't go down that road again. And they talked. And they were together for hours. The Smiths invite Bill to come live with them. So they kick Smitty out of his room. Bill moves in, and Bob quits drinking. Amazing. And they're going along, and they're doing their guidance in the morning and this and that. It's been about a month, and it's time for Bob to go to a medical convention in Atlantic City. And his wife just goes, oh no, you can't do that. You can't do that. And she looks to Bill, and Bill says, look, either he's gonna drink or he's not. We can't prevent him from that. So Bob gets on the train, heads out, and he starts drinking once he hits the train. Gets stewed the whole time he's there, comes back. He's too much of a chicken to go home. He ends up at his nurse's house. The nurse calls and says, oh, the doctor's here. Can you come get him? He doesn't want you to be angry. They come and get him, and they bring him home. And Bob had a surgery that he was supposed to do on the following Monday, and he's in really, really rough shape. And I don't know if you know, but Dr. Bob was a proctologist that shakes. Not real good for the practice. And he says, God, I got the surgery that I've got to do, and it's awful. And Bill says to him, well, you know, I know about tapering people off. He said, but you're not in the position to be able to, we're going to have to taper you on. We're going to have to keep enough booze in you that you don't fall apart. And so they give him stewed tomatoes and sauerkraut and just all Karo syrup. And anyway, the morning of the surgery, Bill and Annie talk a little bit, and they go, he's too shaky. So on the way to the hospital, Bill gives Bob a bottle of beer and a goofball. Goofball Seconal, barbiturate, and Bob goes into the hospital to do the surgery. There are those who say that the person that gave the most for the founding of AA was the guy who had his ass worked on that morning. So anyway, Bill goes back. Bob didn't come back. And he didn't come back. And he didn't come back. And finally, at 6 o'clock at night, and Wilson starts to pack, he says, that's it. It's obvious he's off on a run. Annie's, beside herself. And 9 o'clock that evening, Bob shows up. Can you imagine the energy? Where have you been? And Bob said, I've been out mending fences. He had gone out and he had looked at people in the eye whose trust he had violated, and he made amends. He went out and did his amends. Now, when we talk about what's the starting date for Alcoholics Anonymous, I believe what makes Alcoholics Anonymous different than any other fellowship is the fact that we actually go back and we pay back the money, and we do these amends, we do the restitution. And Bob went out and did that, and he never drank again. So when we talk about the beginning of the movement, when can we call the founding of AA? Well, some people would say, it's the day that Bill Wilson had his white light experience, or maybe it was the day that Ebby and Bill got together, or maybe it's the day that Bill and Bob met. But no, we celebrated as the 10th of June. And that was the day that after having a beer, barbiturate, going to work for a little while, Dr. Bob went out and made his amends. And I believe that that is the proper founding date of Alcoholics Anonymous. So I can't tell you how much fun it is to be able to share this stuff with you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Jay, thank you very much. Beautiful. Wow, you should cover a lot of ground in a short amount of time. Just a couple of questions. Some of them I think are probably edgy, but and they kind of go together. One was, can you talk about a little bit about the connection with Nazi Germany and the moral realignment and the Oxford group? If you dare to.
Well, no, it's really interesting.
I think the line, Jay, was, can you talk about how Frank Buckman sucked up to Hitler, is what someone asked. So I'm just going to be straight about what the question was, so I can cover two questions in one. So
right, just a second. Let's see what we can. Let's see.
I don't know.
Okay, so anyway, let me start out by saying that the Oxford group, Frank Buchman had a strategy for stopping the Second World War, period. Now, it did not have to do with the power politics that were popular at the time. His strategy and the strategy of the Oxford group was to get all of the leaders of Europe and as much of the world as they could to work the steps. And in Italy, they got to Mussolini, and he kind of laughed them out. And the United States, Harry Truman became a member. Chamberlain was a member. Former prime minister in England. So I mean, this is not. There was an interview where Frank said, "I thank God for Hitler because he stopped the advancement of communism." And this was not a singular awareness. And this is in 1938. So we're not to the point that Nazism grew
right.
to.
Yeah.
And he actually went after. They got as high as Himmler, and he had 3 different meetings with Himmler. And finally, at one point, Himmler said to him, "I've gone too far. There's nothing." But so there was a real strategy. Now, when the Nazis invaded any country, the first people they went after were the Jews. The second were the homosexuals. The third were the communists, and the fourth were the Oxford group, because the Nazis believed. See, the Oxford group truly believed that all men are brothers, that we are all equal, all races, and it was something that really made them what the Nazis consider the enemy of the state.
Yeah. And one quick question, if we could do it maybe in a less than a minute or two.
Okay.
There's a question about, here's the question. I was wondering how Rowan got to Europe when he was first seen young. Did he go by boat, by plane? And how long was it before he got back to the U.S. and went to the Oxford groups?
Well, number one, they didn't have planes. So there's that. There's a marvelous, I mentioned it before. If you're interested in the Roland Hazard story, go to Heinz Foot, HINDSFOOT.org. And it's a website by my friend Glenn Chestnut. And there's a thing in there by Cora Finch called Stellar Fire. Read it, it's fantastic. And the actual dates that she's got, along with the trips to Africa and everything, are quite wonderful. But I would really prefer that you took a look at that incredible piece of primary research. Michael, can you see that? The history resources that I just put up?
Let me see here. I don't see it in my screen.
Okay.
No, it's not showing on the screen, Jake. You might
okay.
want to share that.
We're going to put on the website, we're going to put a list of some history talks that I think are really, really fun. Bill Wilson on the spiritual experience, one that I think everybody should listen to. Barry Lynch on the start of the third tradition, and a lot of other fun links for you to go to. It's more of a treasure map, so I hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Mike.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure, Jay. I've heard you do these talks so many times. I'm amazed your sensitivity to the connection of our legacy. You know, the third legacy is one of the biggest things we talk about in Alcoholics Anonymous going forward. So the alcoholic who still suffers can connect, learn about how we've changed history for man, humanity, because we're able to learn that what we did back then and how we've improved over the years, that AA is still functioning after 85 years. And it has to do with people that really cared, and a lot of different characters, more than just Bill and Bob and Ann and Lois. You know, there's been a lot of people that really were part of the function of it growing to a point where we're still here, you know. So I can't thank you enough for being here. We will, you know, one of the things we've talked about, Jay, and I know we talked about it offline, but tell the folks over there, we are intending to do some more of these events throughout the rest of the year. So when you guys are putting in your information, we will let you know when we're having more things where maybe we can spend a couple more hours with Jay. We're trying to touch the bases on 5 or 6 different things today, but I just want to thank you so much again for being here and being such a staunch member of AA, as well as sharing your passion for the history of our fellowship.
Thanks.
So if not, I'll give you back to your wife and you can go hang out. Maybe you'll be on.
We'll see you guys soon.
God bless, Jay. Thank you so much. And we're going to move along to our next segment. We're pretty much on time here. Thanks again, Jay. So folks, just a couple quick things for those who joined us late. Welcome to the 2020 Founders Day Virtual History Tour. Today is, we're about 10 days after AA's birthday, which was on June 10th. Well, according to Jay, maybe around June 10th of 1935, and now we're at 85 years. And we're celebrating all fellowships. You're welcome, whoever you are. If you have a food thing or you use the 12 steps, we're going to be going into Dr. Bob's home right now. We actually have a live feed from Dr. Bob's home. They are standing by. We're going to go to that, but just a couple of quick things. You can take the URL from this and text it out to your friends. Just copy the URL at the top of this YouTube and put that on your phone or on your email and send it out. You don't need to register anymore today unless you want to give us your information for future events. But if you do go to the website, we'd ask that you donate to the process, a seventh tradition, as we call it. This is not an official AA thing, but it is being put on by AA members and NA members and so on and so forth. So if you can donate a little bit, it helps us to pay for the things we're doing. And then we would like to give some proceeds to Dr. Bob's house and also Stepping Stones. So please feel free to go there and donate on either PayPal or Venmo. During the broadcast, if you see us buffering, you get that little circle going in the middle of the screen. That's just us trying to figure out if we're helping one of the presenters get online, or we've gone offline for some reason. We've had some weird snafus this last week. We will come right back on and we will be back. Don't worry, we will come back. So please be patient. If you have any questions, below the screen right here on the YouTube, you'll see an email. It says AA2020FAQ@gmail.com. That's how the questions are getting to us. I, as the moderator, will see them and I'll pass them off to our presenters and hopefully they can answer your questions for you. If you have any questions with any of our presenters, they all have websites. They're all findable online. They're not shy about giving their last names out so that you can find them. But hopefully they will mention it. Dr. Bob's house is definitely online from Akron. They just had their big Akron Founders Day last week where 22,000 people signed up They had 5,000 to 6,000 people in some of their top meetings, and we're going to be going there now. So I'm going to bring on our next presenters, which is this gentleman is from, he's an Akron guy. He's just, when you go to, I've been to Dr. Bob's house. I've been there 8 times over my sobriety. I've been sober 35 years. And people say, well, you know, especially West Coast people or people from different parts of the world don't understand. When you go to Dr. Bob's or you go to Stepping Stones or you go to Bill's house, there's something that happens when you're there. You can tell people about it, but when you get there, it just touches you and it's remarkable. So we're going to go to a gentleman named Harmon who's been sober a long time, and he has a real passion. He's one of the caretakers of Dr. Bob's home in Akron, Ohio. And I'm not going to say much else. I just wish you stay here, call your friends right now and tell them to get on this thing. This is one of the highlights of our whole day here. And then coming up after this, we will go to, we're going to talk to Bill Schauberg, who just wrote a book about the writing of the big book, which will follow after Dr. Bob's tour. So Harmon, are you there? Can you hear me?
We are there. Good afternoon, everybody.
Welcome.
Out here in the beautiful city of Akron, Ohio. And Michael, I want to thank you for your efforts and your love and your passion for our beautiful fellowship in Alcoholics Anonymous. Jay, thank you for a good kickoff for the afternoon that we have. And we are 855 Ardmore in Akron, Ohio. And I want to thank Aaron, who's working the camera. And speaking of working the camera, I'd like for you all, we're going to kind of step back in time. Believe it or not, the streets here in West Akron are still brick, at least where Dr. Bob and Sue and Smitty reside, affectionately known as Dr. Bob's home. So you can see that we still have a brick street here that really adds to the ambiance, if you will. Now, Aaron's going to go ahead and show the outside of the house, but maybe before we can even take that in, if you would notice the manicured gardens, if you will, we were able to determine Annie was quite a gardener and she loved it, and it was very therapeutic for her, and we were able to establish the gardens, reestablish of what she had, and we're really, really proud of that. Ironically, if you will, coming up, and you can see going up to the house, by no mistake, and it's God's design, we had nothing to do with it. When I say we, the board of Dr. Bob's, there are 12 steps that lead up to Dr. Bob's home. And what Michael really said, something very spiritual in here is all of our historical sites. We call this the house full of miracles. And I'm here to tell you, God's still in the miracle business. You would not believe the things that have transpired that I've seen in my short time association with Dr. Bob's home. Happen to be the chairman right now for the last 10 years, but you would not believe the miracles that have happened and what's transpired here. So we want to take you back, if you will. And when we say welcome home, that's what we tell each and everybody who comes. This is your home. This is my home. This is our home. And what Jay said, yes, we affectionately know June 10th, 1935 as Founders Day, when Dr. Bob obviously decided that he had enough and was able to go on with the part of the program that he wouldn't do, and we celebrate our founding. So we are going to go ahead and go up the steps, if we may. Good. Watch his steps there. That's why they say keep coming back. First step's the hardest. Before we go inside, please take note. Dr. Bob's home, and I believe Stepping Stones the same year, we were selected as a National Historic Landmark. And we here kind of borrowed this from Bill. We have come of age that year, and it's really an elite status in this country. But what that is it meets certain criteria. You have to be nominated. There's quite a cumbersome process to go ahead and to even be interviewed for that. And strangely enough, the University of Michigan, some graduate students and people working on their PhDs and doctorates did the lion's share of it. But anyhow, we went to Washington, D.C., and were approved for that. And it was absolutely one of the greatest days in the history of this home. The other plaque underneath it was a state of Ohio recognition, oddly enough, by John Cyberling. And yes, he was the daughter of Henrietta at the famous gatehouse where Dr. Bob and Bill met. So it's been like a full circle. And what's really neat about this is part of the process that we were doing, we hired somebody that is actually an employee of Stan Hewitt, and we were able to, he actually did a project for us. And long story short is we actually took samples of the house from the outside in and sent them to Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia, and were able to determine that these colors that they are now was actually the colors of the house when the Smiths lived here after Dr. Bob got sober until he died in 1950. And that's part of being a National Historic Landmark. So we would like to show you this. When you come to Akron, not if, when you come here, Dr. Bob's home is open every day of the year except Christmas, and we are daily from noon to 3, and we do extend those hours during peak tourist season. So as it says, we say welcome home, and we go ahead and say welcome home. We are going to start, oddly enough, in the back of the house.
Hey, Harmon, before you go on, yeah. I wanted to ask you, so that's the door where the old famous story is that that Bob shouted out to Bill, "Don't louse this thing up." Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And we're actually going to go ahead, and we started there, but we're going to go ahead and close there as well with that story, right? Good question. So we're going to come through here. We want to start in the kitchen, if you will. And as you can see, this is the kitchen table and the chairs. This would be the place where Dr. Bob and Bill, according to their own words, would be up to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, hammering out the principles, which later became our 12 steps. And obviously we know that those came from the 4 absolutes, the 5 C's, the 6 procedures, the 6 assumptions, everything that came from the Oxford group. Remember that Bill and Bob and Annie were members for 2.5 years before Bill came to town. So they were really adhered to that, and they were really familiar with the principles. As it would go, Dr. Bob would sit here, and you'd always have his chair in front of the refrigerator. So whenever anybody needed to get in the refrigerator, Dr. Bob had to get up out of this chair and move to get in the refrigerator. Also, too, you'll see this is relevant to the time. A lot of times they were in the middle of the Depression, that the potatoes was the staple, and that's about all that they had to eat. Over here, we would like to show these bottles. They aren't actually liquor, but they sure look like it. But Bill insisted that we needed to be able to live in a world that had alcohol, and he was adamant about that. And they always had bottles on the counter. And of course, too, we know it would keep the green recruits from going into DTs. And we want to make exactly clear that. Over here, it's kind of important, if you will, picture of the children, Dr. Bob's son, Smitty, and Ann, of course, and their adopted daughter, Sue. And that is Roger on the front porch where we just walked up. Roger was part of the family, and we will tell you his story. Everybody gave everything they had for us to get Alcoholics Anonymous, and everybody sacrificed what they needed to sacrifice for you and I. Obviously, the stove is time era with the gas stove, and we, meaning the board, obviously everything in the house would be reflective to the time period of Dr. Bob's sobriety until he died. If there's anything that has to do with our story, meaning Alcoholics Anonymous, whether that be from the Oxford Group, Sister Ignatia, Mayflower, and so on and so forth. We have overflow buildings. We call it Dr. Bob's campus, and they are actually put in that area. So everything in here would be like the Smiths were here, and it would be like they were at their home group, which would have been King's School, because they left from here January of 1940, group number 1, King's School. So it would be like they would be at a meeting, and that's how Dr. Bob's house is established. And there would be Roger's bull down there. And like I said, we want to make sure that he gets his credit due. And what we're saying about his credit due, we will show you. Now we're going to go downstairs if you can, but talking about Roger, and this is one of the highlights, if you will, and obviously that would be on the way downstairs. Hopefully this will come across. If you can see down here, there are some deep gouges, and what that was Roger would go after the new man, and doing what the dog does is obviously protect his homeowners, Dr. Bob and the kids. And that's one of the neatest parts. This actually breathes when you touch this. I cannot tell you how invaluable that is. So when I say the whole family sacrificed, the whole family, including the dog. They had another dog, oddly enough. Dr. Bob named that one Scotch. I wonder where he got that from. That was Dr. Bob's favorite drink. Now we're gonna go downstairs. One of my particular favorite parts, and this has been a work in progress. Aaron will show you these here. You can tell that it's not part of the house, but what this is, and you'll see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. We had to take a residence and turn it into a museum. In other words, on Founders Day, we have anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 people going through here, a weekend, and we needed to have it ready to support the weight. And the house is over 100 years old. They bought it back in the house was under construction 1915. I think they got it 1918. So we just turned 100 years old, and it needed a lot of love. Story about this, if you can, the gentleman the architect who did this for us was in the Akron area. He did the Infocision, the Akron Zoo, and a lot of the more well-known places in Akron. We had him do this. What was really odd about that, he completed the study, did the plans and everything like that, and it was a Saturday afternoon in October. Shortly after he did that, he was out in the front yard raking leaves and had a sudden heart attack and passed away. The moral of the story is, if, as all things, God's timing is impeccable. If we would have waited, we would have never had Frank to do that. And oddly enough, this is his great and his last contribution to Akron, Ohio, and for generations and 100 years to come. Might want to point this out. Obviously, this would have been Ann's area and maybe Sue time period washer, but I believe it's on page 38 and 43, Bill talks about the ringer. By no mistake, if back in the days, if your hand got in the ringer, you wouldn't have it for too long. So there's always the story behind the story, and it's relevant to our history from our textbook to where we're talking June 20th of 2020. We would like to also, if Aaron can maybe shine up here, when we, meaning the current board members, took over, this was a gift shop down here, and they had a fake ceiling. When we went through the phase of becoming a National Historic Landmark, obviously it was decided that the gift shop couldn't be here because the Smiths wouldn't have that living there. The fake ceiling would have been there. And oddly enough, what we found was the old knob and tube wiring. And the place wasn't a fire hazard, but it was pretty darn close. And also, what else we found out, we had some visitors called termites. So once again, God came to the rescue of 855 Ardmore in the back door, which so many times he has done so in our past, and he's doing it in our present, and I'm sure he will continue to do so in the future. Now, in the restoration, we found, maybe we can see that, we found a lot of different hiding places as far as the bottles, and it was a fascinating process on where he used to hide them and what he used to do. And the house in 1915 was $4,000 in today's dollars and cents with inflation. That'd be a little bit over 100,000, 100 and some change. But we were able to restore this to where Dr. Bob and the family would have had it. And this, oddly enough, in 1915, not too many families had automobiles. And if you did, you wouldn't have a garage to do it. So this was kind of a status symbol in a way. You can see over here, 2 cars on the beach. That is Dr. Bob and Smitty racing on Daytona Beach. And we're not sure who won that race, but Dr. Bob had a penchant for cars and fast cars. And the older he got, the quicker he drove. Here they are on a camping trip, I believe in Colorado. And here's a good snapshot, if you will, of Dr. Bob on his leaning against his car. You could see the tie that he wore. He used to like to wear some wild ties and socks. He was kind of a character that had 2 different personalities. And you can see him down here. Once again, he always loved his cars. And this was his favorite one right here. They're saying that it may still be in existence, but we don't know that to be a fact. And this was one of Dr. Bob's earlier cars when he got sober. And you can see as the more sober he got, the better his cars were. Now, I'm sure that you've seen some of the artifacts of a garage of that time, but also what we've assembled. Dr. Bob was a man's man, if you will. In other words, he was quite a fisherman. He golfed, very, very good horseshoe player, played tennis. You can see him with his catch. And if you'll notice on some of these pictures, hopefully it'll go through, Dr. Bob was quite a cigarette smoker. He was like a lot of us. He loved his scotch, but he loved to smoke cigarettes as well. And the larger car was called a Pierce Arrow, but they called it a Fierce Arrow. And Smitty used to joke with Dr. Bob and call it one of the big cars. That was his Ark, and Dr. Bob was Noah. Speaking of Smitty, this is their son Smitty. Right here, leaning against his car, quite a good looking man, and we'll see him later. What we found, and I don't know if it'll show up, but on this door jamb right here, it was revealed RS, and that was Smitty, being a obnoxious teenager, carving his initials into his dad's garage. And we joke about it because that, along with Roger's scratches on the door, that's what makes this beautiful place, really makes it a home. This is where the Smiths lived, and this is Dr. Bob's home. Over this way, if you can, this would be no more than a storage shelter, or a storage area. But what's so important about that is Dr. Bob's last drink was called Burkhart's Beer. It was a brewery in Akron. And in Dr. Bob's Nightmare, please do yourself a favor and read it. When he did the beer experiment, that's what it was with Burkhart's Brewery. And down at the bottom, that's the remnants of that knob and tube wiring, as you can see by the conditions of it, that I was not exaggerating how much that needed to be done. So if we can move over here, this would be the workbench. And once again, you can see maps of the time, auto repair manuals, and the tools that were needed for Dr. Bob and Smitty. And of course, during the restoration, once again, found all kinds of bottles, you name it, they were found everywhere. So we tried to keep them where we kind of found them, so to speak. If you can look over here, this was one of his favorite spots. He used to, believe it or not, hide bottles in the laundry basket. And he had a lot of places, and we found them everywhere that possible. In here, the coal chute, this was one of his favorite ways of smuggling in alcohol from the coal chute. He used to come down here, take the coal and stoke up the fire. And once again, he was a master at hiding bottles in every nook and cranny. And you'll see that these two wooden cases are at Burkhart's Brewery of Akron, Ohio, Dr. Bob's beer. I just love coming downstairs, and this is really one of my favorite parts of the house because it comes alive. And of course, that would have been the shovel that they used to get the coal from the bin and upstairs. We're gonna go ahead and proceed back upstairs if we can.
Hey, Harmon, while you're traveling, there's a question here. Why did they have alcohol on the table? I know you explained it, but can you explain again why there was alcohol down there?
Why they had it on the kitchen counter? Because Bill insisted that we must learn to live in a life where alcohol is around. And obviously in the big book, it says anybody that can't meet these conditions still have an alcoholic mind. Bill knew, and God did he know, he had a gift to see in the future. That's everywhere. And it says, like in our textbook, either God has removed the problem or he has not. So he's insisting on having it there. Then don't forget too, they would step these guys down before they go into DT. So that was a medicinal thing besides what the treatment that Dr. Bob used to do. But yeah, you'd have to taper them down, and that would be obviously drinking some hard liquor. So it served two reasons.
Yeah. And so
this room here is really powerful, if you will. The dining room. I guess we can go ahead and start with this table here. This actually is the Smith's dining room table with the 4 chairs. And you can see that we have a Bible over here. Dr. Bob would sit in this chair, put his feet up, and he would always read a portion out of the Bible. And this is Matthew, before he would start any type of talk or have anything to do with it. Dr. Bob was very spiritual, read the Bible, and he had a library of over 300 books. And that's what we're reassembling. Also on this table too, if you can, this is a typewriter that 3/5 of the stories of our first edition Big Book of Alcoholics Anonymous came from Akron. We had a member whose story is in the first edition. He was a news editor at the paper in town. He edited the stories, and Dr. Bob's daughter and Ann's daughter, Sue, would help type them on this very typewriter. And that's absolutely a priceless piece of our history. And you also notice that there's 3 decks of cards here. Dr. Bob loved to play cards. He was a member at a club downtown, and Dr. Bob and Annie would play bridge together. That was part of their DNA, if you will. They loved to play cards. Also, in this corner, we'll go ahead and show you this. This thing is what's called a telephone. That's before the smartphones and so on and so forth. And I joke about it. I gave our grandchildren a tour of the house, and I had to go back in time and dummy down and tell them that this thing was this thing. And I had to tell him that this typewriter was actually what we have as a computer. And it was a fascinating process to go from the year, this was a few years back, to explain to them. And then, of course, it was an experience that really was transforming for me because they got the language of the heart. They got that Dr. Bob was a doctor. They got, and they know about when you go to a doctor, you get shots, you get medicine, yada, yada, and all that. Explained to him that he was a doctor, but he had an illness, but he found a remedy for the illness. I am Papa. They call me Papa. I said, and since Dr. Bob found a remedy for the illness, Papa and a lot of people around the world are better. And I had to get from the current times to this time and make the story come alive. And it was absolutely priceless. One of the best tours I've ever had in my life. If we can come over to this part over here, this is a priceless piece of furniture. This was the Smiths, the candelabra that belonged to the Smiths. And then this just came home to us. And what I mean, what this is it's a wedding invitation of Dr. Bob and Annie. Didn't know this thing existed. It just came home, if you will, about 4 years ago. And it goes as this. Mrs. Joseph R. Ripley will give in marriage her daughter, Ann Robinson, to Dr. Robert Holbrook Smith on the evening of Monday, the 25th of January, 1915 at 8:30 on an address, Maple Avenue in Oak Park, Illinois. What's fascinating about that is who gets married on a Monday night at 8:30. That was before Monday Night Football. And what's more amazing about that is all of us over the years have gotten countless wedding invitations. So you go to the wedding and maybe the reception and you file it in file 13, unless it's a relative. But this anonymous donor was able to keep it, if you will, have it. And this, what's most amazing about that, this was before Dr. Bob was the well-known Dr. Bob. And it came back here about 4 years ago. Nobody even knew that existed. And that's one of the many miraculous things that have happened. And as Jay showed earlier, that's the Williams home over on Palisades, where they used to be. Obviously, the Oxford group, they outgrew that. They came here, 70 people. They outgrew Ardmore Avenue, wound up over at King's School in January of 1940, group number 1 that our textbook talks about. This is extra special here. This is a picture of Dr. Bob graduating when he did his undergrad at Princeton, Ivy League. Good looking man that he was back in the day, for sure. This piece of equipment is an armoire, a Russian armoire. Dr. Bob got that when he was in Chicago finishing his medical work. He did some medical work for a Russian immigrant, and this gentleman paid Dr. Bob for medical services with this. Once again, this was not a known item that it existed, and that, along with wedding invitation when we get upstairs, has come back home to Dr. Bob's. A lot of this wasn't even known that it was existed. These two things, and Aaron will show you that, these are wedding gifts from Ann's mother. And thank God we were able to hold on to them, and you can see the Oriental theme that they had. This is the original piece, and this is obviously the matching part of the gift, if you will, the wedding gift. And this also to this chest of drawers belonged to Dr. Bob and Ann, and that's where we sign in when you come in. So if you can, the next stop, if you will, is the living room, and it's extra special. A lot of stuff happened in this room. I guess the first thing that we maybe want to draw our attention to, this was Dr. Bob and Ann's entertainment. Remember, there was no TV, there was no WW dot, there was none of that. And that's how they stayed connected, but they absolutely loved that. Like I said, it was their favorite source of entertainment. Now, also too, as long as we're here, we'll go over and see the Liberty magazine that's encased over here in the Saturday Evening Post. Dr. Bob said about the Liberty magazine that came out, the article was Alcoholics and God. Anyhow, he couldn't wait to go to the drugstore and get a copy of that because his feeling was we were starting to get a little bit respectable talking about Alcoholics Anonymous. We know this article, the Saturday Evening Post by Jack Alexander, made Alcoholics Anonymous a national institution. What's so neat about this, Dr. Bob was anonymous in that article, and he was referred to as Dr. Armstrong. Over on this side, you can see, obviously, Dr. Bob's beloved Annie, and he just loved her like nobody else's business, just mad in love with her till the end. You can see over here, Annie started smoking when she was 56. She started losing her eyesight towards the end, and she used to roll her own. We all know how to do that, right? Anyhow, the kids used to joke with her. They would get pencil shavings and they would roll them up and give them to her, and they would flame up, and they got the biggest kick out of them. And then sometimes they would roll them up with a mixture of tobacco and pencil shavings. And she'd say, these hand rolled ones just aren't quite the same when you get them from a store. So they always had fun with each other, and we learned never to take ourselves too serious. Once again, over here, one of the famous pictures of Dad, if you will, Dr. Bob, and Sue and Smitty. And the reason that Sue was adopted, Annie had a miscarriage, could not have any more children. Dr. Bob was a lone child. He didn't want his son Smitty to have that curse of being the only child. They adopted her when she was 5, came into the house, and oddly enough, they were the same age. And that was quite a thing back in those days when you would have two children from the same family, the same age, and adoption. It just wasn't as it is today. This, you can see their picture here. Of course, Annie's smoking and got a cigarette. Dr. Bob to the left. There's Ann and Lois, and they're a picnic, and they're having friends. But even look how they dressed back then. They would have a suit and jacket, and it was just how things were back in the day. This picture over here is a fond picture. This is not in the house. It's the friends, the Millers, they were there. That's one of the few pictures where Dr. Bob's smiling. Most of his pictures, if you'll see, have a pretty serious, or, you know, what I'm saying, a doctorly look, if you will. But somebody must have caught his attention, and he's smiling. Of course, Ann's so happy that she had her beloved boyfriend, lover, husband, Dr. Bob back. This area over here that Aaron's going to be scanning is particularly special. These matching chairs, obviously with the footstools, those are original. And we also want to call to attention that this lamp here is original, and Dr. Bob actually rewired it. The reason he did that is he was an insomniac, but a voracious reader. He would read at least an hour or so a night. And like I probably mentioned, he had a library of over 300 books. That happens to be Annie's Bible. And right in these rooms right here is where the famous quiet time Ann would instruct Dr. Bob, Bill, at least an hour of the day out of the good book, as he used to call it, 1 Corinthians, Matthew, and that's where we got Faith Without Works is Dead. These are some of Dr. Bob's books on the floor, and the books that are in the counter on the glass next to the fireplace, both sides were actually Dr. Bob's books. You can also see that there's a teapot in that one case, a teapot in the other case, a teapot on the mantle. That was Annie's thing. She used to like to collect teapots. Here's the famous picture of Dr. Bob on the mantle. There's Dr. Bob and Ann out front. And then this one over here, that's Dr. Bob and Ann right out front. where the steps that we walked up in the house next door. The gentleman that has the uniform on is Smitty, and we will talk about him upstairs, and that's his wife, Betty. They lived in Texas. And once again, there's Sue and Smitty as youngsters over together, and they developed quite a fondness for each other as time passed. And we just love this part of the room. This ashtray is theirs, and it was used quite a lot because both of them smoke. Another thing that made it kind of neat in this house, that's a gas-fired fireplace. Back in the day, that wasn't common. And also where we're situated in West Akron was a desirable place when the Smiths bought that. The reason being, Akron was the rubber capital. You know, the wind normally goes west to east. All the factories were east of here. So people wanted to be on the west side because you couldn't smell that god-awful rubber smell because the factories were doing 24/7. We had Goodyear, we had General Tire, we had Goodrich, we had Firestone, and it was quite the manufacturing center, if you will. So the west side where the Smiths reside, West Hill, was quite a desirable place to be. And you can see, obviously, as these books, that the Oxford groups was what Dr. Bob read a lot, In His Steps, the greatest book ever, The Varieties of Religious Experience by William James, and the many, many titles that he had. Also, if you will, that mirror that's across, and we'll be done with here, that is the original mirror, and we're able to get that too. Because here's what happened. Annie died first, and then of course Dr. Bob died shortly thereafter. The kids, Smitty and Sue, got their inheritance, a 50-50 split. Smitty took what he wanted back to Texas, sold some stuff, gave some stuff away. Sue got her stuff, and she wanted to sell it back to the Dr. Bob's home after they bought it. And the foundation at that time wasn't able to purchase it. So what Sue did with a lot of her stuff is she contacted Brown University. They have alcohol and drug study, and she sold a lot of Dr. Bob's personal effects to Brown University in Rhode Island. If you get a chance, it's worth it. You can go there, and there's some pretty nice historical stuff of Dr. Bob's there. It's kind of, it pulls at your heartstrings because they bring out these cardboard boxes and you open them up and you go through them. And I'm just so glad on behalf of the board and everybody here, the things that we have, we are so proud of. And it is our story, it's your story, and it's God's story. So let's see what happens when we get upstairs here. Yeah. How about if we go ahead and start in the bathroom of all places? But please do yourself a favor, read in our textbook, Alcoholics Anonymous, Dr. Bob's Nightmare. I believe this room here, the bathroom, was mentioned more times than any other room in the house. We had a major restoration in 2011. You know, things just get old and worn out and tired. Anyhow, this floor had to be replaced. The linoleum was bad, it was dangerous, and so on and so forth. When we took the linoleum off, we found out where the bathtub was located was not in the right spot. So being as historically efficient as we could and accurate, we put the tub back where it belongs, so to speak. And that explains why the outer condition on this tub is the way it is, because it was turned the other way around, and that kind of has a story, kind of like the initials in the basement and Roger Klon. And here we have, if you can imagine, if you will, the mornings that Dr. Bob came in here not feeling too good. We have a bottle and a sock because Dr. Bob, that was one of his favorite places, was the laundry chute to hide bottles that he was drinking. Then his empties would go down there. Remember that basket of clothes that we had with the bottle in it? That's why we have that there. If we can look out here, this also is an important thing. I don't know if it's going to be able to show, but there's a bottle in a glove out there. That's how Dr. Bob, one of his many ingenious ways, would smuggle alcohol in the house, because Annie was on to his old ways, and he would get a bottle and he would throw them up here. And during the Prohibition, that's how the guy who was doing the deal, the bootlegger, would get it up that way too. I'm believing here, let me see here, as we have the medicine cabinet of Dr. Bob's at that point in time. This is a very, very spiritual room, if you will. Can you imagine how many hangover mornings started in this room here? And it's priceless in itself. Next over here, I suppose maybe a way to start would be, we'll go with Dr. Bob and Ann's bedroom. Now, if I can tell you for today, this is the original linoleum floor. For the age of it, it's in great shape. Obviously, we have that taped off or cordoned off to try to keep the traffic down. And Dr. Bob would sleep up here a lot. Sometimes him and Annie would sleep separately. Like I said, Dr. Bob would stay up at night. He was a big time reader, insomniac. Then sometimes Annie would go over to Smitty's room, and it depends on the company and what was going on as far as the UD, the unknown drunks, who was in what room. A lot of times they were apart. This would be a dress of Annie, and she had a gift where she really didn't want any attention drawn to her, and she would not, like I said, wear a new dress because she was afraid that it would make the newcomers, if you will, the wives who didn't have anything, she didn't want them to feel like they were out of touch, or she just didn't want to make them feel worse than they already were coming in. And that phone down there, speaking about Annie, she's the one that started that practice about calling. She would be on the phone every day for hours at a time, calling the newcomers, calling the people that she met. She was really the original teletherapist, if you will. So many of the things that we have in Alcoholics Anonymous started from Ann. She was affectionately called the mother of AA, and that was Bill's own words, that she was a mother. This is especially neat over here. We can go in this corner. This walking stick, if you will, Dr. Bob was given that. Bill Wilson was over in Ireland in 1950. The Dublin group, and that's what this chain on here, or this marker is, the Dublin group gave this to Dr. Bob. Bill Wilson lovingly brought it back from Dublin and gave it to his good buddy, Dr. Bob. And that was in 1950. And of course, we know that was the year that Dr. Bob died in 1950. That's why that's here. Once again, everything that's in here is time relevant to when Dr. Bob and the Smith kids were here from 1935 to 1950. Original furnishings here that we were able to obtain and keep. And certainly, once again, as you can see with the books on the floor, trying to get the point that we want, that Dr. Bob was a ferocious reader, and it was just something else. In here, oddly enough, this is the room where a lot of surrenders were made. Contrary to what some people think was over in Sue's room, but a lot of the surrenders, and that's how they used to make you do it back in the day. And that was even over at Palisades, over at the Williams house. They made you get on your knees, and if you didn't do it right, you weren't done. But a lot of surrenders were made in this very room on this long floor. When you come here, the spirit is here, and it overtakes you. I just don't know what else to say. Next stop, if you will. This was cabinets, and we have some things, but they found some bottles even in there, hidden behind there. This room here is Smitty's room. This is an important room. A lot happened here. And what we're saying is, this is the room where Dr. Bob and Bill slept. This is the room when Dr. Bob woke up that morning, that famous morning, June 10th of 1935, and told Bill, I'm going to go through with it. Obviously, Bill thought he was talking about the surgery that he had to have, or that he was scheduled to do, and he was going to do it. But Dr. Bob was talking about what Jay said. He was going to do what he wouldn't do before, and that's going up and down Main Street, making amends eyeball to eyeball. A lot of people got sobered or detoxed in here. If you can see over here, when a new prospect came at home, this is what they do. Smitty knew he had to go upstairs or the maid quarters because they were going to detox him. Dr. Bob used formaldehyde, and when the kids smelled it, they knew, and I guess it had a really bad stinking, and that's back over here. It had a poignant odor that you could not get rid of. And of course, Dr. Bob's formula was tomatoes and sauerkraut. Well, I tell you what, I'm sure glad that we didn't have to go through all that. But it's absolutely amazing what happened here. This guy here is Archie Tolbridge. His story is the man who mastered fear. Annie was so adamant about her morning meditation and guidance. They were supposed to go to a picnic that day, and she said, we're not going. And they said, why, Annie? Why aren't we going? She said, somebody is going to appear today, and we need to be here. And I'll be darned if it wasn't that somebody happened to be Archie. And he stayed here for 9 or 10 months. This wasn't a spin dry 30-day jitter joint or whatever. When you came to the Smith's house, this was the original halfway house. This was the original treatment center. You stayed here for a long time. She'd always say, as long as we're here, you have a home. And she took people into their home, but she really took them into their heart. And she would be here during the day when Dr. Bob was at St. Thomas with Sister Ignatia. She'd be there cleaning up after him. She'd be there doing the laundry. She'd be there cooking their meals. She'd be there. She'd be the one all and be all. She was Alcoholics Anonymous. In no uncertain terms, if it wasn't for Annie, we wouldn't be talking today. A lot of miracles happened in this room. So next up, we can see over here, this is Sue's bedroom. And as a teenager of that time, this would have been the posters, what you would have seen, the stars at that time. And you know how young girls are starstruck. She had her own phonograph. And here's what's really amazing about this over here. This guy name is Ed Riley. Ed Riley was going to be AA number 3, but he didn't gel, as they call it. In other words, he kept drinking and he couldn't be oxidized, they used to call it, with the Oxford group. He eventually got sober, but he was hell on wheels when he was here. He lived in this room with his wife and with his 2 children. And he really gave the Smiths a run for their money. Oddly enough, this is a book signed by Sister Ignatia to Ed Riley up here, and that's August the 9th, 1948. He ended up finally getting sober and showed up at Dr. Bob's funeral, and he was from the Youngstown area. But two stories with him is one morning, his wife came downstairs and she was pretty roughed up, had a couple black eyes. And what happened with that is his wife confessed of some things that happened, and he took issue with that and roughed her up. The story goes that's how, in the 9th step, except when to do so would injure them or others, came from that incident. Ed also chased Annie around with a butcher knife one time because she was serving tuna fish. And he took issue with that. Dr. Bob kind of laughed it off and said, well, I guess Ed was allergic to tuna fish, but it really was quite an intense episode. What's really neat about here is in the restoration, I don't know if you'll be able to see that. We found a date calendar. Actually, it was in like one of the walls or the registers, and it happens to be January of 1928. And inscribed here, you can see where it says Susan Smith, 855 Ardmore, Akron, Ohio, date book in her own writing. I mean, that was priceless. We didn't know that existed either. This is Sue Windows, her second husband, Ray, because Sue married Ernie G, AA number 4. Ernie had a hard time staying sober. He would slip. That was his story in the typewriter. But that's her second husband. Both Sue and Ernie are buried at the Smith plot at Mount Peace Cemetery, where we celebrate Founders Day. This we have opened up since we couldn't go into the Smith's room to do the surrender. This is now the surrender room. And I can't tell you how many thousands of people, and I mean thousands, come from across the world, get on their knees and do the third step prayer. You would not believe the miracles that are happening in this room to this day. I mean, it's absolutely, when they call it a house full of miracles, it is a house full of miracles. Last but not least, we're going to go upstairs, and this is one of my favorite rooms, and we'll explain why. This is the third floor, or if you will, the attic. When the new drunks were coming here and it was time for Smitty to leave, and or Sue, depends on who it was, they would come up here. It was called the maid's headquarters, but they didn't have a maid. So we affectionately coined this the Vermont room. And the reason being, both our co-founders were from Vermont. And we have pictures of Dr. Bob's boyhood home in St. Johnsbury, Vermont. It's quite a quaint place. Do yourself a favor if you can. Go there and visit it. It kind of completes the story. Now, you'll see also a toy chest, and that was replica of Smitty when he was a younger boy. He loved trains, and those were models of trains at that time. You can see over here our pictures of our beloved co-founders, and somebody says, why is that scale here? Because where Dr. Bob was from in St. Johnsbury, they have the Fairbanks Scale Company, and that was a big part of their history. Now, if we can, this part is really, really phenomenal, and there's a story behind the story, and Aaron's going to go ahead and get on that. On the wall above the crib are hanging photos. The one to the left is Dr. Bob, all the way over to the left, okay? The middle is Ann Smith holding Smitty, and the christening ground that you see there, obviously, is the christening gown that Dr. Bob and Dr. Bob and Smitty both wore, and the same thing with that crib. What's most miraculous about this was nobody knew this existed. When Smitty went to Texas, married Betty, Betty passed away first. He started dating a woman in Tennessee named Mona. So you know how it goes, fellas. One lives in Texas, one in Tennessee. Somebody's going to move. Smitty, being the gentleman, packed his stuff up in Texas and moved to Tennessee. He shows up in Tennessee with his stuff in a trailer and so on and so forth, unloads his personal effects and puts some of it in a bedroom and shut the door. Put some of it in a shed outside. Smitty passes away. None of this stuff was gone through. When it was time for Mona, she opens the door up, and lo and behold, some of the personal effects that were found were this crib and this gown. Nobody ever knew this existed. What I'm saying is, only in God's world could this stuff leave Akron in 1950, go down to Texas, go from Texas to Tennessee, and then make its way back home to Akron, Ohio, just a few years back. And of course, this is also what came along with this. What we're saying over there is this sampler. You may read it because it's faded. And the reason that it's faded so bad, it was made by Dr. Bob's grandmother. And you can see also too, that this was Dr. Bob's father's Bible that's in the glass case. Like I said, nobody knew this existed except for Smitty. He took it to the grave, so to speak, but it made its way back home to Dr. Bob's home. Absolutely fascinating story in itself. And when I sit down and think about it, it will bring tears to your eyes. Now, this picture on the left is Dr. Bob's mom, as it looks like a Dr. Bob's mom. And then the one to the right is Walter Smith. That's Dr. Bob's father. It's a pretty fascinating thing. Last but not least, over here, this would be where Smitty would be kicked out or kicked up. This was Ann's sewing stuff. She liked to sew. It was down by the front door, but we moved it up here for time and space. But she used to sew for a lot of the new people coming in. She was always thinking of the newcomer, their wife and their family. And she never got away. She never got from it. What we find out here, this is Smitty. And two things, if you can. Smitty flew a B-24 out of Africa in World War II. He was stationed at an air base in New Mexico, a B-29. And that's a picture of the B-29 that Aaron's got. And oddly enough, the call letters of a plane he used to fly were right there. All you girls that are watching, you know, a man in a uniform, and look, he was debonair, especially when he had the bars on his shoulder. And oddly enough, that picture of Dr. Bob and another officer was with the famous Betty Grable, and there was a war effort, and they supported it, and that's it. What really else came home was really odd. Didn't know that this existed. This indeed is Smitty's. That's his dog tags from World War II and his time after. Never knew that existed, and it's come home to 855 Ardmore. These books over here, these are Al-Anon books, because Smitty was the poster boy, if you will, for Al-Anon. He went across the country until his dying day. He was one of the most sought after Al-Anon speakers because he was the #1 boy, so to speak. And Sue used to tease people. She used to call herself, she was the original and the first Alateen. So you can see that the Smiths' children, their legacy, along with Dr. Bob's, and is an important part. It was a family effort of the founding of Alcoholics Anonymous. And yes, we have mortar. Yes, we have bricks. Yes, we have stuff. But guess what? That's secondary. What we're talking about here is the legacy of the Smith family. What we're talking about is what happened here. What we're talking about is what God, the miracles that he's performed here. And as long as we always keep that first and foremost, everything else has been taken care of itself. Please do yourself a favor and come home to 855 Ardmore Avenue. This is your home, and I guarantee you, you will feel some closure or the beginning of it when you come home to Akron, Ohio. There's two things that we want to show you, and our time is up. If we can, we're going back down.
And Harmon, while you're traveling, the question is, when is Dr. Bob's house going to open up again?
We are slated for July the 6th.
Okay. We got some people in town at that time, so they will be there.
The governor said we can be okay. We've got a few things to finish up, and we have a plan. And we will be open July the 6th, 2020 at 12 noon.
And is it just from 12 to 3, or can people call ahead of time and make arrangements to visit while they're in town?
12 to 3. If you would have special arrangements, you can call 330-864 1935, pretty original, right?
And that's on the
And-
website. On your website.
Yes, or on the website and leave it, and we will contact you, and special arrangements have been made. We're gonna crawl before we walk. In other words, what I'm saying is, well, normally this time of the year, the hours are from like 11 to 4, but since we're just reopening and getting our feet wet again with the new policy and procedures with the current environment, we're just gonna be starting noon to 3, and we'll take it from there. Good question, Mike. Thank you for asking.
Bring your mask. Got to wear a mask, right?
Yes, oh yeah, no mask, no entry, right, yeah, oh yeah. I'm
right.
sorry about that, but that's just where we're at.
That's right.
And if you don't have a mask, you will we'll somehow get you one, but yeah, no mask, no entry.
Once you get outside and share with a little bit, I got a few questions for you. And
Okay, yeah, I
you
want
did
to
a
go out
wonderful
real
job.
quick. In fact, how we're gonna do is we're gonna go back out the front door. I want to read one thing and then show you the rock, if you will, and then we'll be ready for questions and answers. I know we've given you a lot of information and a lot of sensory overload in this period of time together, but I want to take you back to one of the turning points of our history that happened on this front porch. And I'm going to read exactly what happened that day. And if you can't, we're going out. We had to lock up because we saw somebody that wanted to be here. So here it is, if you will, Dr. Bob standing here. And it was time for Bill to go back. And this was one of the greatest gifts that a lot of people didn't know. And Dr. Bob's approval for calling the first General Service Conference. And from that obviously came our third legacy, our legacy of service. A lot of people don't know the connection with that because Dr. Bob's, he was going to die anytime. Bill knew his, obviously nobody lives forever. And they had to turn AA over to AA, us. That's me, you, and everybody that's going to be coming. So anyhow, on this porch, Bill thought, quote, that we ought to call the conference anyhow, even if it was a failure at first. The movement's delegates would come down to New York and see what AA's world affairs were really like. Then they could decide whether they would take responsibility or whether they would not. That would be would make it a movement decision rather than one taken in silence by Dr. Bob and me. And this is Bill's words, quote, finally, he looked up and said, this is Dr. Bob saying to Bill, Bill, it has to be AA's decision, not ours. Let's call that conference. It's fine with me. A few hours later, I took my leave of Dr. Bob, knowing the following week he was going to go under very serious operation. Neither of us dared to say what was in our hearts, but we both knew that this might well be the last decision that we would make together. I went down the steps and then turned to look back. Bob stood in the doorway, tall and upright as ever. Some color had come back to his cheeks, and he was carefully dressed in a light gray suit. This was my partner, the man who I never had a hard word. The wonderful old broad smile was on his face as he almost jokingly said, remember, Bill, let's not louse this up. Let's keep it simple. I turned away, unable to say a word. That was the last time I ever saw him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where it all started. Alcoholics Anonymous, 855 Ardmore, Dr. Bob, Annie, the kids, Bill Wilson, all of it. And that's our story. And we want to take you over here and thank you for our time. This was the, yeah, how about this? This was the rock that was donated. And you can see some people leave stuff here, and hopefully you can read it. It says, the home of Dr. Bob and Ann Smith, from 1916 to 1950, co-founders of Alcoholics Anonymous. And please, when you come, not if, when you come, I want you to point out two buildings here that we have. Next door is where a gift shop, tastefully done, of mementos of Alcoholics Anonymous. But there's an archives in there, like I said, that has to do with the Mayflower, it has to do with our history of Alcoholics Anonymous, not the Smith family. And then next door over there, we're reassembling. It's called the AWE Center. A for archives, the overflow will be there. The W, it's going to be a welcome center. And most importantly, it's going to be an educational center. We're reassembling both Annie and Dr. Bob's libraries and the educational, and please come here and learn our DNA, and that's where we're at. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, Mike, for asking me. This has been a kick of a lifetime. Aaron, I want to thank you for he's just been wonderful doing this. Couldn't have done it without you guys, and I want to thank anybody who's watching it. Mike, did you say you had some questions that we might try to answer?
Yeah, gosh, thank you so much, Bill. And you really, the last part there, standing at the doorway, really touched me deeply. So how precious life is, and how much we get to live a longer life of recovery with people that we really care about. So thank you so much.
Our pleasure.
All right. So you mentioned the early AA meetings held in the Smith living room. How big did they get before moving to King's School? Do you know?
They had when they got up to 70 people, that was about all that they could take. And how they got 70 in there is beyond me, because it ain't that big. You know what I'm saying? But God willing, yeah, when they got up to 70, they went to King's School. And what's really odd about that is the principal over at King's School, his wife was named Delphine Weber. I sponsored Delphine Weber's grandson, Mark Emery. So, like I said, believe it or not, there is still a connection from our founders here in Akron still alive. There's the people that go around, and that's another amazing story in itself.
Ken asked another question on the same line. Is the Akron phone book on the phone table a wonderful companion to the 5,000-pound phone book? Was there a phone book there that they had?
Yes, actually, there was a directory. Let's see if we can go back in. If we got just a minute, there's a directory here.
And one of the questions too, while you were traveling, is was the house donated by the family, or how was it acquired?
No, it was purchased. We have what's called the Founders Foundation, and through a lot of generous people in AA and contributions, they saved up enough money and bought it. And the house next door is where the employee, the gift shop, so on and so forth. And obviously we purchased that, and the same one through there. So Dr. Bob's is a 501c3 nonprofit foundation. I mean, we're close to the fellowship, but obviously not the same, because we can't own property in compliance with our traditions. But here's the telephone directory, if you will, of that time. And like I said, this was the phone number, UN 2436, that phone that we talked about, and that is so cool. And like I said, I just love what Annie did for us and to us, and paved the way, if you will. I mean, here's where the blueprint that ends up in the blue book. Obviously, this was like the drawing board, because talking about flying blind, they didn't know what they were doing, and they didn't have what we have, and we're spoiled rotten today. And you sit down and think about the miracles that happen. I mean, just hold on for dear life. And I mean, God, what examples? What can you say to that other than thank you, God? Just thank you, God.
Did Dr. Bob attend Dartmouth by any chance as well?
Yes.
As Princeton? Okay.
Yes, I think he did. If I said Princeton, my bad. It was Dartmouth, and then he went to University of Michigan, and then he finished at Rush in Chicago. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was an Ivy Leaguer. And
Yeah.
that University of Michigan, it's a big school. It was back then. It has been, is, and right now it's one of the finest universities in the country. You got to have pretty high standards to get in there. And Dr. Bob was a smart guy, and as long as he stayed sober, he could do the deal.
Yeah. And so tell us a little bit about Founders Day. It would just happen last week, but just give us a little 1-minute pitch on Founders Day.
Okay, yeah, every year, the closest weekend to June 10th, the Founders Day, is held in Akron, Ohio. And what that is it's down at the University of Akron. And what we do is we have assorted meetings all weekend on a normal venue. It's down at the university. The average attendance is about 10,000 people. They come from across the world. And it's really kind of funny. You you see the same people like from Ireland and England, and they come every year. It's like a labor of love. But anyhow, down there, they have assorted panels. Like we have a 12-step panel where they'll talk about a step an hour. That's on Friday. Then they have what's called an Actors Guild. It's a nice, non-professional group of actors that are in Alcoholics Anonymous that have a play, a theme to do with recovery. Then, of course, we have different panels. On Sunday morning, they have a spiritual panel. Most of these speakers are what we call lead meetings. And where that comes from is they used to say you were a leader of the meeting when you get up and tell your story. So somehow they dropped the ER, so they call it a lead meeting. But most of them are speaker meetings where people get up and talk about their experience, strength, and hope. And we bring in speakers from, well, all across the country, Canada, and it's quite a thing. And then, of course, on Sunday morning, they have a eulogy at Mount Peace Cemetery, not only to Dr. Bob, but to Ann and the kids. And that started back in 1958. Bill Wilson did a small thing when he came back to Akron, Ohio for Founders Day that weekend. And it's kind of grown into a separate thing in itself. And it's really quite an experience. Other than the international, I'm pretty sure that would be the next biggest conference. That numbers mean anything, but it's quite a thing because people come to Akron like on a bucket list, or like say people will go to Jerusalem or where your family, where your DNA, wherever it came from. You would not believe the people that come here and what happens when they come to Akron, Ohio, and to see all the other sites on here. And we're loaded with them, needless to say.
And lots of motorcycles, right?
And thousands of them, about 3,000 we say last time.
There's
so
a parade.
Yeah.
You guys have a parade at the beginning,
Well,
right?
yeah, it's a procession. We like to call it that. It
Yeah.
leaves the University of Akron, and then they drive double-breasted from there to Mount Peace Cemetery, and it's about 3 miles.
Yeah.
And the year before this year, it took them 37 minutes to get them all. In other words, when the first motorcycle was pulling into the cemetery, the last one didn't leave the university yet. That's how many motorcycles are.
Yeah.
You got to see it to believe it. I mean, and you just got to be there to experience it. I can't put it into words, but I promise you, I guarantee you, you will have a spiritual experience. There's no doubt about it. Spiritual awakening, however you want to label it, you will be different after you experience that.
Yeah, even if it's not Founders Day, you got to go because you go to the cemetery, it's nearby. I've been down there. We always say Dr. Bob was the most humble one, but it's funny when you pull up to the cemetery, there's a big stone with a huge stone that says Smith on it. And there's nothing about AA on it or anything like it. It's just humble as ever. But everybody leaves their tokens. And when we were there, the gardener actually handed us a bucket of people's sobriety chips and all that stuff, and say, here, could you take these back to your group because we have so many of them. So it's a really touching experience.
Mike, thank you for doing that. That's what we do. We routinely, meaning the house here, collect the medallions that are left there. We put them in a fishbowl in the house next door where the gift shop and the other archives are, and you can come in and get them. So if you're looking for whatever year you have and talking about passing it on, who knows where it came from, but you get it from Dr. Bob's and then you give it to somebody, and that's priceless in itself.
I'm going to close with one thing. You probably can't see this, Harmon. I know our viewers can, but I've got in my hand a coffee cup, and it says, I drank at Dr. Bob's, Akron, Ohio on it. So if you ever go there, you can get one of these. And I just happened to have been there at the time when they replaced the porch because it was rotted after years. So I actually they gave us a piece of the porch with the cup when I was there. So just wanted to tell you, when you go there, you can drink at Dr. Bob's house and still keep your sobriety.
And that's exactly right, Mike. And that's one of the few items that we have. And if you somehow can't make it to get it, if you would dare to, you can go online and they have shipping and whatever, but it's part of our heritage. And they got some very tasteful historical items over there. In other words, it's not what I call drunk junk. It's really relative and pertinent to our story, to the Smiths family, and to Alcoholics Anonymous. Very tastefully done. We're very proud of it. Yeah,
well, you've tastefully done a beautiful job today. I'm deeply touched, and I know our viewers are, and they're telling us they're by email. I've got a couple other emails here, but I think we're going to have to move along. There was a question, where is Smitty buried? Where is Smitty buried at? Real quick.
That I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you and we can send it out. Good
And
question.
you and I were sober long enough. I met Sue Smith Windows in 1992. I spent an afternoon with her there. And I didn't know. I mean, at the time I was, 9 years sober. They were very passionate about the legacy of their mom and dad, and how spiritual they were. They were people that prayed over everything, which they learned in the Oxford groups. And Henrietta Seiberling prayed for years for Dr. Bob. And one day when Bill showed up, she says, "I knew you were coming. Glad to see you." And she was ready to go. That's what was shared to me by Sue. And Smitty was wonderful. I met him a few times, and they did a great job of keeping the legacy going for their mom and dad and for the fellowship at home.
Yeah, they did. And Henrietta said, "Manna from heaven" when Bill called. Manna from heaven.
Well, I want to thank you. And is there any way we could get Aaron to show himself on the screen as well? Or
Yes, let's turn around. Let's see Aaron. This is the go-to guy. Come on, man. Let's go.
There he is.
Here we are. Look at those bears. Look at this.
Yeah, you guys have your Ohio winter wear on.
I sponsor Aaron, and you know what? He's a go-to guy, man. I put my life in his hands. That's how good of a guy he is.
Well, God bless you both, and thank you so much. We'll look forward to seeing you without your winter wear on, because today is the first day of summer, so maybe you'll take the razor to it. If not, we like you warm and fuzzy anyway. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for your kindness and taking the time to volunteer and show us the legacy and share with us the great stories of our founder. So thank you.
God bless. Thank you, Mike. All of you. Thank you. We love you.
All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're on time here. We're running a couple of minutes behind, but not too bad. I hope you're having a good time. Please keep the questions coming. There is an email site you can use, AA2020 FAQ@gmail. We're doing everything we can to get to your questions. They came in flying. There was a question about getting merchandise. You can go right to Dr. Bob's website, Dr. Bob's House. I think it's .org. If not, you can Google it. It'll come right up. And same with Stepping Stones coming up after this next session. And then our next session in just a few minutes will be Bill Schauberg, who spent 15 years researching how the big book was actually put together. There was a lot more people there than Dr. Bob and Bill and Dr. William Silkworth. It's very interesting. And it'll probably it's going to get the old rumor mill going again about how things really happened as opposed to the myths that are going on. Bill he just put this book out about a year and a half ago, and you can buy it on his website, or which he'll tell you about, or on Amazon or any of the places. It's called Writing of the Big Book by Bill Schauberg. And he's a guy in recovery, but he dedicates his life to writing books and collecting rare books and all that. But before we go there, I want to bring on a special surprise guest. We have a gentleman on here who's been sober for 44 years. I'll say when we're done, I'll reveal a little more of his fame, but he's a member of Alcoholics Anonymous. He's what you call old school, but he had a chance to meet Bill Wilson, and actually was 12-step by Bill Wilson back in the 60s. And he didn't stay sober, but he has some great stories about that. So we just wanted to take a few minutes to invite our buddy Jack O'Halloran on, and he's from Redondo Beach now. And Jack and I go to meetings together. We've become really good friends, and he's just a tremendous member of AA. So Jack, I think you're unmuted. You want to go ahead and say hello?
Hello, how are you?
Did we catch you in the middle of your breakfast, Jack?
Just finishing it up. What a great tour. It was very interesting listening to that gentleman. And the guy that actually took me to meet Bill Wilson in 1962 was at that house in right around 36. He came out of jail in Ohio, and he was 12-step by Dr. Bob there.
Wow. And so tell us, Jack, you've been sober, you've been around AA a very long time. You've had a very colorful experience in your life, but let's talk about your sobriety and how you met Bill Wilson and what occurred when you were there, what he was like.
this gentleman that I was just talking about, I come from a very funny background, and he was part of that, and he just thought that I needed this to meet Bill Wilson to help straighten out my life at a young age. And when I went to this meeting in New York, and after the meeting, we sat down, Bill Wilson, myself, and this gentleman, and another guy. And Bill Wilson talked to me for 3 hours. And he took me through the whole history of AA, how everything started, how this happened, that happened. And, it's amazing. When you were in his presence, he oozed sobriety. I mean, everything about him just made you want to do something with your life. And the way he spoke, and he was so positive and so definite on what he said. And he told me some things that, he said things to me that were amazing about how an individual had to want this more than anything else in the day. That, he went through the whole concept of how the book was founded, how the steps were founded, how the traditions were founded, how the concepts were founded, how the whole solution was put together. And he's the first man that ever told me that when you do this thing, you do one step, one tradition, one concept, and you put a solution together. And the book explains how to do that if you read the book properly. He walked me right through every single aspect of the whole program and the whole solution.
We're back.
And where we come from and why we, how much it's an individual effort. That if I don't want to do this, I'm never going to get sober. He said, I can sit here and talk to you till I'm blue in the face. But until you want this more than anything else in the day, ain't going to happen. So he said to me, when he got done talking to me for 3 hours, and he looked me right in the eye and he said, we'll be here, kid, when you're ready. And I said, wow, I'm here, man. What are you talking about? I come out of my way to be here. I'm here. He said, no, you're here because that gentleman brought you here, thinking I would say something to you that would keep you here. But until you walk in this door for you and you alone, not for your family, not for your job, not for anybody that walks you in here, till you come here for you, you're not here. He said, and that's the suffering part of this thing. People come in and they think that they're going to fall into this thing. And, and he's the first person ever told me that meetings don't keep you sober. Meetings are there to remind you of what you need to do in the day. That you have to reach out to another alcoholic every day of your life. He explained sponsorship to me and how a sponsor is the best thing in your life if you allow it. And that you have to speak to your sponsor every single day because you need another alcoholic to help you in the day. You can't do this by yourself. You need to bounce things off of somebody every single day. And to call your sponsor every day isn't to be a good guy in AA and all that. It's an action. You have to learn that there are certain actions in the day that you must do. And it's a change in your whole character. It's allowing you to do things that you in the back of your mind you don't want to do because the disease tells you that, oh man, I ain't got to do this, or that's too rigid, or oh, that's a lot of work, or I ain't got time for that right now. And he explained that to me. He said, people get sober and they're sober 30 days and they think, wow, I feel so good, man. I don't need this. I don't need that. I don't need to do this part. I don't need to do that part. And inevitably they fall right on their face again. It's the disease is that insidious. So you have to change habits in your day, and change is what you need to do. And he told me, he said, that if you take this solution and you apply it to yourself, you'll change whether you like it or not. it will change you. Whether you want to change, it'll change. It'll change you. And boy, he was so right. I mean, things that he said to me just burned to my brain. And I remember when and I thought I was being a smart aleck, and I said, well, I'll get this down. And I go to a couple meetings, and then I used every excuse not to go to a meeting because the FBI were following me around. And I said, they were coming to meetings to listen to me talk, and I used to call him on the phone. And I'd say to him, I would think I was sober about first time about 9 months. And I called him on the phone. I said, I don't understand. You tell me this and told me that. And here I am. I haven't had a drink in X amount of time. And I said, I'm the most miserable person in the world, man. I'm ripping people's heads off. I'm so arrogantly miserable. And he laughed down the phone at me. He said, we have a solution, young man. When you're ready to come back and sit down and listen, we have a solution that works, and it will work for you if you really want it. And I said, well, wait a minute. I said, and he hung up on me. And I called him back. I said, you realize you just hung up on me? He said, yeah, isn't that amazing? Boom, and he hung up again. He was very straightforward. There was no BS. There was no cuddling, no baby talk. I watch people cuddle people today and chase alcoholics around. And that was explained to me in the beginning. You don't chase an alcoholic. Either they want this or pass. Even when I got sober in 76, and Mike Ross was the same way. He would call me every day. I talked to him. He'd say, if you're not willing to go to any length to do this, kid, lose my phone number. And I but Bill Wilson embedded things in me that I never, ever forgot, because every word he ever said to me came true at the end of the day. Everything that he showed me, how they resolved themselves to do this thing, he explained to me about how he and Bob met the third alcoholic and went to the hospital. When Sister Ignatius, who should have been a saint, called Dr. Bob and said, well, I got a corker for you. And he said, put him in a private room. We're coming to see him. And they didn't have a book then. They just went and talked their own story to this guy. Yeah. And the guy looked at Bill Wilson and Dr. Bob, and he said, for the very first time, I understand what you're talking about. And he never drank again, that guy. He got up out of that bed and just never drank again. And and you had that kind of, when you talked to Bill, he had that charisma about him, boy. Yeah. I mean, you wanted to listen to him.
Yeah.
You wanted to hear what he was telling you because you knew that it was true. You knew
it. It's obviously made a real impression on you, Jack. Now you're sober 44 years, and you've had quite a life since that time. And I spend time with you. I would, Jack, is it okay if I give out your last? Oh, it's on the screen. No, so Jack O'Halloran. Yeah. So, all right. So Jack, I'm going to thank you so much. We got to move along, but I just wanted to thank you for coming on for a few minutes and sharing your experience. And please, guys, if you can contact me or Jack, just contact, you can Google Jack. So Jack, tell us one quick question. Here's what you guys want to know. And he doesn't mind me doing this because I've talked to him about it. I tease him about it all the time. If you guys have ever saw the movie Superman with Christopher Reeves back in the 80s, I believe it was, Jack was in Superman, and he was one of the three guys that were the menacing bad guys in Superman. So tell us a little quick thing maybe about Christopher Reeves and being on Superman and working with Marlon Brando.
Oh, Brando was amazing. I mean, you're talking about one of the stalwart actors in the industry. He just had a charisma about him that was unbelievable, and it was such a pleasure. And he and I became very good friends. I like Marlon quite a bit. And Christopher was a young, naive kid when he first did Superman. It was the first big thing he ever did. And Richard Donner got a performance out of him that you'll never see another Superman perform that as well as Christopher. The transition from Superman to Clark Kent, he just did it methodically. It was just it was such a pleasure doing that picture because there was so much talent on the set. Christopher and Terrence Stamp and Margot Kidder and Sarah was a young actress who had a lot of talent. You knew that. Just Gene Hackman. It was an incredible ensemble of people, and it was a thrill to work with them.
Yeah. Well, it's been a pleasure having you on here and sharing some of your experience of meeting Bill and your sobriety and the attitudes you use. Jack's the real deal, guys. He's like 6'6". I'm 6'4". I'm a big guy, but I get around Jack and I feel like a little kid again. But you've been a real solid member of AA. Your message is always consistent and people are always inspired by your straightforwardness like you described with Bill. So thanks for sharing us on your
The only
journey.
way I know how to do it, kid. I was taught one way, and that's the only way. And I'm sorry, but I don't back up for any of this jazz that people try to bring into watering this thing down.
Yeah.
Not my stick.
Yeah, well, that's I was taught early on, and I've been sober 35 years now, and I got sober when I was 21, but I've always looked to the long timers for that pillar of principle and the pillar of sobriety. And you've been one of them, and I'm grateful you're in my life, and I'm glad we could share with the folks today some of your experience. So thanks for coming on, buddy. Really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Please
Thank you.
take care of your health and enjoy the rest of your breakfast, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay?
Usually I catch you eating.
Yeah, I know. So
Have a great day, guys.
Love you, Jack. Thanks so much.
You will.
Bye-bye. All right, folks. Thanks. We're just a few minutes behind, but we're actually right on track. We know we're going to stick to our schedule as much as we can. We're going to go on right to the next thing here. So if you need to take a quick coffee break or grab a quick drink or something, that's fine. Just want to make a couple of announcements for those who came on here. I'm going to keep doing this consistently. Bill Schauberg is going to be coming on here in just a moment. And Bill has written a book called Writing the Big Book. And it's fascinating. I've read through this thing. I've heard him present it. It helps us, what people say, well, why are we interested in the history of AA? Well, what we found out was there was some things that have worked for all this time. And also, the more we keep looking back, we realize how much of a miracle this has been and the people that were involved and how it put together. And Bill spent 15 years putting this whole thing together, and now he's got the book out. You can pick it up yourself. It's a good thick book. You'll be reading it for a while, and I know a lot of members are reading it. But real quick, just remember, please no recording of this. Okay, please do not record this. Do not place it on any social media or anything like that. We will not be putting this rebroadcasting this at this point. We don't have any plans for that, and we're not recording it. So if we get knocked off, please be patient. We'll get back on. So far, so good today. Things are going great. Someone asked, why am I so hot on the screen? Well, I'm trying to dumb it down. We have a beautiful day here, but I have some curtains that kind of have some yellow in it, so it makes me look yellow. I'm healthy. I've been tested. I'm good. And I'm, yeah, that's another part. Just want to mention that. So let's see. Just coming up after this, at around 12:30 time, we will go on a tour of Stepping Stones, which is where Bill and Lois retired. And that's a whole experience, just like going to Dr. Bob's house. And the director is going to give us a wonderful presentation there, a virtual presentation there. And then people have been asking about a couple of questions have been coming in. I don't know if Bill will address this, but a couple of people have been coming in asking about how they can get a sponsor or how they can get connected. Our last presentation today at 12:30 will be with Herb K. and Dr. Alan B. They are both very long-time sober people. Alan's a psychologist who works on both sides of his practice and all that, but it's going to be on emotional sobriety. And maybe Bill has some of that in his talk. I don't know. He's got a very busy talk for us today. We could do 5 hours of Bill. But I just want to say that emotional sobriety, Bill wrote a letter about how to get long-term emotional sobriety. And Herb and Dr. Alan Berger have been traveling all over the United States and all throughout the region of the Southern California area where I'm from. And they've been presenting this letter, and they talk a lot about how to get that deep, long-term sobriety. So stick around to the end, call your friends. You can send them the link. They can get on here. You don't have to have them go to the website. Just send them the link to get on YouTube. We'll handle the registration stuff later. So, and then Bill can mention, if you could, Bill, when we come on, if you can mention how to get a hold of you, maybe through your website or whatever, so they could get your book and how they can ask any more further questions. We will take questions again on AA 2020 FAQ@gmail.com. So That's it. That's the announcements, guys. We're glad you're here, and call your friends. We still got a ways to go. A wonderful journey of these guys who have got tremendous experience and who have volunteered their time to be here. So I'm going to turn it over to Bill Schauberg, and Bill, it's your podium. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Are we up? There we go. Thank you. Thank you. And Jack, thanks for that. Meeting Bill Wilson. Oh my God, that's a beautiful thing. I've got a long...
Bill, one thing, don't forget to turn on your share your screen. That's the way you get your stuff up. Okay.
Not a problem. Don't worry about it.
We've been doing that all morning. Thank you.
We got a big I've got a big presentation here in a limited amount of time, so we're just gonna do the deal here. All right. All right. This is a copy of the book I've just written and published. Actually, it's not 15 years, Mike. It's been 11 years. I started researching in the GSO archive in September of 2007, and I started writing in 2010, and I finished writing exactly 8 years later. Now, I was researching throughout the whole thing. This is a well-documented scholarly work. It's got 416 informational footnotes and 1,560 citations in the back. We polished it and edited it for a year, and it was published last November on the 4th. The problem is it turned out to be a really big book. My wife, the lady Sarah, calls it the bigger book. Here it is compared to the red book, the first one that was actually published. So I'm going to try and condense the story told in those 600 plus pages and cover 18 months of AA history in this hour-long presentation. So prepare yourself for a Nantucket sleigh ride. If you don't know what that is, that's what happens when you hook into a whale and you're in a small boat being dragged along. The other thing is, I should probably forewarn you, I'm an East Coast guy and I tend to get excited about this stuff, so I talk real fast, and I'll try and tone that down, but I'm not really sure how that's going to go. We'll see. I want to start with a quote from Bill Wilson. This is a talk he gave in Fort Worth in 1954. Bill said, "Some people reading the book now, they say, well, that this is an AA Bible. And when I hear that, it always makes me shudder, because the guys who put this together weren't a damn bit biblical. I think sometimes some of the drunks who have an idea that these old timers went around with almost visible halos and long gowns, and they were full of sweetness and like, oh boy, how inspired they were. Oh yes, but wait until I tell you." Well, the stories I'm going to tell you today, I suspect if you know a bit of AA history, you've heard a bit of AA history, are not going to be the stories that you might be used to hearing. But let's do it. So this is Bill Wilson. He's the founder of Alcoholics Anonymous. He called the time between December 1934, when he got sober, and April 1939, when the book was published. He called that the flying blind period. And my book covers just the last 18 months of the flying blind period. It was October 10th, 1937, when somebody first said, hey, we should write a book. And April 10th, 18 months later, the book was finally published. And just so you have some context for the timeline that follows, this is going to be a linear run through the October through April. The New York group had severed all formal ties with the Oxford group in April of 1937. The Akron group didn't sever their ties with the Oxford group until December of 1939. So what was going on in Akron and what was going on in New York over the course of what we're going to be talking about here was actually quite different. But Bill had started a brand new job on January of 1937, and he'd been let go on October 8th. There was a big stock market crash in May of that year, and they just couldn't keep him on. But the very next day after he gets fired, on October 9th, 1937, Bill and Lois, along with at least 3 other sober New York members, travel out to Akron for what's basically a summit meeting. They're gonna try and figure out where is AA going and what's going on with this. And this is the famous counting noses meeting. If you heard anything about AA history, they counted noses, and there was 40 noses. And all of a sudden they say, good Lord, we got a cure here. Bill proposed that in order to spread the good news for their cure nationally, that they would need a string of alcoholic hospitals all across the country, that they would need paid missionaries to go out and spread the word from city to city, establishing these hospitals, and they'd need a book explaining exactly what it was they were doing, exactly what the good news of their cure was. Now, the Akron members were pretty much opposed to this corruption of the movement. There was an antagonism between New York and Akron throughout most of this time. Quite frankly, I can still see semblances of that when I visit Ohio at times. Depends on who you talk to. But when the proposal was put to a vote, it passed by the barest majority, and I'm sure that was helped by those imported votes that Bill Wilson brought with him from New York City. The Akron members told Bill that they wouldn't contribute any money to those ventures. It was his idea. He needed to finance it. So if he wanted to get those expensive projects done, he needed to go back to New York and raise the money there. That was where the money was. The last thing we hear, this is the last thing we hear about the book project for 6 full months. 6 full months. From October to April, the proposal, the prospect, and the string of national hospitals and paid missionaries is what consumes almost all of Bill Wilson's time. It's not until April of 1938 that he actually starts thinking about doing the book again, not even doing it, but thinking about it. So Bill rushes back to New York. He leaves Akron and he raises the money. And on December, to try and raise the money, and on December 13th, 1937, right at the end of the year, a couple of months later, he has this meeting with 7 other drunks, including Dr. Bob and Paul Stanley, who had driven down from Akron, in the boardroom just outside of John D. Rockefeller Jr.'s office. John D. Rockefeller Jr. is the richest man in the world at this point, and he and his family have supported temperance and prohibition movements since the very beginning of their fortune. They don't get the open checkbook they had hoped for, but the 4 Rockefeller men who were in that meeting were clearly impressed and willing to explore a bit further how they might be able to help this small but growing movement. On December 31st, Wilson's have they have a New Year's Eve party. Lois has got there's a GSO archive has a list of the people. Again, there's 27 people come to their house and they celebrate. And they certainly had something to celebrate here. They just made successful contact with the richest man in the world, who was a guy who had been giving money to temperance and prohibition things for decades. So they were sure that they were in the money now. And on February 11th through the 15th, there's a visit to Akron by Frank Amos. Frank Amos travels to Akron. He's one of the 4 Rockefeller guys to assess the situation there, and most especially to check out Dr. Bob and his need for money. Dr. Bob is all in favor of opening the first alcoholic hospital in Akron, with he himself as the director and the chief physician. He shows, when Amos comes, he shows him, actually, Bob has been scouting real estate. He literally shows him 3 pieces of real estate value between $35,000 and $75,000 that, according to him, would be perfect for their purposes. What he's really talking about here is a rehab kind of place. When Amos writes up his report for Rockefeller, he says it would cost between $75,000 and $100,000 to purchase and fit out one of these places. Rockefeller, however, famously only gives $5,000. And by the way, it's kind of common. Everybody says, Bill even says, that he gave $5,000 to AA. He didn't give $5,000 to AA. He gave $5,000, put it in a little trust fund at Riverside Church, and it was doled out to Dr. Bob and Dr. Bob exclusively. The money went to Dr. Bob, pay off his mortgage, keep his practice going so that he could keep working with alcoholics. But Rockefeller, when he gave him the $5,000, said, in any event, you will not look to me for a further contribution for this object. Now, that's a little stilted, but let me tell you, it's very, very clear. I'm giving you $5 grand. Don't ever talk to me about this again. We're done. Enter Henry G. Parkhurst. After Bill Wilson, Hank Parkhurst is the most important person in the story of getting the book written and published. It's so important. He's so important, in fact, that I can say with certainty, no Hank, no big book. Literally. Henry G. Parkhurst, he's the forgotten co-founder. I don't really know that anybody qualifies as a co-founder, but if anybody does, this is my man, Henry G. Parkhurst. And you'll see why as we go through this story. But he was all but written out of this story because he drank again. The book was published in April of 1939, and Hank was drunk in August, and he never got continuously sober again. He's also written out of the story because he did not go gently into the night. He and Wilson had some knock him down, drag him out fights for a year and a half or 2 years afterwards, and there was bad blood between them until Hank died in '54. Hank's been so forgotten. So forgotten. He's so important, but he's been so forgotten because this guy doesn't even have a Wikipedia page. But again, he's so important. No Hank, no big book. Would we have gotten a book maybe 5 years later? Probably. Would we have had the book that we have written now? Absolutely not. No book in 39, not the book we get. Hank Parkhurst was the first man that Bill Wilson sobered up in New York after coming home from Akron in the fall of 1935. And Bill and Hank were all but joined at the hip for the next 4 years. Hank was a money guy, and he had these grandiose visions for their growing fellowship. On March 16th, he proposed the formation of the Alcoholic Fund so they could start getting money in. They're going to receive donations. Donations, they're going to be paid back once the group is self-supporting. He's very, very clear about that. He convinces Bill that they should start the book writing project because he wants to use some of the book, hopefully a couple of chapters, as part of a promotional package. For the first and only time in 1938, Bill makes another trip to Akron. And he goes out to Akron on April 20th, and he's out there to test the waters on the book, on doing the book thing. This meeting does not go well. There's a couple of great recordings in GSO archive for guys that were there. It did not go well. The Akron people are upset and completely opposed to the whole idea. And Bill leaves Akron without even calling for a vote, which is what he had done in October. Maybe one of the reasons was when he came on this trip, he didn't have 3 New York voters with him. He only had the newly sober Burt Taylor with him. And he goes back to New York. But Hank keeps up the pressure to get the book project started, and he enlists Frank Amos' support in this. Now, Bill's worried over how the project's going to possibly be funded. He doesn't have a job. He's got no money coming in. But on May 18th, 1938, an important date in AA history, a turning point in AA history, Charlie Towns, the guy who owns Towns Hospital, where Bill had been at 3, perhaps 4 times, where he had his white light experience, he donates $500 to Parkhurst Alcoholic Fund, and on the check stub it says it's an advance on the book. So here's Charlie Towns giving Bill $500 so that he can work on the book. And Bill starts writing the book on May 20th, 1938. Thank you, Hank Parkhurst. First attempt. It's called The Strange Obsession, Bill's first attempt to write his own story. He always wrote on these legal sheets, these yellow legal pads, 8.5 by 14. And this is a good example, I think, of how he wrote. It's all, you see the scratch outs and the scribbles and all kinds of things. Also, one really interesting thing in the upper left-hand corner is it says 125, and underneath it, it says 875. Wilson was very clear about how that's the word count. Page 1 has 125 words, and the whole document has 875. He was always trying to figure out how long this story was by doing the word counts. So this thing amounted to just 8 handwritten pages before he quits. It's just not going where he wants it to be going. Bill typed the next version of his own story. And this is what it looks like. This is at the GSO, this is at the Stepping Stones archive. And it's kind of a strange document on many, many levels. I mean, it's deeply, deeply indented on the left-hand side. And every single sentence, every single line of every typing is numbered. Now, I know lawyers do this in legal documents, but they always start over, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Every time they get a new page, they start over at 1, 2, 3. This document doesn't. It goes up to something like 880 lines of text. It was 36 pages long when he got finished with it, and it kind of runs out at the end, and it's already 12,000 words. Now, that's important, or it's interesting, because he's going to write a letter to Dr. Bob in late June about the book, and he's going to tell Bob that he's shooting for 5,000 words per chapter. That's what he's shooting for. Major chapters should be 5,000 words. So here he is. He's got 12,000 words. He isn't even out of Towns Hospital yet, and so that story doesn't work. Finally, Wilson gets a little control over his material, and he writes his story. And this is what there's 3 different copies of. No, actually, these copies are either. This is out of GSO. This one is. And you can see, by the way, Bill's story in our book is chapter 1, but here it's chapter 2. Chapter 1 is going to be There Is a Solution, but this is chapter 2. And he's doing well. He's got 11 type pages here, and he's down to 5,300 words. So he's in the ballpark for the 5,000 that he's shooting for. That done, Bill now had to confront the almost impossible challenge of describing their cure in this chapter he was going to call There Is a Solution. And he needed to do it in such a way that would satisfy all parties. And it wasn't just that there were people. There was a big divide in the New York group over the people who thought it should be psychological and people who thought it should be religious, and the people out in Akron thought it should be religious, and it should be religious as the Oxford group was religious. So he was really challenged here. But here it is. He writes chapter 1. This is chapter 1, and again, this is by this time we're in probably the first week of June of 1938. It's called There Is a Solution. And by the way, interestingly, the chapter as it was originally opened starts out with the story of Carl Jung and Roland Hazard, and then it goes off of that story, and then the story ends at the very end of the chapter. Later, we'll hear about the editor Janet Blair, and Janet Blair was the one who whacked these paragraphs out of the front of the story and moved them to the back of the story, so the Carl Jung Roland Hazard story is contiguous when you get there. There Is a Solution was 12 type pages and it was 5,800 words, a little bit long for what he wanted. There's multiple ongoing changes to both of these chapters over the next 8 months. And when I say 8 months, that's because the next time we really see this thing is in February, mid-February of 1939. They print up a pre-publication copy of the book that for people to look at and critique before they actually publish the book, like 2 months ahead. And the next time we see it, this chapter's in the multilith print. And in that thing, the most dramatically, There Is a Solution went from that original 5,800 words in the typed ones that are preserved in the archive to just 3,600 words. They'd taken out 38, over a third of this chapter got whacked out when it was edited. But Hank Parkhurst was not happy with what Bill Wilson was writing. Most especially, he thought it was far too religious. Hank was advocating for a book based on moral psychology. And so these are Hank's ideas. This is Bill Wilson's handwriting at the bottom, Hank's ideas. The rest is Hank Parkhurst's handwriting. And we can date this easily because it says chapter 1, There Is a Solution, the second thing that Wilson wrote, being dictated. So this is like from the first week of June in 1938. And there's 11 handwritten pages after this. A couple of them are two-sided. And Hank's ideas, I'm just going to show you two of them. I told you Hank was a big money man. So here's his, and he had grandiose ideas. Here's his sales promotion possibilities. He says there's 1 million alcoholics in the country. There's 1 million non-alcoholics who have an alcoholic problem in their family. There's every employer over 100 people is going to want to buy this book because they all got alcoholics. There's 210,000 ministers who are going to buy this book. There's 160 physicians who are going to be very interested in the book. And there's all those people with academic interests. So in Hank's opinion, we got well over 3 million people we could be selling the book to. And then this is the other one. I just love this fact. People always talk about where did the name Alcoholics Anonymous come. Lois mentions the one time she thought it was June 15th. But here, the very first week of June, Hank Parker says the title of the book and published by is both Alcoholics Anonymous. So that's where our name came from. June 17th, Wilson started on May 20th. June 17th, they send off the first promotional packages with these 2 new chapters. But immediately after that, after the package goes out the door, Hank creates the outline for the big book. And this is what it looks like. This is at the GSO archive. I'm sorry, again, I keep saying GSO, and I really need to give way more credit to the Stepping Stones archive. My wife, the lady Sarah, and I were doing research up there one day, and she found this piece of paper, and she just said, William, you got to stop what you're doing. Dude, you got to take a look at this. So here's Hank's outline of the big book. There's 25 chapters. It starts off with There Is a Solution in Bill's story, followed by a whole bunch more stories. Some of those just take up a whole chapter. Some of them are chapters with 4 short stories in them, all 5,000 words. And then there's a whole bunch of expositional chapters at the back, and he talks about what exactly would be in those different chapters. This is really an amazing, amazing document. All but 2 of those 25 chapters finally appeared in the book. So he called the shot almost perfectly. The 2 that didn't show up, he thought there should be a chapter on the potential alcoholic. They were always arguing, trying to come up with a soundbite for how to describe an alcoholic. And one of the things they got into the muddy waters of potential alcoholic. So that didn't happen as a chapter. And the bank also thought they were doing a chapter on failures. I would love to see the chapter on failures. I think that would just be an amazing, amazing thing. June 23rd, he sent the stuff off already. He sent the outline off already to the banker that they sent it to. Bill writes Bob telling him that he started to write the book, sending him the first 2 chapters and the outline. And now, despite all of Ackland's objections when he was out there in April, Bill says, we came to the conclusion that in a tentative way, a beginning should be made. So just to be clear here, those 2 original chapters were written with Ackland's disapproval and without no input whatsoever, none welcome from Ohio. Now, one of them is understandable, it's Bill's story, but the other one is there is a solution. And Bill says to Bob in that same letter, it might be a good idea if you show this stuff around generally. Meanwhile, real life goes on in the Wilson household. He got the chapters out the door on the 17th. He's written to Bob on the 23rd or the 24th. Monday, June 27th. I love this story. I'm looking in Lois's diary, and on June 27th, she says, I got mad at Bill, and he went over to Jersey for lunch. He came close to taking a drink. Bill Wilson almost drank in the middle, in June, in the middle of 1938. No, none of us would be here doing what we're doing, talking about what we're talking about. Even I would not be here breathing air. I stopped drinking. I've been a sober active member of Alcoholics Anonymous since 1981, and I would not be alive if Bill Wilson had had a drink that day. Later, Lois wrote about this again, just a little bit more clearly. She said, I got mad at Bill, and he dashed out of the house to take a drink, but he went to Hank Parkhurst instead. Now, thank you again, huh? Very happy. You helped Bill out there, kept him away from a drink. But over and above that, they had moved the meeting just a couple of weeks before. They had a meeting in Brooklyn every week. On Sunday, they moved it to Tuesday night. So that means the next night, there was a meeting in Brooklyn, and I'm just dying to know what kind of, did Bill Wilson own the fact that he'd been so thirsty he almost picked up a drink the day before, or was he too much of a guru to admit that, and he couldn't even go there? The other thing was, he was over to Parkhurst, and I'd like to be a fly on the wall in that house. Parkhurst is most likely giving him marital advice, and 12 months from now, Hank Parkhurst is going to be served with divorce papers. So there's all kinds of cool things about those particular diary entries that I really, really enjoy. Month of July, Bill's out chasing money. They've got a list of people and means that the Rockefeller people have given them, and they're soliciting testimonials. They get testimonials from Albert Scott, one of the 4 Rockefeller guys, and the one with the closest ties actually to the most influential ties to John D. Rockefeller Jr. They go down to Johns Hopkins. They get a couple of psychiatrists write them nice testimonials. And Dr. Silkworth himself from Towns Hospital on July 27th writes a letter. And that letter of recommendation is what ends up in the doctor's opinion. It's the first thing in the doctor's opinion when the book gets published in April of '39. July 15th, Bill writes to Bob again, and he says, tell him about the fundraising and the testimonial solicitations. And he plans to solicit. Now, he's got letters of introduction from Albert Scott, he says. He's going to solicit money from the founder and president of RCA and NBC. RCA, we're talking the titan of radio here. The chairman of the board of U.S. Steel. He's going to go talk to the president and CEO of General Motors. And he's going to talk to the acting head of J.P. Morgan. They actually pulled those things. Bill was not a bashful guy when he was out looking for money, clearly. He was always chasing after Henry Ford, but he never even got his foot in the door with Henry Ford. August 5th, finally, this alcoholic fund turns into the Alcoholic Foundation. They have legal documents. They actually set up a foundation. Richardson, Amos, Scott, and Chipman are the 4 Rockefeller guys. They're part of the deal. And Dr. Bob, Bill Rudell, who got sober the previous February, Bill and Hank are part of the deal. Bob mails in his proxy vote. Bob doesn't come down from Akron for this meeting on August 5th. From August to September, Bill loses several weeks exploring what seemed to be the real possibility of an alcoholic hospital in Washington, D.C. I think this is a fascinating story, but it's a dead end. So we're not going to spend a lot of time, but I got a lot of stuff on it in the book. It's really interesting, I think. And all of this hard work never comes to anything. It just falls apart at the end. Tuesday, August 30th. Dr. Bob, his wife Ann, and Bobby, Smitty, arrive in Brooklyn for a 3-day visit with the Wilsons. This is the first time these two guys have been together since the previous April. Bob arrives just in time to make the weekly meeting. And you just gotta wonder, what he thought about that meeting, which was really very different what was going on in New York in August of 1938 and what was happening in Akron in their meetings, which had a lot of non-alcoholic Oxford group people in them. So anyhow, Bob is still getting the small monthly checks from the Rockefeller contribution, but Bill, Hank, and Fitz are dead broke. This is Fitz Mayo, the second guy Bill got sober in late 1935 after he got Hank sober, and haven't raised any money whatsoever. But Hank Parkhurst he's got a new plan. There's this Sunday magazine newspaper supplement called This Week, and it goes out to 5 million different Sunday newspapers. Shows up in almost everybody's front, in living room at the time. So in early September, one of their members, Silas Bent, has an in, and he writes an article. He's going to write an article about their cure and get it placed in This Week magazine. In that article, Hank wants to offer several chapters of their upcoming book for just $1. Hank says, it's just the price of a pint of cheap whiskey. Nobody could object to $1. Except Bill, we got a problem. We've only got 2 chapters. Those 2 chapters you wrote back in late May and early June, and people are going to expect more than 5 chapters for their $1. So Bill Wilson, with his arm twisted by Hank Parkhurst with this Week project, starts to write again on September 15th. Thank you, Hank. This Week magazine proposal drags on for weeks and weeks, and actually weeks and weeks and weeks before falling apart completely. It never happens. But in the meantime, Bill is committed to write the rest of the big book. On September 26th, he starts writing on September 15th. September 26th, Bill writes a long impassioned letter to the board of the Alcoholic Foundation. He says, Hank, Fitz, and I are dead broke and deep in trouble. Something has got to be done. You guys just got to figure out a way to get us some money here. You got to raise some money. Amos appeals to Albert Scott, basically thinking maybe he could go and talk to John D. Rockefeller again. But instead, Scott insisted if money is so desperately needed, then the members must start paying regular dues. This was not a new idea. I had never heard this before. I thought this was amazing. In Frank Amos's letter back to Albert Scott, he says, last February, Parkhurst put the proposition of monthly contributions up to a large number of the New York alcoholics who accepted the plan in principle. Several of the wives, however, raised the kick, and the plan was abandoned for the time being. Upon being consulted, Dr. Smith advised emphatically that such a plan attempted at present with the Akron crowd would be demoralizing. September 27th, less than 2 weeks after he started writing the book, again, Bill sends off the first drafts of More About Alcoholism and We Agnostics to Dr. Bob in Akron. In the letter to Bob, Bill says, 2 more chapters of the book are close to completion. I'm enclosing the original dictation on 2 of them so you can get a rough idea. You will understand that what I am sending you is just a rough, uncorrected outline. We'll let you have the polished product when ready. The polished product when ready. The chapter, More About Alcoholism, seems to meet with general approval. People from New York like it. See what you think of some other points which should have been covered in it. And the chapter, We Agnostics, I don't like so much. It's still too preachy and rather disconnected. It might be better done on an entirely different basis, in the form of a dialogue between one of our former agnostics and a tough-minded bird lying in a hospital bed. What do you think? Can you imagine rewriting the entire We Agnostics chapter as a platonic dialogue? Then he says to Bob, perhaps it would be well not to show everyone these chapters. Now, the last time he said you should probably show it around a little. Now he says, he sends them 2 more chapters 4 months later. He says, perhaps it would be well not to show everybody these chapters except where you think people can contribute some new ideas which can be incorporated into the final write. In other words, Bob, I know some people out there are opposed to this project, so don't bother showing them these chapters to those guys. October 3rd, Frank Amos gets Bill and Hank an appointment to pitch the book to Harper's and Brothers, a big New York City publisher. Hank knows a guy down there, the religion editor. And Harper offers them $1,500 advance. Now they're going to have to sell 5,000 books to earn that back before they get any money after the book is published, $1,500 advance. And Wilson is really, he's just off the charts. I mean, he's going to be a published author. I mean, that's a fabulous, exciting news to be given. But Hank Parkhurst argues loudly that they absolutely have to turn this over down. He tells Bill, and he had a whole bunch of arguments, but this is the key one in my opinion. He tells Bill, if this book proves to be our main textbook, why would we want our main means of propagation in the hands of someone else? Shouldn't we control this thing ourselves? Hank Parkhurst is the reason that Alcoholics Anonymous is still in the publishing business when it comes to our own literature. Harper's Brothers, if they'd gotten hold of this thing, would still be publishing it, and we would not be in control of it. So once more, thank you, Hank. Good job. The Rockefeller people completely disagree with this. They advise strenuously against self-publication. They're just completely against it. But Hank prevails in his arguments with Bill. He's got an even better plan. They're going to form their own company. They're going to call it the 100 Men Corporation. I know everybody thinks it was Works Publishing, but that name doesn't show up until February. It was the 100 Men Corporation they were selling stock in. And he said they're going to sell stock for $25 a share. And that money will support the Parkhurst family while the book is being prepared. That money, we got Rockefeller money going to Bob. We're going to have stock money going to Hank. But what's Bill going to live on? Once more, Charles Towns comes to the rescue. And he offers to pay Bill $300 a month for 6 months so that he can do this book writing project. $200 are going to go to Bill every month, and $100 is going to go to Ruth Hawk. Now, Ruth Hawk was the secretary that Hank had in his business in Newark, New Jersey, Honor Dealers. And we'll hear a little bit more about Ruth later on. That's a 1945 picture. Ruth was 26 when they hired her. And the first check arrives from Charlie Towns on October 14th. So he's getting money. He's just spent a month writing the book, and he gets paid at the end of the monthly period. Meanwhile, out in Akron, Bill is constantly kind of badgering Bob for copies of the personal stories from Akron. And but Bob is having some real trouble getting people to write them. People are not on board with this book project. They really think it's a money-making deal for Bill Wilson. They'll try and write a story, but then he pulls it. And Bill Dotson, AA number 3, refuses to write a story at all. When Smitty talks about this, he says both of these guys, the problem was that they insisted on getting paid. They wanted to get paid. Bill Wilson's going to be making money off of this, then by God, I'm going to get paid for my story. Of course, Wilson had no money to do that. So there was this antagonism going on between Akron and New York at this point. Earl Treat, also the guy who's gotten sober and gone off to New York, gone off to Chicago. That whole spreading the message thing would have been a great story for the book, but Earl Treat doesn't write a story either. Earl's story shows up in the second edition in 1955, but nothing in this first edition of the big book. So Bob, to keep his sponsor, we don't talk sponsors in those days, but basically to keep his sponsor happy, comes up with a clever solution. He enlists Jim Scott, a recently sober newspaperman, to quietly interview the Akron members and then go home and write the stories up for them. And that really works. So November 3rd, Bill sends Bob 3 new chapters. And he says, I'm enclosing you 5 chapters, 2 of which we have already seen in rough draft. That would be more about alcoholism and we agnostics. All these can be improved a lot, and I agree that the chapter to the agnostic should be longer and perhaps somewhat different in character. I'm turning this stuff out as fast as I can, being only once corrected dictation. You can't call it serious writing. After I get through with these general chapters on the present basis, I will edit them as carefully as I can, bearing in mind the criticism and suggestions from anyone who wants to make them. So you might be showing this stuff around, asking people what they really think. Okay, now we've expanded. It's going to be like anybody out there. I find it pretty hard to get people to voice their real opinions. This is in New York. You guys got pretty hard to get people to voice their real opinions, as they are too much afraid of hurting the author's feelings. So I wish you would make a special effort to get people to speak their minds. In my opinion, the stuff I have done is not always clear, is sometimes too long-winded, and may not always be the best possible presentation. So I wish you would tell people to speak up or forever hold their peace, because this project is moving ahead. And then he says, I hope to get out there about December 1st for a week or two so we can cover these matters better. So he was out there in April. He says he's hoping to get out in December. He doesn't get back out to Akron until the 1st of March. He says, everyone who has seen the personal stories from Akron think they're great. So that's good. We're happy with the personal stories. Thank you, Bob. The 3 new chapters that went to Bob on this particular sending were to wives, the family afterwards, and working with others. And we've got some circumstantial evidence around that makes that really, really solid. November, Hank Parkhurst and Ruth go to a writing school in New York City, and they both now feel that they can start critiquing Bill's writing. By the way, if you've ever sat down and read Hank Parkhurst's stream of consciousness story called The Unbeliever in the first edition, first printing of the book, you can see that he went to this writing school and decided he's going to do that. And Bill later commented that he didn't go for Hank's advice very much. Around the same time, while desperately trying to sell stock in the 100 Men Corporation, Hank Parkhurst wrote to employers. And but this story, I don't think this story was ever sent to Akron. I don't know that Hank Parkhurst ever went out to Akron, but if they thought Bill Wilson was the snake oil salesman from New York, which was kind of what a lot of these people seem to think, Hank Parkhurst would have been several notches up for that. He was a high pressure salesman. So the stock isn't selling, and the drunks in New York don't have enough money, and they're suspicious of the whole project to begin with. And by the way, no one in New York, in Akron, in Ohio, Cleveland or Akron ever bought a single share of stock in the 100 Men Corporation. As usual, Hank Parkhurst has a plan. He's going to offer the stock on a time payment plan of just $5 a month for 5 months. And also, he and Bill drive up and have a personal appointment with the managing director of Reader's Digest, and they get what they think is a commitment that they're going to print an article the week the book comes out. And they're really solid on that. It never happens, but they go back and they tell people that, and they offer them this $5 a month thing, and all of a sudden the stock starts to sell. November 4th. As managing editor, Hank hires Janet Blair to be one of the book's 2 text editors. I had never heard of Janet Blair. All of a sudden, somebody down in Florida donated letters. This happened, I don't know, 5 or 6 or 8 years ago. Donated letters from Janet Blair to Bill and Hank about the editing she did on the book. And just an amazing, I think it was a niece, thrice removed or something, who had those things and donated them. And I immediately got a call from the archivist, GSO, saying, "Oh, you got these letters." He had already secured Tom Usel's services to be the other editor. Most people who know anything about the editing of the big book have heard Tom Usel's name. Usel was going to take the macro view of the text. He was going to do the Uber version of how it should be laid out and put together and stitched together. And Blair was going to work on the chapters, on the paragraphs themselves. November 9th. Bill writes to Bob complaining about the lack of response from Ohio. He says, "I'm glad to hear you like the chapters I sent you, but I wish you'd be more critical of them, for I think they can be improved a lot. I have but 2 more of the general chapters to write, and then I shall come out." Now Bill's later, I was shocked by this, but there's primary documents over all these archives about this. Later, Bill said that he had sent chapters to Ohio, quote, "for debate and inspection," unquote, but that Dr. Bob, quote, "never passed them around very much, merely writing me saying he thought they were all right." So much for the blood on the floor arguments about what was going into the book out in Ohio. Despite Bill's repeated requests for checking and criticism of the proposed chapters, he said Akron offered him nothing but the warmest support. That's an Alcoholics Anonymous comes of age. That's we call that damning with faint praise. I was looking for this, but I got nothing but the warmest support. Yeah, it's great, Bill. Good job. We're fine with that. November. Bill writes A Vision for You, and A Vision for You is basically the telling of the Akron story. Hank and his ideas wanted to do a history, and this is a history. And also, I think Bill Wilson was a consummate politician. I think this story was written to kind of temper some of the lost feelings the Akron people were feeling. And then Hank writes the Q&A chapter. This is really interesting. It's so interesting. I included it as an appendix in my book. It's 15 pages long as he typed it up. There's 94 questions. Bill rejected it as anything that would be going in the book. But it's a real snapshot of what Hank Parker's thought was going on in New York City in Alcoholics Anonymous in the last quarter, let's say, of 1938. So if you do get a hold of the book, I really recommend you check out that. It's really great. First week of December. Now we got all the chapters but 5 and 6 written. First week of December, Bill famously writes the 12 steps. Now I got to tell you, I've got this whole origin story that he tells about the 12 steps. I find it tremendously suspect in the extreme. There is no contemporary evidence for the 6-step program that Bill claimed they were based on. And there is just tons and tons and tons of contemporary evidence. I mean, there's 30 stories written by guys other than Bill Wilson that got sober before the book was published. None of them mention anything remotely like 6 steps. And that's not just the only stuff. There's the Frank Amos report from February of 1938. There's Hank Parker's Q&A chapter. There are a number of versions of Fitz Mayo's story that are just really, really enlightening, just amazing. So anyhow, but it's a complicated topic. We can't go into that for this. It's another whole presentation. You can read chapter 23 in my book. So over the next 3 weeks, Bill writes how it works into action. And obviously he couldn't write those until he had the 12 steps written. On November 3rd, Bill had told Dr. Bob, I find it pretty hard to get people to voice their real opinions. They are much too afraid of hurting the author's feelings. I would suggest that members weren't very concerned or invested while Bill was writing about the problem of alcoholism. I think the real argument started when he started to write about the solution, chapters 5 and 6. And those famous arguments didn't take place in the Akron meetings, as we've seen, nor did they really happen much in the New York meetings. Here's an eyewitness account. This guy says, this is Tom Burrow. He says he got sober in the middle of November, and then he drank again just before Christmas. So here's December. He says after the meatballs and spaghetti, they always had food. We had the same tall, lanky guy, Bill Wilson, came out of the dining room with a legal pad, and he sprawled out on the floor with his back to the folding doors, and he started to read what he'd written on this legal pad. Maybe I was too fogged up and I didn't get the full significance of this thing, but at any rate, I listened while these folks wrangled. Change a comma here, a question mark there. One said, you don't put that in, put this in. And finally, the meeting had ended. Yeah, there's another lame critique from the crew about what Bill's writing. So there were real arguments about this, but they didn't take place in either the Akron or the New York regular meetings. It took place in the Newark offices of Honor Dealer. And that was between Hank Parkhurst, who wanted a psychological book, and Fitz Mayo, who very, very, very much wanted an explicitly religious book. Hank Parkhurst won this argument. He just, of course, there was a no contest. They were just so radically different human beings. Hank didn't just win, he won big time. Bill Wilson would not agree to change most of the things he had written. He did not take the edits well. He hated to change things that he'd already written. I can identify with this very much. But he did agree to adopt some of Hank Parker's most important suggestions. There was a huge emphasis on higher power, a huge emphasis on a power greater than ourselves. And of course, God as we understand him, which Wilson was not happy about putting in at first, but he got his arm twisted and it was put into the deal. And he called that later, Bill Wilson called that a 10 strike, without which Alcoholics Anonymous would probably not have succeeded. Okay, well, another New Year's Eve here. And this year, there's a New Year's Eve party at Hank's house in Montvale, New Jersey. If possible, they were even more joyous this celebration than the year before when they thought they were going to get all this money because now they got a book finished. They got a book in hand. It's done by New Year's Eve. And I love this fact. Gussie Kellogg, in one of her taped interviews about what went on in those days, she said there was no cheering at midnight at this meeting, this particular New Year's Eve party. They held hands and said the Lord's Prayer. Now, you got to love a story like that. That's a great AA story. I like that. So on January 2nd, Tom Usel has the manuscript and he writes to Hank, on reading additional chapters and surveying the job as a whole, I found myself deeply moved, at times full of amazement, almost incredulity. And during most of the reading, I was extremely sympathetic. My feelings at the moment is that you should certainly hold on to the production and distribution of this volume, if you can, for she ought to go far, wide, and handsome and net those concerned a neat profit. Exactly what Hank had been saying over and over again. This was music to Hank's ears. January. Driven away by their lack of genuine concern for their money problems, Bill and Hank had severed all contact with the Rockefeller trustees in late September. But now, with the book about to be self-published, it was time for the Rockefeller men to acknowledge and accept that new reality. So on January 18th, the board meets again for the first time in 4 months. And Bob Smith drives down from Akron, and he attends this meeting for the first time. And they approve everything that's been happening in the past 4 months. And the non-alcoholic trustees even buy shares of stock in 100 Men Corporation. So this is a rousing confirmation, a rousing validation of what Wilson and Parkhurst have been doing. January, February, and March. This is important. Hank's wife, Kathleen, throws him out of the house, and he goes to live with the Wilsons for 10 weeks. He's living with Bill, and this is really important. There's a paper trail between these guys before the beginning of January. The last one is like January 4th, Hank writes to Bill, and there's a paper trail after this, which starts in mid-March. But while he's living with Bill in Brooklyn, they're sitting around the breakfast table or the dinner table talking. There's no paper trail. So he was almost certainly thrown out because Kathleen had discovered of his philandering with Ruth Hawk, which had been going on for a few months at this point. I always wonder if something happened at that New Year's Eve party, got Hank thrown out. So we got January 19th. The first printed publicity about AA appears in a New Jersey newspaper. It's written by Silas Bent it's a short article. And it's about Hank Parkhurst and how he stayed sober and how he's turned his life around. It's a short article. It's entitled There Is Hope. Early February, Dr. Silkworth writes the doctor's opinion. It's cobbled together with the July 27th letter he had written with material that he would later put in a medical journal article that was published in July of 1939. Strangely, Silkworth's name does not appear at the end, and he remains anonymous. Silky's name doesn't show up in the book until the second edition comes out, the first printing of the second edition in 55. No idea what that was all about. February 11th. Arguments over the best name for the book had been going on for months. It had come down to either The Way Out or Alcoholics Anonymous. Wilson and Parkhurst liked Alcoholics Anonymous very much. Hank sends Fitz to the Library of Congress in Washington, where he discovers that they have 25 books The Way Out, none Alcoholics Anonymous. Clear winner, Alcoholics Anonymous wins. February 14th, the board of the Alcoholic Foundation meets again, second time for the year. And the most notable thing in those minutes is now it's called the 100 Men Corporation for the first time. It's no explanation, just shows up that way. January through February, it's uncertain exactly who did what to the manuscript before the pre-publication multilith copy was made in mid-February. Bill had been constantly making changes. He'd been making changes since June. Every time he had Ruth Hawk type this thing back up again, those first 2 chapters for sure, and the other chapters, I'm also sure he was always doing edits and making changes. Also, Tom Usel, the big-time editor who got his hands on it, he was the guy who insisted on moving Bill's story from the back of the book to the front of the book, and that was his move. That was a thing that I'm sure Wilson would have liked to have done, but it wouldn't have been the sort of thing he could have suggested. But with Tom Usel suggesting it, it worked. And I do think it was really, really a good place to start our book with a real life story, a little witness going on there. Janet Blair certainly made numerous significant changes to the text. I mentioned one when we were talking about There Is a Solution and the way she was moving around that Carl Jung story. Mid-February, finally, the pre-publication comes out. It's printed and distributed. It goes to alcoholics, doctors, psychiatrists, ministers, and priests for review, comments, and corrections. Hank Parkhurst writes down all the comments and suggestions that come in one multilith copy held in the Newark office. That a facsimile of that multilith copy has been published by Hazelden, called The Book That Started It All. And if you don't have that book, if you haven't seen that book, I would recommend you go online after this presentation and buy that book. It's just an amazing document from Alcoholics Anonymous early history. March 1st, Bill finally goes back to Akron. He hasn't been there since April. Feedback on the big book? A few days later, Dr. Bob writes a letter to Frank Amos, and he says, everyone seems to like the book very much. Again, no criticism, no critique. What they didn't like, what they did criticize and critique, was that they just discovered that Bill had been selling stock and Hank had been selling stock to publish the book. Smith had been told about this in October, but he advised against telling anyone at all in Akron. He thought the people in Akron were going to go ballistic over this cheap money-raising concept. Some hard feelings, he says this to Frank Amos, some hard feelings among the boys over the way the book was financed, but I guess that was the only solution possible. Looks okay to me. March. One editing fact is known with certainty. Hank Parker's diligently edited the stories in the back that came in after mid-February. There were six handwritten manuscripts at the Stepping Stones archive showing his edits. And one of them, I've actually published Dick Stanley's article in the back, again in the appendix of the book, showing all those edits. But Myron Williams' story, Hindsight, Hank literally X'd out the first 7 pages completely and picks it up on page 8. So he was an aggressive editor. Hank also made one truly important to Bill's story. This is in the book that started it all, where they collected all the changes and suggested changes. This is in Hank Parker's handwriting. These 4 paragraphs that you can find on page 12 of Bill's story in our book today. These are the ones that really incorporate the second step in the Bill's story. Why don't you choose your own conception of God? That's something Hank Parker's definitely wanted to get in there. And it was only a matter of being willing to believe in a power greater than myself. Thank you, Hank. But the most important suggestion for changes in the multilith printing came from a New Jersey psychiatrist, Dr. Howard. He told them that they had to drop all the directive language, that you should stuff that was all over the book, and substitute suggestive language. This is what we did. Bill was incensed and refused to make the changes. Again, there's great documentations on this by a couple of eyewitnesses. March 24th, Hank, this is 17 days before the book is published and in their hands. 17 days before, he sends Bill a memo saying if he won't make those changes, Hank's going to form a committee of 6 or more members. He names who they are in this memo, and they're going to make those important changes to the book. They have to be done. If Wilson won't do it, he's going to get it done by committee. So Bill caves and he makes the changes. We now have a very suggestive book rather than a directed book. Thank you very much, Hank Parker. March 29th, Hank, Bill, and Ruth drive to the printer at Cornwall to deliver the manuscript. And Dorothy Schneider, Clarence Schneider's the big deal. He's a great guy, very interesting guy from Cleveland. He's Mr. Cleveland. His wife, Dorothy, joins them there. The printer claims the print manuscript is illegible, but Hank convinces them to start typesetting by promising that they will stay and proofread and correct each page. Bill interviewed a bunch of people for the book Alcoholics Anonymous Comes of Age, and Dorothy she did this great interview. She says she's on site. They're doing the final corrections to the manuscript before the big book is published. She says, "I can still see you, Bill. You were reading parts, different phrases. We were reading parts, different phrases to you, and you would weigh those phrases. Did this really say what you meant? Would it really help somebody? Would it offend this group, that group, or the other group?" And after one of those discussions, Hank was sort of pounding at you that a certain phrase was perhaps too strongly put. I can still hear you say, well, I don't want the thing to be so insipid that they don't get the idea of what they have to do to get sober. I mean, thank you, Dorothy. That's a beautiful thing. And here's another beautiful Dorothy. Back in New York City, Dorothy later recalled to Bill in this same interview, she said to him, "Bill, do you remember a few days after Cornwall that I was walking down the street with you? I can still see you. You must have had a premonition of what this AA was really going to be, because you shuddered all of a sudden. You pulled up the collar of your coat and you said, 'Good God, Dorothy, suppose this thing does really catch on. And if there are people out there that really want to stay sober.'" Dorothy said that after this brief moment of uncertainty, this shuddering moment of uncertainty, they both looked at each other and we both laughed. That could be one of my favorite moments in AA history. I love that. So I opened with Bill Wilson's comment about the book and how it's not how people think it would. I want to start with Dorothy Schneider in this same interview. She said, "The people talk as though there were 100 men, that they all went saintly and they were taken straight up to heaven, and God just guided Bill's hand. Bill just sat there and let the words come through. Actually, it wasn't anything like that at all. No, it wasn't anything like that at all. But on April 10th, 1939, the big book was published, and it's been keeping millions and millions and millions of people sober ever since." Okay, this is my book. You can find information about it on my website, writingthebigbook.com. Shouldn't be hard to remember that. There's a 3.5-minute video of me talking about the book. If you need to hear more from me, I presume you don't. It's got a table of contents. You can see exactly what's in the book. There's a sample chapter on the website, chapter 8, about how they wrote There Is a Solution. And it has a lot of stuff in there about the differences between Akron and New York AA at the time. There's 7 reviews there by AA historians. There's you can contact the author, and if you've got a question, send me a question. And there's an Amazon link for actually ordering the book. Thank you.
Okay, Bill, beautiful, man. Jeez. That's intense.
Where am I here? I can't close my.
That's intense. You're doing fine. We got you on this end. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions here that people have been asking. How long was the original Bill W. story? That's what, 16 pages in the big book. You may have mentioned it, but how long was the actual original story, and how can someone find that?
Well, if you mean by the original story, the one that was 12,000 words, you can find that online. And also, it's in the I got it. My book is a big book because I've got 10 appendices with full documents of things. So the original There Is a Solution is there. The original Bill Wilson story is there, and you can find that stuff online. Again, if you look in the book, there's places. If it's not in the back of the book, I tell you what you need to put in Google to get it.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, and this is one of the biggest controversies. You hear it. I've been sober 35 years. I've just heard this said from podiums and in meetings. Maybe some people will relate to it. So did they really mean that rarely have we seen a person fail? And there's even been debate that at one point they ever actually said never. Could you speak into that at all?
I'm happy to speak to that. It never happened. In the, I think it was in the mid 50s. Again, it's in the book. In the mid 50s, someplace they had a thing in the, I think it was the Grapevine, but it was like an answer box. You could ask Bill Wilson questions, and they asked him, were you going to change rarely to never? And he categorically says, no, I was never going to change that. Now, Bill Wilson was a pragmatist. Bill Wilson was a guy who looked for something that worked. He was not an absolutist, and changing it to never have we seen is an absolutist. That just goes against that man's grain, his psychic grain. He would never, even if he hadn't said that, I would say categorically, no, he never would have done that.
Oh, okay, good, yeah. And then, so here we are. Do you know how many big books have been printed over the years now in these 85 years? Do you have an idea?
No, I mean, I've seen that number, but I didn't hit the save button. I'm an old guy, so I can only remember so much different stuff. GSO's got that information. My window is October 37 to April 39. You know where the
okay, yeah, because there's
that. That's.
I heard Frank Mauser speak back in.
I should say, if people are going to the website and asking me questions, you need to. I only know about the stuff I've done this 11 years worth of research on. If you want to know what was happening in 1956 someplace, and I don't know.
Right.
I've heard the same stories you have, but I haven't been to the archive to check them.
Yeah, and you're available, Frank. You're available, Bill, to come speak and additional things. We've already talked that possibly in the next months to come with the COVID virus and all that we do another online event with maybe for you or 2 or 3 hours, and people could really, you can let your feet out a little more on what you've discovered, because there's so much to understand. And you're available to go out to conventions or conferences if you're available to do that, I'm sure, right?
Yeah.
I guess, I just want to make one comment. Frank Mauser years ago used to be the archivist of down in New York. He passed away since then, but he was a real passionate guy about the archives. And he used to say that after Bill died, the explosion of the big book was unbelievable. More people bought the big book than ever because he was the source. And when he died in 1971, Lois became a very wealthy woman because of the big book. And do you know anything about that at all? About where that's gone at all? Not your cut of pie, is it?
Anything I would say about that, if I had anything to say, would be something I heard in a meeting with no evidence to back it up. So
sure, yeah. Well, you've been wonderful, unbelievable. I don't know. Just let me do a quick check. I don't see any other. Bill says emphatically the 6 steps did not evolve into 12 because it was not any of the part of the original 30. It was not in any of the original 6 stories. However, there is a book and a story in the big book that talks about the 6 tenets. Do you know the combination, what that means, the relationship to that?
No, that's the story that Earl Treat wrote in 1955.
Oh,
Bill Wilson, the story about the 6 steps thing, the first instance I can find of Bill Wilson telling that story is May of 1949. That is 10 years and a couple of months after the book was published. That's the very first time I can find it. But it's a real, I mean, I had a really, the hardest chapter I had to write in that book was chapter 23, the one about the writing of the 12 steps. I'm telling you, it was just, I mean, it confounded so many of the stories I've been told and that Bill Wilson had told throughout his entire life. And it was, the evidence from the time was completely contradictory. And I was like, you got to be kidding me.
yeah.
What is that all about? I mean, our friend Jay Stinnett was on earlier, and I'd be calling Jay up saying, how can I make sense out of this? What's going on? And it's read the book.
Read the book. Yeah. It's a big book. There's a lot to call over, and there's groups that are getting together and causing discussions and groups to talk about the book that you wrote about the book. So
Thank you.
we'll be talking about it for a long time. Great work. I mean, it's a life's work that you did there, and you gave us a real gift about understanding the beginnings. And Hank, boy, some of the guys who got lost and all that stuff. And so Ebby Thatcher had little to nothing to do with the book. He was just the guy that went to Bill, but he never did anything with the book or anything like that.
I think what he had to do with the book, especially when Bill sat down to write There Is a Solution, was Bill couldn't understand how come Ebby couldn't stay sober. He wrestled with that, I think, right up until Ebby finally did get sober and stay sober. But he just couldn't figure out what the problem was, And when he started to write There Is a Solution, I think Ebby, by the way, got drunk. He was he was drunk at that time. So Bill was really wrestling in his head. Like he had to write something that he thought would apply and be effective to Ebby. So yeah, I mean, in the sense, was Ebby standing there critiquing stuff? No, but was he in the forefront of Bill's mind when he was writing There Is a Solution? I think absolutely.
Yeah, and everyone that's what comes our way. It's a remarkable thing that we continue to study through it, learn it, define it, talk about it, understand the spirit behind it, that the filibustering of all these people, kind of lack of a better term, came together and this thing squeezed out, and we still adopt it after all these years as the tenet and the steps that works. And it's pretty amazing. So thanks again, Bill, for being here. And you've already told people how to get in contact with you. And we really appreciate your time today and coming in and sharing the inside of the history of AA. So thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, just we've got the next parts coming up. We're going to keep going, guys. If you got to take a pee or go for a coffee or a tea, go for it. Just going to take about 30 seconds to do a couple of announcements, and then we're going to go to Stepping Stones, which is the historical home of Bill and Lois up in New York. And the director of the Stepping Stones, Sally, is going to be there, and she's going to take us on a journey. It's wonderful. This is where Bill wrote the 12 and 12. And these it became a mecca, a place that people pilgrimage to go out and be at Bill and Lois's house and meet with them. So I just want to make a couple of quick announcements. Again, please don't record this. Do not take it and record it and put it on any websites or any place out in the world, and not on social media especially. And we want to say we're so far so good. We've been online the whole time. Everything's working. We've got people coming on and going out. We've been sending out emails. If you're getting multiple emails, we forgive you, folks. We're just trying to keep people online. Some people thought you had to be at the beginning. You can still get people on here. We still got a great hour coming at Bill and Lois's house. And then we got this emotional sobriety, the letter afterwards with Herb K and Dr. Berger. It's going to be incredible there. So stick around. Any questions? AA2020FAQ@gmail.com. I'm getting answers here. Donations, thank you for those who've already donated. If you can help out, please help us out, pay some of the bills here, and then we'll give the rest of these 2 houses, the Bill Wilson house and the Dr. Bob house. We'd appreciate your help. There's Venmo and PayPal there. You can do a quick, real thing. We appreciate everybody who's been very generous so far. And that's it. Coming up after this will be the emotional sobriety, our last session for the day. And but I want to go ahead and bring in our two gals, Sally Turco. My mind went blank, Sally. She's got a long name.
Sally Corbett Turco.
Sally Corbett Turco. There we go. Yes, there she is. And then Katie, her assistant up at the Wilson House. They are up in New York, right at the house. Wait till you see this, folks. This is an incredible place. And I've been there and I'm getting chills just thinking about it. You know, I went there one time and I walked around the property and it was like another place where you get in touch with the beginnings and the history of these people who saved our lives. So I'm not going to say anymore. You got the hour. Go for it. Sally, it's your microphone. Thank you for coming.
All right, thanks a lot. Let me get us started on the screen sharing, and then we'll get started.
Oops.
Just one sec. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see a picture of the front door of the Wilson's house. And we want to take a minute to thank Mike and his friends and let them know that we'll be sending them the coin with Bill and Lois on the front and the house on the back as a thank you for their service putting together this history tour today. And we also want to thank all the other presenters, especially Jay and Bill, who've been so supportive of Stepping Stones over the years and so involved in helping the history community to get so much information out there and shared with people. So thanks to everybody. And we have a lot to show, so we're going to go through it pretty rapid fire. Do we still have 50 minutes, Mike? Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're good. Just go ahead and do your thing. We'll be right on schedule.
Thank you.
Everybody's
Okay.
going to stick around because they love what we're doing. We've written lots of notes and everything is spectacular.
Excellent.
So just do your thing. You're going to be great. Don't miss this, folks. This is one of the best parts of the day.
Thanks, Mike. So today we're thrilled to share about Bill and Lois Wilson's lives, home, work, archive, and legacy. We can't replace an in-person visit through this presentation, but our hope is to intrigue you, to make you want to visit, return for a second visit, or to get involved with us in some way. We're up here in New York, and we're going to take you through a little bit of our archive and the Wilsons' lives and their property. This is their home. We hope that you will find that your recovery is inspired, gain some inspiration from a visit. If you want to stay in touch and you don't stick around to the end, here's the pertinent info. You can join our mailing list, check up on what events we're having, make a visit, learn more, explore our archive, and volunteer no matter where you are by getting to us through our website, steppingstones.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram by putting in Bill W. Home with no spaces. The Stepping Stones Foundation is the nonprofit tax-exempt organization that is the steward of Stepping Stones. It was founded in 1979 by Lois. So back in December, we celebrated 40 years of Stepping Stones Foundation. The mission of the foundation is to inspire recovery by preserving for the public the historic home, archives, and legacy of Bill and Lois Wilson. As you know who they are, so I don't need to tell you that part. There are a few of the books mentioned today that we have available on our website if you're interested in supporting us through a purchase, especially Bill Shaberg's book. I know we have some of those in stock for those who are interested in writing the big book. So Stepping Stones Foundation is responsible for preserving 100,000 original manuscripts, including 7,500 photographs, 10,000 objects, artworks, and furnishings, all original to the Wilsons, 6 structures, 8.17 acres, including flower and community vegetable gardens. As Mike said, we hope you'll refrain from recording or distributing this presentation because this was the material left by the Wilsons for the Stepping Stones Foundation to use So you can contact us if you need something for a project that you're working on. We're happy to work with you. Just to have an overview of our campus, Stepping Stones has the main building with the blue dot on it. That is the Wilson's home. And then next door is a 2-car garage. Up the hill is the writing studio. And then we have our offices in this other building. Stepping Stones is about an hour north of Manhattan, not to be mistaken from the birthplace in Vermont, which is the Wilson House. It's in the town of Bedford in Westchester County. Right here you see a sign that Bill made, and he hung it on a tree at 62 Oak Road. Here they are at Stepping Stones. You can see Lois is 4 years older than Bill. Stepping Stones became the home of the Wilsons in 1941 when they were in midlife. So it wasn't their retirement home. They were still actively working on AA and eventually Al-Anon while living here. It has been operated by the Stepping Stones Foundation since 1988. Lois founded the foundation in 1979 because the traditions would bar either fellowship from receiving the property. She served as the president of Stepping Stones until her death in 1988. In her lifetime, Stepping Stones became a New York and federal historic place and was named on the list of New York Women's Heritage Trail properties. Here's a view heading toward the entrance of the property. Another shot of the historic marker. That came to Stepping Stones in Lois's lifetime. A couple stories about the driveway. Lois was a city girl from Brooklyn. Bill was a country boy from Vermont. She much preferred a paved driveway, while he liked a gravel driveway. Well, after he passed away, she ended up paving the driveway. In midlife, one day she shoveled the snow off the entirety of this long driveway, and the next day she had a heart attack. Luckily, she lived to a very old age. She got proper treatment, having had many people connected with medicine in her family. And here we have some past presidents of Stepping Stones, along with myself and Bill W.'s great niece, unveiling the historic marker, the National Historic Landmark designation. We unveiled it in 2015, and the reason we had multiple people do the unveiling is because the fellowships are WE programs, and it didn't seem right to just give one person the honor. This plaque says, among other things, that it's designated a National Historic Landmark because of Bill and Lois's pioneering work that advanced treatment of alcoholism and inspired addiction recovery programs throughout the world. So what we're going to do today is go through our archive a bit and the home, and then tell you about some things you can get involved in. Among the 7,500 photographs are these two. You've got Bill and Lois in childhood here. Lois on the right was the eldest of 6, born in 1891 in Brooklyn. She was the youngest of her siblings passed in infancy. Bill on the left was born in 1895 in East Dorset and raised with his younger sister, Dorothy. Here you have the earliest picture we have of Bill. Here you see Bill out front of the Wilson House, which today operates as a retreat center. They have AA meetings there, and it's a bed and breakfast. And they'll be reopening soon, so get in touch with them directly if you'd like to make a visit or participate in an event there. So you have Bill out front of the building that he was born in, and that's right next door to a church. And on the other side of that, on the same street, was his other grandparents' house. Today, it's the Griffith Library, which you can also visit when you visit East Dorset, as well as take in many of the sites around Manchester and Emerald Lake. This is a picture of Lois, along with 3 other generations of the Spellman women, her mom's side of the family. She's the youngest in the picture here. Now we have Lois on her first day of kindergarten. It had been brought from Germany, and mostly wealthier families could afford kindergarten. This is her in Brooklyn Heights in front of 182 Clinton Street. Here's another picture of 182 Clinton Street more recently. This is the place where Bill hit bottom. Meetings were held here even before AA was named AA. Many drunks sobered up here. Today it's a private residence. The gate is gone, but the doors are the same. The Wilsons lost this home in April of 1939. The contents were stored and then brought by them to Stepping Stones. Here you have a picture of the Burnham family, Lois's family, on the occasion of her parents' 25th wedding anniversary. Lois is on the floor in the center in black. Here are her parents, Dr. Clark and Mrs. Matilda Burnham. Dad was a gynecologist and a surgeon. Mom did some teaching before she began raising the children. Here are Bill's parents, Emily and Gilliam. Gilliam went by Gilly, and when Bill was a young boy, he went by Willie. They were divorced in 1905, and Bill was around 9-10 years old. Gilly, the quarryman, moved to Canada. Emily moved to Boston, and she pursued an osteopathic physician course in Harvard, graduating as one of the first women to graduate from that program. Bill was left with his grandparents to be raised in East Dorset, along with his sister. That caused him a lot of feelings of abandonment and sorrow. That sense of loss and abandonment caused him to have some deep bouts with depression, even as a young man. Another situation that occurred in Bill's young life was, as a teen, he was devastated by the loss of his first girlfriend, Bertha Bamford. She's shown here in this picture from 1912. He found out about her untimely death while at school. So Bill struggled with these situations, and one of his grandparents, his grandfather, would challenge him to different things to try to get his mind off of the sorrow. For instance, he challenged Bill to make a boomerang that, if thrown out, would return to him. And he told him that only a native from Australia could make a return boomerang. Well, Bill set about reading about aerodynamics, trying different wood to make a boomerang. He eventually made one from the headboard of his bed, and it returned, and he was given many accolades by his grandfather. So this idea of getting Bill's mind off things by challenging him was something that continued. He became the star baseball pitcher. He acted in plays. As you see here, he was class president. He was challenged to teach himself violin and became first violin in his school's orchestra, even though it was said he had a tin ear. And it was a small orchestra, a small school, so being first violin might not have been that big of a deal. But so he was very much engaged in activities when he could take his mind off his sorrows. Here's Lois. She attended fine private schools in Brooklyn, Friends School, etc. She graduated from Packard Collegiate Institute in June of 1912. Here she's shown second from the left in her basketball team photo. She held the position of guard. After college, she held a variety of jobs, ranging from teaching in New Jersey, teaching art classes for the YMCA, and working in department stores. The way that they came to meet is that Lois spent her summers, sometimes as much as half a year actually, in Vermont. The Spellman side owned a home in Manchester, and they were tied in with the social scene there and the golf club. They ran with people such as Abraham Lincoln's son. So his children were the younger Burnham family's playmates. East Dorset, where Bill was just a 13-minute drive. Sometimes the Burnhams would rent the Manchester place and go spend time at this camp. They felt that children should have a great deal of outdoor time. So this camp was a great opportunity for that. And Lois had a tea arbor, and Bill was one of her customers there. Here's a picture of Bill from around the time he met Lois. He struggled to finish his schooling due to his depression. Lois would end up being a great source of encouragement for him. He had an interest in engineering and went to Norwich University, a military college that was known as the West Point of New England. That was before he and the rest of his class was activated to serve in World War I. Here's a picture of Lois from around the time that she met Bill. Her younger brother, Rogers, was friends with Bill. In 1913, Rogers introduced Bill and Lois. Lois, being 4 years older, age 22, didn't pay much attention at first. But over time, they got to know each other, found out they had some shared interests. Lois was very athletic and loved aquatics. She was a great sailor. Bill wanted to impress her one day, so he converted a dinghy into a crude sailboat. And as Lois sailed the lake, he cut her off, and he ended up capsizing him. And he wasn't a good swimmer, so Lois picked him up and brought him to shore. As you can see, there were no hard feelings. Here they are in their wedding attire. And here's a sketch of the Swedenborgian Church in Brooklyn Heights where they were married. They first became secretly engaged in 1915, and they were wed on January 24th, 1918, before Bill went back for training and then the war in Europe. Here you have Bill. Shortly after the wedding began Bill's 17 years of drinking. When Lois visited the Army barracks in New Bedford, Massachusetts, she heard stories from Bill's Army buddies about carrying him back to the barracks with a pail by his head. The two had sworn off alcohol. He had been told that alcohol played a role in his parents' divorce. And also an older friend of his, Mark Whalen, who was like an uncle to him, warned him about alcohol. But yet here we see this document that Lois has labeled first drink. Bill writes to her from New Bedford, Massachusetts, and talks about a night where he was confronted with the drink. He contemplates the role of drinking alcohol. He writes, I love you with my whole heart, my whole soul, and my whole body. And he goes on to talk about a most peculiar party Sunday night. He's out with officers and socialites. He explains that they had beer at each place and beer in the rarebit. It was sure a poser for me, so the situation became impossible. I drank a glass of beer and ate the rarebit. It was the only thing I could do. He goes on and says, I'm trying to figure out this drinking business. I'm sure we're going to run against it a good deal. For instance, the CO here, evidently a very nice man with a nice family, offered the boys wine at that reception I missed. Of course, there are a great many times when one can refuse gracefully enough, and there seems to be times when you can't. What do you think, dear? Should we be teetotalers or shouldn't we? I couldn't see that the beer did anything to me, and I can't say I was crazy about the taste of it. Tell me, dear, just what do you think of it? Must go now, dear, and help dismount a gun. I love you, old pal. And here are the photographs that Bill carried overseas of Lois. They corresponded frequently, and sometimes Bill admitted regret about drinking. Lois thought, and she wrote this, life with her would be so stimulating that he wouldn't need to drink anymore. That was her hope about what would happen when he returned from war, but that didn't end up being the case. While he was In Europe, he had that famous visit written about in the big book in 1918 to Winchester Cathedral. It was so significant that in 1948, Lois clipped this National Geographic article about the headstone. The headstone of Grenadier Thomas Thetcher reads that he died of a violent fever contracted by drinking small beer when hot, the 12th of May, 1764, aged 26 years old. Of course, seeing that and experiencing Winchester was a spiritual experience for Bill. While Bill was in Europe and continued drinking, Lois very much wanted to be in Europe with him. She applied to a YMCA program. They were training occupational therapists, but because on her application, she listed the Swedenborgian Christian sect as her religion, they denied her access to the program. So instead, she got into a War Department program and became an occupational therapist working at Walter Reed Hospital. Here you see her in 1919, along with some of her patients. She actually worked with the men who back then they would have referred to as having shell shock, which today you might call post-traumatic stress. When Bill came back from the war, she came back to New York. She got a job at Brooklyn Naval Hospital. Lois ended up working on and off in occupational therapy and physical therapy between her 3 ectopic pregnancies until 1925. That includes a stint at Bellevue Hospital, where she worked on the women's mental health ward. Now, Lois would do that by day, and then at night come home to a husband struggling with alcoholism. There were times that were great joys, though, interspersed between all of the bad drinking episodes. Some of the times that were best for them were when they got out in nature, which they both loved, and also this trip that we're going to tell you about. When Bill first came back from Europe, he was interested in the law and went to Brooklyn Law School, but he never finished his coursework. He got interested in Wall Street, and he did have some successes there, but lost jobs due to his drinking. In the 20s, he thought it would be important to go out and investigate headquarters and factories in order to find out if companies were worthy of investment. He made reports and sent them back to investors. At first, this trip that they took by buying a motorcycle and overpacking it and roaring off, they were paying for this all themselves. So the trip wasn't subsidized. They ended up working odd jobs on farms and other places, camping out on strangers' property. And eventually his reports were so valued that people did help finance the trip. So Lois liked these times when he would drink less, when they were out and about doing these travels. She wrote about this journey in a book called Diary of Two Motorcycle Hobos. If you're interested in it, the official copies of it are in our archive, and you can contact us. Well, when they got back from that trip, all bets were off. His drinking continued. And Lois found this letter one day when she walked in on Bill, passed out on the floor. The letter speaks of broken dreams and lost opportunity. Lois read it, ripped it up in anger, and threw it at Bill. She felt bad about that later, so she reassembled it. In it, Bill wrote, "Why should I continue in this way? What is in each side of the balance? On the one side of the scales is the love and devotion of my wife, whose whole life is given to the task of making me happy and successful in whatever I undertake." He goes on to talk about his love of the rest of his family. And then also, another thing on the side of quitting drinking was, as he says, "There is my pride and the desire to feel at the end that I have left the world better than I found it." I think it's remarkable that he's drinking and writing this and pondering whether he could leave the world better than he found it. Well, he might not have known that at that moment while he was drunk, but we can say today that he certainly left the world better than he found it. And he wraps up this letter asking, "Shall I go on breaking hearts over such a mess of pottage? I think not." Well, he did end up continuing drinking for several more years. A treasure in our archive is the family Bible. It was Lois's Bible. It became the Wilsons' Bible. And this is just one page from it. On it, he pledged that he would quit drinking 4 different times. The last pledge is 1930, and he wrote, "Finally and for a lifetime, thank God for your love." Well, he continued drinking 4 more years. And we start to see Lois's need for a program of her own. Here is a letter that she wrote, and she, just like they usually start their letters, wrote, "I love you, I love you, I love you." And she goes on and talks about the struggles she's having. She writes, "God grant that day be soon, for it doesn't seem as if I could keep going on like this night after night." She seeks wisdom, and she says, "I couldn't go through another, and yet another comes, and yet another, till my heart is like a stone within me. It is too heavy and great a source of dullness, spreads over me till all things, good or bad, taste alike. God help me to help him, my boy, who is more than life to me. Give me wisdom and strength and patience." And although Lois really hopes that her influence will help Bill quit drinking, we know that Ebby Thatcher's visit was pivotal. Ebby was a friend from his youth. Ebby was also connected around Manchester. And more than likely, Bill had played sports with his brothers. Ebby was a bit of the black sheep of the family. And Bill had only really drank with him like one time. But Ebby found out that Bill was in a bad way, and he had gotten sober through help of people from the Oxford group, and he sought out Bill in Brooklyn. That visit inspired Bill to take one last treatment at Towns Hospital. And we have the letter where Bill writes to Lois saying that he's going to Towns. He says, "Dear Lois, I think that if I said matters approached a crisis, the inevitable result of the first drink, I should go to Towns. I am going there." Well, she was very upset, and she wrote the little yellow letter on the top. And she writes that she was hurt and sore that he hadn't consulted me. I was paying the bills. So here's the bill actually from Towns Hospital. It was $125 for 1 week at Towns Hospital, where he was treated by this gentleman, Dr. Silkworth, the little doctor who loved drunks, nicknamed Silky. And Silkworth encouraged Bill when he had his white light spiritual experience there. That was a very important situation, because as a man of science, he might have discouraged him and just told him he was hallucinating, but instead he encouraged Bill. I'll go back to Ebby for 1 second. Ebby's role, obviously pivotal. Ebby doesn't end up having continuous sobriety. He ends up dying sober, but here you see him laying down on the ground with Bill when he was actually at a recovery farm and Bill was visiting. Bill continued to consider Ebby his sponsor, even though Ebby had relapses. And we all know, especially from all the stories told earlier today, of course, Bill goes to Akron. He's in the Mayflower Hotel, considering going in the bar, and instead makes phone calls that lead to helping Dr. Bob get sober. And he meets with him. Bob agrees to a short meeting. They end up meeting for hours. And that ends up being the first meeting of what would become Alcoholics Anonymous. When Bill comes back, as Bill Shaberg has described, he has this book project on his mind. And we're really very fortunate to have the very first big book ever off the press in our collection. And that is this document. We know that at the last international convention, AA said, I believe, that 35 million had been printed in English alone. So that now that 5 more years have passed, I would guess that approximately 40 million by the time July rolls around, probably about 40 million will have been published in English alone. And it's in 72 other languages, Braille and audio. So this, the very first one, is inscribed to Lois, and Bill writes, "To Lois, one whose loving care and fortitude in our dark days together made these pages possible. So to her, this first book of the first edition is lovingly and thankfully given, Bill, in memory of the 5th Christmas in 1939. Lois wrote a poem and attached it to the book. And that poem reads, "One time there was a funny man who lived at 182. He had so many drunks around who didn't know what to do. So he nursed some, he razzed some, he taxied some to Bellevue. Yet the oddest thing about him was he really fixed a few." We put a light behind this page and found that her original first line of this poem was actually, "The author of this book was a funny man." We don't know what influenced the change of that and covering that over, but it was interesting to learn that. Around the time the book came out, April 1939, the Wilsons lost their Brooklyn home, which was really the Burnham family home. They couldn't afford the payments. The pause that had been placed on foreclosures had been lifted at that point. They moved their possessions to storage and ended up living in 52 different places over the course of 2 years. Some groups even passed a basket because they knew of their situation. Well, a woman named Helen Griffith was friendly with some people from AA, in particular a lady from New Jersey named Joan C. And she heard about what was happening with the Wilsons. She said they ought to consider this place that she had in Bedford. She dabbled in real estate. She also was an actress and an artist. You can look her up on IMDb. That's Helen Griffith. Well, they at first blew off the idea. They thought, we can never, ever afford Westchester. Well, eventually she poked around and found out about their finances. She found out they were paying $20 a month for storage, and Bill was getting a little gas reimbursement, and Lois was making a little bit at the department store. So all in all, she knew they could afford $40 a month. She made them an offer they couldn't refuse. It would be $40 a month, no money down, no interest the first year, no bank involved. Of course, they couldn't have any credit at that point, so they couldn't involve a bank. And the grand total would be $6,500 for the home that you see here and 1 acre. So in March of 1941, after 2 years of homelessness, they were able to have their very first home of their own. This is a recent picture of the home. They expanded the property over time when their finances eventually stabilized, and today it's 8.17 acres. Next door to the house, Bill eventually built a 2-car garage that you see them standing in front of it here. This is what it looks like today. We think that Bill angled the roof. You know, he did have an engineering background from his time at Norwich University. We think that he angled the roof possibly to distract you from the fact that there are 2 different size garage doors. Well, today, thanks to the support of friends, we were able to take the interior, which was just really storing old junk and garden supplies, and make it into a welcome center with accessible bathrooms. So when you visit, you can see the archive display and enjoy our shop. Here's another view of the house. Lois's garden encircles the house. They again moved in spring of 41. This is a 1920 Dutch colonial revival, and we will be celebrating the 100th anniversary of the home this fall. For Lois and Bill, it was a relief and joy to be at Stepping Stones. Lois felt that they could use a lot of their faculties and talents that had been dormant throughout the years of homelessness So after the 17 years of his drinking, his early recovery, helping AA to blossom, and then living on the goodness of others for 2 years, they finally got to be at Stepping Stones. Lois made this picture, a map, to invite people to various events here. And she put the sun shining and smiling over Stepping Stones. When they moved in, Bill wrote this letter to Dr. Bob, whose health was declining. And he wrote, "This place is going to be a godsend for Lois and me, and for you and Annie too, if you will only have it so. To begin with, it is a real retreat well away from this AA business." At first, they actually named it Bill Lowe's Break, but when it wasn't a break from all the 12-step work they were doing, they renamed it Stepping Stones. They loved to get out and about on the property. Bill would walk as many as 5 miles a day. This is a fountain that's actually a restoration project coming up for us. We know how happy they were here from Lois's diaries. Her diaries that had a lot of sorrow in them previously and struggles turned to a lot of joyful mentions of things like plants and woodchucks. This guy actually lives on the property right now. And they write about in the journal how they were trying to keep him out of the vegetable garden, and we're still doing that today. So Lois's diaries are a real treasure because they not only document what went on here, but as Bill Shaberg mentioned earlier, they tell a lot of AA's history too. Lois loved gardening, and she even brought this historic yellow rose bush with her from Brooklyn. You can see that in the corner. Their dear friend Nell Wing wrote that Lois planned the landscaping and brought even trees from Vermont and birches, and she loved weeding. Here's another view of the garden. We know what she planted and where she planted it from her diaries, so we're able to keep that up. She also loved birds, so throughout the property we maintained these blue bird houses like ones that she had. She loved to draw and paint, and so this is a book plate that she made the drawing for. If you're interested in knowing all the books on the property, you can go to the archive page of steppingstones.org and you can download the whole list. They had so many visitors that Bill attached a circle triangle symbol to the chimney so that when people walked up from the train, they would know that they were going to the right house. So you can see that symbol up top there. And now we'll go in the house through the back porch and into the living room. Now you're starting to see some of the 10,000 objects that we conserve. This view shows some curtains, but they were so broke when they first moved in that Lois actually painted curtains above those doors. She reupholstered most of the furniture throughout the house. This table, which is sort of dwarfed by all of the fancier furniture around it, is very significant. This dining table was made by one of Bill's grandfathers. And as we said before, he was raised by his grandparents. So this was a very special item. And the fact that it made it through all of the different moves and struggles is a big deal. Most of the artwork and furniture in the house is from Lois's side. And really, I think the most important thing to note in this room is what might have happened here. And we know from talking to old timers what they saw when they were here with Bill. We have accounts that Bill would sit quietly with a newcomer going through the steps right there in front of the fireplace. We also know from family of the Wilsons that they would have big parties with lots of music, friends and family. They did allow people to drink in the house, but according to relatives, it never got out of control because people understood Bill's role. Next to the fireplace is a little star with a canister that can light up, and it was actually a fire starter, but Bill enjoyed walking around parties with it. They were famous for a lot of different parties. They would have a 12th night party and a New Year's Day open house. But here you see them on an anniversary. They loved music. We have about 5 boxes of their sheet music, mostly American and classical music. Lois played piano and Bill played cello and violin. He was self-taught. Lois even kept all of the programs from when they would go and take in music together, like the New York Philharmonic. She even notes here on this program that you see that they spent their 25th wedding anniversary at the New York Phil. They returned from the annual AA dinner in Washington to get to that concert. The type of music that they would play would be songs like It's a Long Way to Tipperary, The Wearing of the Green, and In the Gloamin', and Home Sweet Home. Here's one more picture. We had to show it because it's rare to find a picture of Bill smiling. So there you see it. Behind that piano, which Bill had bought for Lois when he was doing well on Wall Street, is a picture that ran in the 1955 Grapevine with Bill's article, Why Alcoholics Anonymous is Anonymous. And it cautions about going after power, fame, and money. And now we're going to go into a room that they nicknamed the Spook Room for a few reasons. One, Lois and their housekeeper thought that the room might have been haunted because they would put something down and then when they came back, it wasn't in the same spot. But also there was a period of time when Bill and Lois would, on some Saturday nights, get together with friends and have seances, use a Ouija board, and do what's called automatic drawing and automatic writing, which is basically trying to interpret what they thought spirits were saying to them. They kept a book called the Spook Book, and that's also in our archive. It has those drawings and those writings from those sessions. That was not an unusual activity for a lot of people in that era, especially post-war, when people were interested in trying to see if they could get in touch with deceased relatives. For some, it was more of a parlor game. So inside that room, it's the only room that isn't just like Lois left it, but we're making good use of it now because the man on the bed painting, the original painting that first appeared in the AA Grapevine that was given to Bill, has now been put back on view. It had been in our archive for years, but with the help of friends, we have a proper frame that actually protects it from humidity and acidity. So we hope you'll come and see that. It's stellar in person, unlike any copy you'll see anywhere. The back of it actually has the original name for the man on the bed painting. The artist named it Came to Believe. And now we'll go in Nell's room. She was like a daughter to them. She was a secretary from AA, and she got the position through a temp agency. They said they didn't have any jobs for her, but on the way out the door, they said, would you be interested in working for these AA people? And she had read an article about AA, and she said, sure. She thought she was going to be a short timer there just to make a buck to go pursue her art career. Instead, she fell in love with AA, even though she was not alcoholic, and ended up eventually becoming Bill's secretary and then AA's first archivist in 1975. She would come up to the Wilsons' house every week or two to work with Bill. They never had children of their own, but she was the closest to a daughter that they ever had. And now we're going to go into one more guest room off the living room through the elevator. When Lois was in her 90s and people were trying to convince her to go move to a one-story, she refused and put in an elevator and got herself a golf cart so she could get around. And now you see some more blue. You may have noticed the blue on the doors at Stepping Stones. Blue was Lois's favorite color. Here you see some of her collections. You see her shell collection on the left. And this is a room that lots of different people stayed in. People did not just come and stay a night. They would come and stay months and years. The Wilsons sometimes had to get a place 20 minutes away to get a break from all of the activity at home. Among the people that stayed in this room were Howard, cousin Howard, Bill's cousin, who he brought from Manhattan to sober him up. And then also Bill's mom, who you see here. She came and stayed quite a while in late life. Other people that stayed there, his half sister by his dad's second marriage, Helen, as well as Ebby Thatcher came and stayed for a very long time. Bill rigged up a system where the house guest would have to be the one to respond to an alarm in this room in order to get the coal stove going in the morning. He hated to be cold, but it was the guest's responsibility to get the stove going. And now we'll go in the kitchen, again off the living room. It's said in the literature that as many as 40 people would drop by for a cup of coffee on a Saturday. So they were well prepared for that. And here you have Lois with their longtime housekeeper, Harriet. Lois hated to cook. Eventually, when they had enough money, they were able to employ Harriet. We even have a cookbook of Lois's that's called the I Hate to Cook cookbook. This is a significant spot in the house and on the tour because this table is the table that Bill had in Brooklyn. And in the big book, his account is that this is the table where Bill and Ebby sat, and Bill was so impressed with Ebby's sobriety. And it was part of what inspired Bill to go back for a final treatment at Towns Hospital. Here's another view of the table and the coffee pot, just one of their coffee pots. They had many. We know this from seeing them in various movies and photographs. So this is the table that, according to Bill, he would have attempted to pass the drink to Ebby. He said, I pushed a drink across the table. He refused it. Disappointed but curious, I wondered what had got into the fellow. He wasn't himself. Come, what is this all about? I queried. He looked straight at me simply but smilingly. He said, I've got religion. And then Bill goes on and eventually says, he had come to pass his experience along to me, if I cared to have it. I was shocked but interested. Certainly I was interested. I had to be, for I was hopeless. So we hope you'll come and get your picture at that table. And now we're going to go upstairs to the gallery, but first we'll point out that when they had children visiting, Lois would allow them to have puppet shows from that balcony. So the upstairs is a gallery, as Lois called it, and she said it was like a museum. In the middle of the last century, she created a memorabilia display for us. So when we get to this point in the tour, we always like to say, Lois knew that you were coming. And this is also a very significant spot because this is the place where Al-Anon family groups had its start. It's the first clearinghouse of Al-Anon was at this desk. In 1951, Lois and her friend Ann B. wrote to about 80 people and asked if they'd like to be a part of Al-Anon. About 50 families responded, and that was the start of Al-Anon right in this room. They eventually outgrew this space and got an office in New York and then eventually moved to Virginia Beach. The way Al-Anon got started was that eventually, after seeing the signs for years that Lois needed Al-Anon, and after some nudging from Bill, she decided it was time to start Al-Anon and create the formal clearinghouse. Well, one of the incidents that made her realize she needed a program of her own was when Bill invited her to come along to a meeting, and she threw a shoe at him and said, damn you and damn your old meetings. She told that story many times as one of her wake-up calls. So here's the long view of the gallery, and you could see there's much more to it than we can go through today, but we'll highlight a few things. There were many gifts from all over the world. So here you see items from Ireland, the Yucatan and Mexico in general. The Last Supper is from the Yucatan. Lois had many collections, including this little dinosaur collection. She made a card catalog for all the books that they had, and she organized them all by theme throughout the room. There are many friends of AA and AA early members throughout the room. Here we have Sister Ignatia from Cleveland Charity Hospital, 1958. This wall is most significant because of the letter from Dr. Carl Jung to Bill. Bill had written about his appreciation for Carl Jung's ideas, and Dr. Jung wrote back, and this letter is available on our website as well, on the archive page. This wall is mostly family photos, and you can see the blow up of the collage in the lower left with Bill in his graduation outfit right in the middle. Also on that wall is one of his Army photos, his Rhode Island artillery. And he is in the center, the tallest man of all, 6'2". This wall shows mainly early pioneers in AA and people who were early friends of AA. Right in the middle, you've got Dr. Bob and Ann Smith with Marty Mann to their right. Lois also documented much in travel logs. Here's her recount of Winchester Cathedral in the 1950s when they made Bill's visit there after 32 years had passed since his first visit. She writes that the cycle was complete. He's in 2 pictures here on this. Their bedroom had this vantage point of the rest of the property, but it was the most secluded room in the house. And here it is. This is where they had quiet time, prayer, coffee, and read to one another. Just one line from Bill's morning prayer that he wrote is, "May we find and do thy will in good cheer today." Here's one more view of the room. This is the bed Lois was born in. And it's where they both thought they would have their final moments. However, Bill was rushed to Miami in 1971 and ended up passing on their 53rd wedding anniversary. When Lois reached age 97, she was in failing health, and she told her caregivers that she was ready to go see her Bill, and she passed in a nearby hospital. She had outlived him by 17 years. Here's a picture of her in later life with her cat, Borchie, named after her dear friend, Bill Borchert. And when she passed, there was someone here the next day from the foundation, Stepping Stones Foundation, to take care of things, greet visitors, and even feed the cat. So now we're leaving the house and going up through her garden and up to Bill's studio. This is the view down the hill from the studio. Bill needed a place to think and write. Whenever he could, he would try to get his writing done. Here he is on a vacation writing or doing dictation. So he needed a place for quiet and writing, and he built this with a friend. He called it the Shack. Lois said when people would call the house, "Bill's not here, he's at his wit's end." And she referred to it as wit's end. Here's another shot from a few years ago. And one from very recently. So this is the spot where Bill did many important writings. Here he is at his desk. This is the spot where the 12 Steps and 12 Traditions book was written, as well as over 100 Grapevine articles, the book AA Comes of Age, the book The AA Way of Life, which was later renamed Bill's Own Story. And then he also wrote thousands of letters and hundreds of speeches here. He would look up at a map that came from headquarters, where they used to have a ceremony each time they learned of a new group. They would plug in a new pin in each location. And that was showing you before and after restoration. Here are cigarette burns on his desk. Perhaps he was lost in thought regarding his writing. And then he forgot that he was burning his cigarette. Here's another view, and you can see his banker's chair behind the desk. And up on the wall, you can see a crucifix that was Father Ed Dowling's. On the shelf, a little figurine of Churchill. He was interested in Churchill and Lincoln and Don Quixote. Up top on the wall is Rockefeller's right-hand man that Bill Shaberg spoke about before, Dick Richardson. He was Rockefeller's spiritual advisor. You see the crucifix and cane again for Father Ed here. And when Bill once received some pictures of Father Ed, who had passed away in 1961. Oh, for those who don't know, Father Ed Dowling was a Jesuit priest who befriended Bill, feeling like a lot of the ideas in the big book reflected a lot of the same practices that Father Ed had as a Jesuit. In 1961, Bill received some photos of Ed from someone, and he wrote back to them and said, "No other individual in my entire life experience has had the kind of influence upon me that he did. In the books, I've read quite a lot about the saints, and this one has certainly met all the specifications. My gratitude, and I know yours too, for this great man will be eternal." If you want to know more about Father Ed Dowling, you can see the Soul of Sponsorship book. And so he wrote lots of letters here, responding to mail from a lot of people. And he wrote, "I realize that I have been conducting a spiritual kindergarten for many years, but that many of its former students have grown to far greater stature than I may have ever achieved for myself." So there are these wonderful gems in all these letters that we have in our archive that he wrote back to people with. And in one of them, he wrote, "Lois and I are largely retired now from AA." This is in 1964. "Largely retired now from AA and Al-Anon activity. This is not because we are sick or old, but because we believe our society ought to be allowed to shoulder its full responsibilities without any more interference from we who were its parents." And this is one other great letter. He writes, "Standing as we do near the center of AA, it is still impossible to comprehend even a small fraction of the miracles that have come to pass. So when we receive a message like yours, the vision is broadened and deepened, and we are made still more joyful." In addition to writing others, he and Lois wrote to each other still, even on anniversaries and other occasions. So just a line from each of these 1957 anniversary notes before we wrap up. "Dearest, thank you for this year gone past and all that have went before. No one could have had your sustaining courage that saw me through the night." And Lois wrote back on the same day and wrote, "As the years have piled up, my respect, admiration, and love for you, dear, have risen and broadened and transformed until now all my girlish ideals of marriage and married love have come alive and are being fulfilled." So we hope that we have inspired you to make a visit, just as Bill and Lois hosted people. And we appreciate all who have supported our many preservation projects, those focused on object conservation, the gardens, the archive, Bill's studio, and the Welcome Center. We have some upcoming projects. Our online archive is down the road, and we need volunteers to help catalog it and index it, helping to put it into categories so that we'll be able to make it searchable online. And in July, we will announce a matching challenge for raising the funds to do the online archive. We're also redesigning our website, creating a play in a box based on Bill and Lois's writings, celebrating the 100th anniversary in the fall, kicking off more online programs, and working on a virtual tour, videos, and one kind of cool project, and the reason these bricks are here in this picture is that someone donated bricks from 17 William Street, where some of the big book was written. And so that we're going to be putting them in on the property along a pathway. So that's going to be really neat. We have other restoration projects, including the outdoor fountain and fireplace. So we hope you'll join us in helping make these things happen. And we hope you'll stay in touch and support our mission. And come and celebrate our 100th anniversary of the home. Thank you.
Awesome. Beautiful. I've seen you do that several times now, and it's always impressive. So thank you for being a keeper of the flame and letting us know that the importance of the history. I mean, we've seen that all day today, and you guys are doing fantastic work up there.
And I apologize. I think I ran late. So if people have questions and we don't have time for them, because my clock says I actually went an hour, and I apologize. But if people want to send questions to Stepping Stones, we're happy to answer them.
Okay. Yeah, you can go to steppingstones.org. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes. The only thing I had a question was, one of you guys, did you mention when you're opening again, or do you have any idea what that is? That come into play yet for you?
We believe that it will be at very least about 3 weeks out, but maybe longer. This region was hard hit and needs to go through phase 3 of reopening, and then our type of organization can reopen in phase 4.
Yeah.
So we think we're a little ways out from that at this point.
And you're about 50 minutes north of New York City, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, 50 minutes from Manhattan and AA headquarters there, but we're a shorter distance from the Bronx.
Yeah.
About a half an hour from the Bronx.
So if they're coming, they should let you know. She answers the phone, folks. Let me tell you, she answers the phone. This lady is on top of the game. We had her speak a couple weeks ago, and she's this has been a big part of her sobriety, but she's done a tremendous job up there, like everybody else has, in preserving this. So if you ever have a chance and can do the pilgrimage up to Bill and Lois's house, you won't regret it. You won't regret it at all.
Just don't bring a camper or a bus, and do make a reservation ahead of time so we can make sure we have room for you that day.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So
we hope to see you. Thanks again for organizing this.
Yeah, and then one other thing, you do the picnic every year. You just had the picnic 2 weeks ago, which was online this year. So that's something that Lois put together, and that was really great. How you brought, she actually had a Ebby's nephew. Did I get that right?
I think his great nephew was.
His great nephew spoke there, and we'd like to maybe hear him at some time. So we'll have you back.
No, I'm wrong. That was his nephew. I'm sorry. That was his nephew. We'll be having the 70th picnic in June of 2021. And if people want to get involved and volunteer, that would be great. And we like to hear from anyone who knew Bill or Lois, because we try to have speakers who knew Bill or Lois.
Yeah, and I should say I met Lois. I've told you this, but I'll tell the rest of the folks. I had the opportunity to meet Lois in 1983 when I was in Alateen. I shook her hand. She spoke at the Palm Springs Roundup. We went up and shook her hand. She sat at a table with a microphone and told her story. Nothing fancy, just told her story. And I went over, I shook her hand, and she kind of grabbed me and pulled my hand back. I was about 18 at the time. She goes, "You're a handsome young fella, you know that?" And I'm like, whoa, the old gal's on top of me. She was really frisky and on her game. And then she got up after that and went outside and sat on a motorcycle, took pictures on a Harley, just like she did with Bill's in the old days. And then I come to find out recently from some friends of mine, she did that with all the young guys. So it wasn't as special as I thought, but I was glad to know that my story corroborated with others. But she was wonderful and sweet. And she was at the time 92 years old. And I just went to the Wilson House in Vermont last summer. I went to her grave, and it had a kind of a peculiar connection. But if you have a chance, go to Stepping Stones and then take the trek to Vermont to go to the Wilson House, because that's where Bill was born. And a lot of the stuff in the pictures you covered with the boomerang and his growing up, these guys were really simple people. And what I find with all you guys at Dr. Bob's house and Stepping Stones is what made AA work was they lived in very small, simple growing up. And it's about neighbors. AA is kind of neighbors. One person talking to another with a coffee pot between us. And that's what I get from you guys. So thanks for hosting the archives and being here today, Sally, and Katie as well.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your organizing all of this. It's wonderful.
All right. Appreciate
Take
it.
care.
Have a wonderful afternoon. And don't go away, folks, because these two guys here are the top of the bill. They have got a lot of recovery. A lot of you have been asking questions throughout the afternoon about sponsorship and how to get involved, how to have a long-term sobriety. These guys have all talked about the 85 years and how it grew. Well, this is a contemporary talk that's coming up now that they're going to use from Bill Wilson's a letter of emotional sobriety. And Herb K., who is my sponsor, has been for 25 years, and Dr. Berger, who's been a big support to me and my family, and him and Herb have been partnering up, trying to help us understand how we can have emotional sobriety and start to grow and have an effective life. So stick around. This is our last session of the day. They're going to go for about an hour and a half, hour and 15 minutes, and they will take questions. So stick around, ask questions on the email, AA2020 FAQ@gmail.com. Anybody who wants to give a final donation, wants to help us out there. I just got a couple quick announcements, guys. No recording still, guys. And and also the historical resources that Jay Stennett talked about earlier are on the website at 2020foundersday.com. We've placed them there already. And I just want to say one thing about the emails. We've been sending out emails for every session, every hour. Relax, folks. It's only for today. Okay. After this, you guys can have your lives back. So I'm going to turn this over to pass over to Herb and Alan. You guys will start where you're going. And trust all that. Stick around, guys. This is one of the best parts about growth right here. And that's why these guys are in my life. So I hope you guys have a great time with them and enjoy. Go ahead, guys. It's your mic now. Thank you.
You're muted, Alan.
I got it. He's unmuted now. He's unmuted now. So.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Mike. What a fantastic, fantastic day this has been. I've caught many of the talks and it's just been inspiring. And Herb and I hope that we can add to sweeten the pot, right, Herb? What do you think?
Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, my name's Herb and I'm an alcoholic and we'll stir the pot. I'm not sure we'll sweeten it.
Well, see, that's Herb. You guys just met Herb Kagan, my dear friend and colleague. My name is Alan Berger. I'm also in long-term recovery, and I'm just so excited. What I'm going to do is go ahead and share my screen now so you guys can see our slideshow as we begin our talk. And let me know, Mike, are we up and you can see everything?
Looks
okay?
good, Alan.
Okay,
Yep.
Fantastic. Well, look, what Herb and I hope to do today is to help introduce you to this, what we consider very, very important topic of emotional sobriety. Herb and I have been giving these workshops now, I think, for about the last 2 decades. And we've grown and evolved through this experience ourselves. It's amazing. Every time I dig into this stuff, I discover something new about myself, about recovery, and about the possibilities in my life. Really quickly, my journey started back in 1971, shortly after I returned from Vietnam. Like Bill, I was an artilleryman. I just learned that today, that Bill was in the artillery in World War I. And I came back. I went into the Marine Corps with an alcohol problem, and I came back with a problem with alcohol and other drugs. And I was very fortunate to be one of the first Marines at the Kaneohe Marine Corps Air Station to be admitted into a program that was helping Vietnam vets that came back with an addiction problem instead of discharging them and sending them back to their community. So I am very, very grateful today for the kind of opportunity I had. And I just want to share one important experience I had in those early days. They really didn't know what they were doing in this program. It was a brand new program, but they turned to the AA community. And there just happened to be a group of young people that have found this way of life with this woman called Flowbird. And one of them, his name was Tom McCall, and he doesn't mind me using his last name. He came out to speak to us on a Tuesday night. And when I met Tom, I was very skeptical. Here, this Hawaii hippie walks in, and he's got his Birkenstocks on and his Hawaiian print shirt, and his hair is pulled back in a ponytail. And we're all standing there in combat fatigues and thinking, God, I was fighting a war. This guy's over in the United States protesting it. I thought, what's he going to be telling us? And I couldn't have been more wrong. After about 5 minutes, I was blown away. And what blew me away was the emotional freedom that I experienced that night that Tom had. He was free from himself. He wasn't hung up in himself like I would get hung up in myself. The only time I experienced that kind of freedom was when I was either drunk or high. And here, Tom had this incredible comfort with himself. He was incredibly authentic and real and honest. And he was sharing things that I didn't think I'd ever share with anyone in my lifetime. As I look back, I realized that that was my first experience with someone having some emotional sobriety in life. What I saw that night really excited me. And I tell people this all the time. I came into the program with a lot of pain, but I've stayed because I'm excited about the possibilities that I've been able to discover in terms of how to live a life with this kind of freedom. Herb, why don't you tell everybody a little bit about yourself before we dig into this?
Herb, I'm an alcoholic. My sobriety date is February 21st, 1984, and I'm really honored and pleased to be here. Getting sober wasn't my idea. My wife went into a hospital for her alcoholism in early February, and I was willing to go there to support her recovery. The first thing they asked me to do was to stop drinking for 90 days while she was in recovery. I had no problem with that. I was willing. The second thing they asked me to do was to write out my autobiography. Dr. Alan Berger actually was the medical director, the clinical director at that hospital. That's where we met 36 years ago. And that started my journey. After a while, a story for a different day, I admitted that I was an alcoholic because of the drama in my life. I later learned that drama doesn't make me an alcoholic. I engaged Dr. Berger as a therapist because I felt that I needed to iron out some of the wrinkles in my emotional life, which he helped me do as I was thawing out and walking through the path of the steps in the meetings of Alcoholics Anonymous and the Big Book. So there was a hand in glove relationship between my process of sobering up and straightening out through my AA program, as well as addressing some of the emotional issues in my personal life and my journey. Interestingly enough, I had studied to be a Catholic priest in a monastery for 7 years, a monastery of silence for 7 years. Still boggles my mind. Of course, a 17-year-old doesn't do a lot of due diligence before he signs up for something like that. And the directness of Dr. Berger matched my own directness. And it's interesting, somebody once said after we introduced ourselves, well, gosh, there's the monk and the Marine. That's what you see on the screen there. And it's kind of right. He
and
takes
it's stuck with us, hasn't it? It's kind of stuck with us, didn't it? It had a nice ring.
That's right. And we've come from completely two different experiences and two different backgrounds. And yet we're on the same path, finding the same solution, which is, of course, a life of the spirit as we experience the growth that comes from doing the step work and doing the personal work that is the emotional sobriety that we want to talk about today.
So let's go ahead and dig into this. This is Martin Buber. It says, all journeys have secret destinations of which the traveler is unaware. And that's so true. All right, well, here's the problem. And we're going to talk about, this is Ernie Larson. And Ernie's just one of the most prolific writers in this field. He's passed away. He died of cancer a while ago. But Ernie really saw that after people were working the program and had really worked the first half of the first step and admitted their powerlessness and were living a sober life and they were clean, but still there was something missing in their recovery. This is the way Ernie describes it in one of his books. He goes, the fact is that many people reach a dead end or plateau in their personal recovery. And if they do not understand what is occurring, they frequently feel that they are losing their recovery. Everything that used to be so meaningful no longer is, and their newfound excitement and health no longer feels terrific. They hit a stuck point is the way I think about it, and they hit what's sober suffering. And it makes sense, because what I say all the time is that trouble does not mean something's wrong in our recovery. In fact, trouble is a signal. It's telling us that we need to pay attention to our lives, and especially to what's missing, because it's in the what missing that we're going to discover what's needed. And that becomes a very critical thing, because that trouble is highlighting where you need to take the next step in your personal development. And that's the gift of pain, isn't it, Herb?
And this is the key that is so missed, because at least in my background and maybe my personality, I dismissed emotions. I thought that was something for weaker people and something that would get in the way of rational and logical living and success. And so not only was I predisposed to not really feel much based on my English family background, but I consciously suppressed my feelings as potential impediments to getting what I wanted. And it's just the opposite. And I want to reinforce what you just said about signals. Emotions are signals, and they tell us, like a thermostat, whether it's too hot or too cold. It tells us if we're suffering or if we have joy. This is at the heart of emotional sobriety. Now, of course, we have to thaw out from abstinence from our addiction, whether that's alcohol and drugs and food in a substance addiction, or even in the process addiction, which you might want to address a little bit later on. But we need to thaw out first. And then Bill was 24 years sober when he wrote this article. 24 years sober, 1956. He wrote it, published it in 58. So this all is a process. Go ahead, Alan. Thank you.
No, but what you just said, Herb, is so important, because see, you heard what Herb said, is that his relationship to his emotional life changed. Before, he just saw emotions as kind of an impediment to what he wanted. They were an obstacle that he had to get past and had to push aside. And today, the big shift in our consciousness is that we now start embracing what we're experiencing. Rather than trying to dismiss it, trying to push it away, it holds a lot of important information. There is meaning in our experience. And one of the things happens, and you're going to see this as we dig into this emotional sobriety, is Bill helped us. He gave us a formula on how to take an experience, especially when we're disturbed, and understand that at a very deep level. So that's the problem. Well, here's the solution. And this is what Ernie says, and then we'll talk about how Bill puts it. He says, dealing with the mountain of living is what stage 2 recovery, think of that anonymous or synonymously with emotional sobriety. This is what stage 2 recovery is all about. It is about getting on with life by facing those patterns, habits, and attitudes that control your life, and which, for perhaps the first time, you are clear-headed, sober, or thawed out enough or emotionally sound enough to face. You see, that's what's happening now, is that in this stage of recovery, when we're working on our emotional sobriety, we are paying attention to our habitual ways of thinking and feeling, and looking at how those habits create certain patterns in our life. That's the awareness that we need to bring to our life, isn't it, Herb?
And steps 1 through 9 is that program of recovery that brings us along in a process of the thawing out, the potential for abstinence from our addiction. There's many promises in the third step and in the fifth step about the approximation to abstinence and success, but it's not actually guaranteed until the 10th step. In the 10th step, it says we're placed in a position of neutrality after we finish the 9th step. A process of thawing out, a process of development, a process like a dimmer switch, not a light switch, mostly the educational variety, that spiritual awakening.
Now, this is something that a lot of people don't realize, but when Bill was writing the 12 and 12 at the beginning of his discussion of step 12, this is what he says. He goes, here we begin to practice all of the 12 steps of the program in our daily lives so that we and those about us can find emotional sobriety. So he's explicit in terms of what the goal is in terms of our journey here in recovery. It's to discover, it's to find emotional sobriety. Because as you're going to see, emotional sobriety holds the key to living a happy life, to be able to have full recovery, complete recovery, what William White calls amplified recovery. Herb and I like to use the word optimal recovery. There's all different kinds of ways of thinking about it. But when you discover the power of emotional sobriety, it opens up so many incredible doors, doesn't it, Herb?
Well, it was a trip through the steps with mechanics, and I'll use that term outside of our normal vocabulary. I didn't work the steps with my sponsor. I worked my steps with a step guide. At the same time, I'm working through human development in my therapeutic dealing with the psychology of it all. But it was a process over a 10 to 15 year period. I don't want to minimize or emphasize the time frame, but it's my story that I had to thaw out, and it was kind of like a rite of passage, going from steps 1 through 9 and progressively achieving new levels of consciousness, whereas finally I was aware that I needed to deal with these emotions at 10, 12 years of sobriety in a way that it had never occurred to me before.
The other exciting thing about what Bill said here, Herb, and I know you appreciate this, is you can see that he says that not only does the emotional sobriety have an impact on our life, but also those about us. You see, because as soon as you raise your level of maturity, your level of emotional maturity, you'll hear me use the word differentiation also as synonymous with maturity. As soon as you raise your level of maturity, those people around you start to change too. What we say all the time is if you don't transform it, you're going to transmit it. But it's also true that once you transform it, that you also transmit it. It works both ways, doesn't it?
Well, and we are, in fact, 24/7 transmitting. If we're living in the spiritual malady of unmanageability, that's what we're transmitting. If we're living in the recovery of an awakening and we're spiritually fit, that's what we're transmitting. Who we are is what we transmit, whether we want to or not, and it impacts our environment, the circumstances, and the people in it. And that's a wonderful litmus test also for us, is to listen to the feedback from other people, assuming that you've dealt with your codependency.
Well, look, I've just seen it in your family. I mean, if we take your family as an example of it, I mean, just think of the changes that have taken place. I mean, the life that you and Mary enjoyed while she was alive, the changes that have taken place in your children's life. I mean, that's a living example in terms of what Bill is talking about.
But it doesn't come in the treatment center, and it doesn't come in the first year of sobriety, and it begins. And fortunately, I didn't know that I didn't know. And I was constantly being surprised by what I didn't know. And it's kind of a good thing, because then I wasn't frustrated that I knew that I didn't know.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. And you're right. There is an unfolding of this stuff.
It's
There's no
unfolding. It's wonderful.
question that there's an unfolding. And listen, that's part of what keeps me coming back. It's like I'm still so excited about what I'm discovering. You know, I'm going to be celebrating 49 years in recovery this August 1st. 49 years, and it's like this stuff is still so exciting. It's even better than the first day. You know, it's like incredible what is out there.
I referred to the dimmer switch analogy, and I quite often say the dimmer switch is connected to infinite light. So it goes up a notch at a time, but there's no end to the amount of light that's available.
Yeah, so true, so true. Okay, so here we go. Now we'll get into the letter. So this letter was actually written in 1956. Someone in California who was struggling with their recovery wrote back to the General Service Office and says, "Hey, can someone help me? I'm depressed, and can these steps help me deal with my depression?" Well, as you've heard in terms of the history today, that Bill struggled with his depression, and that was one of the things that he was really focusing on. You know, we talked before about trouble doesn't mean something's wrong. It's trouble indicates what we have to pay attention to. And Bill's depression was a focus. It was a working point in his life. And he talked about it. He went to his spiritual advisors. He talked to Dr. Harry Tebow, the first psychiatrist that befriended AA. And it became a part of his recovery to try to understand what was going on and what could he do to address his depression. And we're going to see, as Bill now relates his experience to this person in California, what I think is Bill's fourth legacy is emotional sobriety. Bill's discussion and understanding of emotional sobriety is his fourth legacy. So let
me just clarify, Alan. The first legacy is in the book, The Steps. The second legacy is in the traditions, and the third legacy is in the 12 concepts. And so Alan's speculating here that this is as much a gift in terms of that second stage recovery concept as the first three legacies. This is his fourth legacy at 24 years of sobriety. He's saying, although he's been awake and abstinent from his addiction, he's just beginning now to understand the underbelly of some of his suffering.
Right on. Well stated.
I think many oldsters who have put our booze cure to severe but successful tests still find that they often lack emotional sobriety. Perhaps they will be the spearhead for the next major development in AA, the development of much more real maturity and balance, which is to say, humility in our relations with ourselves, with our fellows, and with God.
So this is the second place I found Bill using the phrase emotional sobriety. Obviously, it was in the 12 and 12 when he was writing about step 12 and the outcome, what would happen, the effect of working the steps. But here he goes into a much more specific and detailed explanation of what it is. And he starts by saying that it's this real maturity and balance in our life. Well, we'll talk more about the maturity and balance part, but I want to focus on what he means by humility in our relation with ourselves, with our fellows, and with God. So as you're going to see, the main issue that we're struggling with in terms of our emotional sobriety is how to live and let live. I mean, if you bring it down to kind of boil it down to one issue, it's how do we live and let live? What interferes with that? Well, if my well-being, my emotional well-being depends on what is happening in my life, meaning how my wife treats me, how my friends treat me, what happens in our friendship, what happens at work, what happens when I'm out in the world, what happens in life, what all the events in my life. If my emotional well-being depends on those things unfolding according to my expectations, meaning how they should be or what they're supposed to be, then now my well-being is dependent on all of these things conforming to my expectations. And Bill realized, as you're going to see, that this was such a setup for him. He, in no way did he know how to regulate himself. What that made him do is have to regulate everyone and everything around him. He tried to control everything. So when he starts to talk about humility, what he means is that I have no business in putting these expectations, no matter how reasonable he thought they were, or I think they are. I have no business putting these expectations on myself, on you, on my relationship with God, and we're going to see even on life itself. It's
The
such an
real,
important point.
the
Go ahead.
real litmus, yeah, the real litmus test here. And if you only hear this, you will have heard the essence and the bullseye of what we're trying to communicate in terms of our experience. And that is the word, you use the word should. That word gives us the key to unlock what our beliefs are. I should, you should, we should, they should, the
Life
world should,
Life
life
should.
should.
Right.
All right. And as you glibly say, we should all over ourselves.
That's right. That's right. Stop shooting on yourself, right?
But the image I have that really I think grasps that and puts it into a technicolor is of a puppet on strings.
Yes.
Circumstances, events, and people outside of me have a string attached to me, and it's how they pull the strings I do the dance. And emotional sobriety is identifying the strings and then cutting those strings, as you say, so that the anchor of the center of our gravity is deep inside ourselves. And humility is exactly that. It comes from the Latin word humus, which means earth or dirt, meaning common as, not unique, but one of many. And one of my favorite authors called it, humility is truth. That is, seeing reality as it really is. And we're going to unpack more of this as we go along.
Those adolescent urges that so many of us have for top approval, perfect security, and perfect romance, urges quite appropriate to age 17, prove to be an impossible way of life when we are at age 47 or 57.
Well, this is so important. He calls it adolescent urges. I can see that I had those urges as an adolescent and as an adult. They just seem to persist. He talks about top approval, expecting everybody to like him, perfect security, that he would never be anxious, that he would never be depressed, that he would always feel okay, that he would never have any financial insecurity, and perfect romance, which for a lot of people means that your partner does exactly what you want them to do it when you want them to do it. Well, he realized that this was an impossible way of life. As we're going to see, that a phrase that Bill uses often is we put the cart before the horse, is we expect life to be a certain way so that we're okay, instead of finding a way to be okay with what is going on with life. That's the essence of what we're talking about today.
And it's really revealed in our structure, Alan, the way we're built.
Yes.
As animals, as existing realities, we want to be safe. We want to ensure our survival. And we have, Bill calls it in the step 4 in the 12 and 12, we have basic instincts. And he says in step 4, we need to do an inventory of those basic instincts that go awry. Fight, flight, and freeze are our basic instincts of survival. Those are our emotions of anger and fear and hiding dishonesty. And those are the things that are the strings on us that pull us in the different directions if we allow our emotions to manage us rather than we manage our emotions. And there's the conversion, there's the transformation, there's that transform you talked about, or transmit, and that is we transform into a person who uses our cortex to manage our limbic emotional system, as well as our brainstem bodily functions, our instincts. And that's what comes as a process of not only doing the steps, but of getting some experience and having some accountability with a sponsor, a therapist, or a good friend.
Well, you've heard me talk about it, is that emotional sobriety is when the best in you is in charge of the rest of you.
And that's
Right?
that's a simple way of saying it, and you don't have to get into spirituality at all. That's just right from the human parameters. Say it again, will you, Alan? It's really so important.
It's when the best of us speaks for the rest of us, right? It's that letting the best in me run the show. And you're going to see that that can't happen if I'm reactive. You know, sometimes I say, listen to your second thought, not your first one. The first one's going to cause trouble. The second one is likely to come from a much wiser place inside of you. But you're going to see that as we talk about this, you're going to see how Bill was discovering that and just the incredible insight he had.
Since AA began, I've taken immense wallops in all those areas because of my failure to grow up emotionally and spiritually. My God, how painful it is to keep demanding the impossible, and how very painful to discover finally that all along we had the cart before the horse. Then comes the final agony of seeing how awfully wrong we have been, but still finding ourselves unable to get off the emotional merry-go-round.
I just love Bill's humility here when he talks about his failure to grow up emotionally and spiritually. You see, we've got to own it. See, change is not possible until we really own what we're doing and where we're at. And he does that so wonderfully here. He realized he was demanding the impossible. Well, what's the impossible? How did he put the cart before the horses, he says? Well, it's once again when I expect life in reality to conform to my expectations, I'm demanding the impossible. If I'm saying things must be the way that I think they must be for me to be okay, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to be in conflict all the time. Herb, we talk about the alignment of with reality. Say something about that for a minute.
Well, we quote Dr. Luskin a lot from his book Forgive for Good, and he talks about the unenforceable rules. We don't know that we have these unenforceable rules, but we do have a script. We don't know that we have a script for how life ought to be. It's kind of like the lenses. I wear glasses, you can see that. And when I look through my lenses, I see more accurate reality. If I didn't have glasses, my perception of reality would be distorted. Our perceptions are coming through the lenses of our beliefs. And we can't see beliefs because beliefs are that through which we see reality, or at least our interpretation of reality. And until we begin to evaluate, because we suffer, what is the source of our suffering? Our suffering is not addiction. Oh, we suffer, and so do other people from our addiction. But what's the source of our suffering? It's the unhealthy coping strategy that we have to deal with the tension in us that's coming from our fight, flight, and freeze mechanisms.
Right. It's coming from that idea. It comes from that idea that life has to be the way I think it has to be for me to be okay. See, that
match my script.
That's our script. And see,
and that's the unenforceable rules. The way I like the phrase about reality, it's non-negotiable and immutable.
That's right.
Reality doesn't have my best interest at heart. It just is.
So true. It's so true. All right, let's see what he says next.
How to translate a right mental conviction into a right emotional result, and so into easy, happy, and good living. Well, that's not only the neurotic's problem, it's the problem of life itself for all of us who have got to the point of real willingness to hew to right principles in all of our affairs.
Well, this becomes so important because what Bill is saying is that recovery just can't be intellectual. We can get the idea that, wow, it'd be great to live and let live. But how do I experience that down here? And the way we do, as you're going to see, is not to do what we call a spiritual bypass, that all of a sudden you ignore all these emotions you're having and you just try to forgive everybody and you try to move beyond your humanity. It's going the other way. It's having a new relationship with yourself where you embrace what you're experiencing and you start to learn how to unpack it. And you're gonna see how to do that as we go along with this letter.
And the only way I was able to do that in the step process, in the 12-step fellowship, was to do an inventory that was analytical, getting underneath to the exact nature of the source of the behavior, the motives, and the beliefs that I had, so that I could identify in me the principles I had in me that I was transgressing. That's why Bill in step 12 says, practicing these principles in all our affairs, the principle like gravity, it doesn't have any investment in me. If I jump off a 30-story building thinking I'm going to fly, I'm going to die. Because gravity just is. Reality is just like that. There are principles, human, universal, sometimes we call them spiritual principles, that we don't know exist, and we try to, again, impose our script on reality rather than reading the script of reality.
So let me just say, as you do this work, you start to realize that these unenforceable rules, these expectations we have, right, are rooted very, very deeply in our lives. A brilliant therapist and the founder of what was called bioenergetic therapy, where he really worked with the body and how the body manifests these emotions and creates armoring against feeling those things. And Dr. Alexander Lowen was the founder of this approach. And he said something that was just brilliant that really gives us a lot of insight into where these expectations came from or come from. And where they started in our lives. He says that if in our childhood that we experience a trauma that either threatens our sense of emotional security or our sense of self-acceptance, then we are going to require and imagine a future that reverses the experience of our past. So you can understand the value of this. If I'm experiencing something growing up that's threatening to me, what Herb was just talking about, that threatens my existence, well, I'm going to mobilize whatever resources are available to me at that time in my life to ensure that I'm going to be okay. So I'm going to start to imagine a future that if I wasn't, let's say, listened to as a child, that everybody in my life is going to listen to me. So I can feel that, oh my God, there's hope, that there's going to be hope to my life, that I'm going to be okay at some point. If I wasn't seen, I'm going to require you to see me. If I didn't have a voice, I'm going to require that you listen to me. Whatever the experience was I had, if I was abused, I'm going to expect you to do what? Honor me, not abuse me. Now, that's going to be, and there's nothing wrong with any of these things. Like Herb said before, our instincts are a normal, natural part of who we are. The issue becomes when I make them a must, when they become absolutes in my life that everyone must listen to me for me to be okay. Well, that's not going to happen. I can get some people to listen to me that are interested and some people aren't. And that's got to be okay too, if I'm going to be able to be aligned with reality. And that becomes the quest we're on, is how to get to that alignment.
You're not saying, Alan, I believe, and you might want to comment on this, that all of what you just articulated is at a conscious level.
No, none of it is. I mean,
Yeah.
rarely, until we start to really do this work,
Yeah.
it's me, Herb, I'm in therapy now. I've been in therapy. I've worked the steps several times. I mean, I'm on this quest of making myself conscious of this, But that wasn't the case. I mean, I knew none of this. And I still today, when I get disturbed about something, I discover new unconscious, unenforceable rules that I have.
Well, because that's the thermostat that tells you something's amiss in the lenses through which you're looking. Bill says it in the 12 and 12. I believe we're going to talk about it a little bit later on, but this is perfect. He says, when we're disturbed, it's a spiritual axiom. When we're disturbed, there's something wrong with us.
That's it.
And that's not a dismissal or a negative comment. That's a gift
That's
to
right.
say, okay, I'm feeling disturbed. It's an opportunity for me to examine some motive or some belief that's not in tune with reality.
That's right on.
That kind of consciousness is
Even
emotional
as we hew
sobriety, by
away,
the way.
peace and joy may still elude us. That's the place so many AA oldsters have come to. And it's a hell of a spot, literally. How shall our unconscious, from which so many of our fears, compulsions, and phony aspirations still stream, be brought into line with what we actually believe, know, and want? How to convince our dumb, raging, and hidden Mr. Hyde becomes our main task.
Well, Bill is really talking about just what Herb was referring to before about the unconscious, right? He talks about how shall our unconscious, from which so many of our fears, compulsions, and phony aspirations still stream. Well, let's say, what are our fears? Well, I'm not going to be loved. I'm not going to be accepted. I'm not going to belong. That basic anxiety is powerful. That is going to drive us to try to come up with an idea of who do I have to be to ensure that I'm going to be loved, to ensure that I'm going to get accepted, to ensure that I belong. Those are the phony aspirations that he talks about, that I'm going to somehow, find an answer to that. And it's going to work all the time. You see, when we came up with these things, these were absolutes. So I must be this way or that way. That's why we have this black and white thinking that we all have and that we discover in our recovery. Now, how can this be brought in line to what I like to say here? How can this be brought in line with reality? Because that's what we're talking about. How do I bring in my experience of myself, my understanding, make conscious these unconscious things? In fact, that was the goal of psychoanalysis, is to help a patient to become conscious of that which was unconscious. Well, that's the same journey we're on in our recovery.
Well, and Bill confirms that in step 12. He gives us the mission statement, the purpose of these prior 11 steps. All right. Having had a spiritual awakening as the result of these steps, spiritual awakening, AKA, is consciousness sufficient for us to have a radical change in our personality.
Spiritual awakening is also emotional sobriety, because when you have this spiritual awakening, you realize you don't have any business dumping your expectations on anything. In fact, the opposite is true. It's our job to see how we can best deal with whatever task life puts before us. That's
why I like your terminology about the best in us. That's a synonym for spiritual.
That's right. That's right. Exactly. All right. Let's see what he says next.
I've recently come to believe that this can be achieved. I believe so because I begin to see many benighted ones, folks like you and me, commencing to get results. Last autumn, depression, having no really rational cause at all, almost took me to the cleaners. I began to be scared that I was in for another long chronic spell. Considering the grief I've had with depressions, it wasn't a bright prospect. I kept asking myself, why can't the 12 steps work to release depression? By the hour, I stared at the St. Francis prayer. It's better to comfort than to be comforted. Here was the formula, all right. But why didn't it work?
So let's put a bookmark here, and we'll come back to this. It's better to comfort than to be comforted.
Suddenly, I realized what the matter was. My basic flaw had always been dependence, almost absolute dependence on people or circumstances to supply me with prestige, security, and the like. Failing to get these things according to my perfectionist dreams and specifications, I had fought for them. And when defeat came, so did my depression.
So this is the insight he had, that his basic flaw, when he talks about this all the time, when we're taking an inventory to try to understand our basic flaw. Well, Bill realized what it was, that it was this emotional dependence that he talks about, this absolute dependence on people or circumstances to supply him with prestige, self-esteem, right? Security and the like. So what happened is he took, if you think about each of us having an emotional center of gravity, just like a physical center of gravity, well, he took this center of gravity and he put it in all of these situations that were external in his environment. And he was dependent on his environment to support him and to make him feel good about himself, rather than finding a way to get himself to take that emotional center of gravity back into himself and learn how to stand on his own 2 feet. Now, when I say that, some people misinterpret that to mean self-sufficiency, and that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about self-support. Self-support means that if I'm standing on my own 2 feet and I'm in a bad place and I don't seem to be able to get a handle on it, I give Herb a call and say, Herb, you got a few minutes? I can't figure this one out. I take responsibility for what I need to take care of myself, and I turn to someone that might be able to help me figure this thing out. That becomes such an important thing, is getting this emotional center of gravity back into ourselves, rather than keeping it, expecting someone, something to make us okay. Now, he says perfectionist dreams and specifications. Well, that came from this idea that things have to be a certain way for me to be okay. And as I said before, when we came up with that idea, it was an absolute deal. It was yes or no. There was no gray in between it. It wasn't on a spectrum. It wasn't on a continuum. Either things I was okay or I wasn't okay. Either you were okay or you weren't okay. Either this was fine or it wasn't fine. And there was nothing in between that for me. Now, when he said when things didn't go his way, what did he do? Well, his response was to fight for them. Herb talked about the 3 different possibilities when we're stressed out. How do we react? You know, we either fight, flight, or freeze, right? Those are the 3 possibilities. They're biologically wired. Bill's response was to fight. He moved against people. He tried to get them to control them and do what he wanted to do, thinking that, my God, if I get them to do what I want to do, I'll be okay. Well, Bill built in this whole idea that the only authority was a loving God as he may express himself in our group conscience. He started to realize is that nobody gets to control this stuff. So what happened? Bill educated all these people. Now, when he tried to manipulate things and they didn't go along with it, what did he feel? Well, he was defeated. He got depressed. That's what he realized. When Lois didn't do what he wanted her to do, and then he tried to pressure her to do it and she didn't give in when she started to get well, guess what? He got depressed. And that's what we say. This is so important. This is why trouble doesn't mean something's wrong. All of that was important information that Bill used to start unpacking and understanding his reaction. Powerful, isn't it, Herb? This whole process.
It places, as you say, wonderfully succinctly, the center of my gravity deep inside myself, so that I don't get my value from my circumstances. I don't get my purpose from other people. I don't get my sense of definition of who I am in the way people react to me. I don't allow them to, you've said it so well, I don't allow people and circumstances to name me. I have a sense of my own core value. And if in fact I'm disturbed sufficiently, then the turning that Bill talks about in step 3 is the turning both to God and to somebody else, turning to God because I'm powerless, turning to somebody else because I'm human. And it's that combination of turning from inside myself, but in honor of my core true self outside myself, to know that I'm not that self-reliance. I do need support from the outside also.
So true. All right, let's see what he says next.
There wasn't a chance of making the outgoing love of St. Francis a workable and joyous way of life until these fatal and almost absolute dependencies were cut away. Because I had over the years undergone a little spiritual development, the absolute quality of these frightful dependencies had never before been so starkly revealed. Reinforced by what grace I could secure in prayer, I found I had to exert every ounce of will and action to cut off these faulty emotional dependencies upon people, upon AA, indeed upon any act or circumstance whatsoever. Then could I be free to love as Francis did. Emotional and instinctual satisfactions I saw were really the extra dividends of having love, offering love, and expressing love appropriate to each relation of life.
Many people are shocked when Bill said he had to cut off his faulty emotional dependence upon Alcoholics Anonymous. Now, how can that be? Aren't we told that we're replacing one unhealthy dependence on alcohol and other drugs for a healthier dependence on this new way of life? Well, it's true, we are. But you see, the insight we get is when Bill understood that the steps are to help us achieve emotional sobriety. There's a term he uses that I think is so good, Herb, this true independence of spirit. You see, what he's talking about is the program is designed to grow you towards this true independence of spirit, for you to achieve this spiritual and emotional autonomy. It's what Herb said before. Your well-being is not dependent on the environment and all those things happening around you. Your well-being is dependent on what you do with your experience, not the experience you're having. It's our relationship to what is going on in our life that determines our well-being, not what is happening. And this lesson is so important, and it's so easy to lose sight of that, isn't it, Herb?
It reminds me, and I think it's in the right context here, of Viktor Frankl's comment in the concentration camp. He realized he didn't have any control or even any real major influence on his environment, his circumstances, his people, his guards, it's his life, even the food, his sleep, his roommates. He didn't have any control or influence. And examining that to see, okay, what is at the core of my humanity? He said, is my decision about my attitude toward it all.
Yes.
I have free will, but it's limited in this, that I get to choose my attitude, not my circumstances.
That's right. It was the choice of how he dealt with that and what he had to do. And this was so important, what Viktor Frankl said. And it sounded like there was an AA meeting in those Nazis concentration camps. He said, and I'm paraphrasing, but it went like this, is that we had to learn ourselves, and then we had to teach other men that it did not matter what we expected from life, but rather we had to see ourselves as those that were being challenged by life, and that the meaning in our life came from our response to that and how we dealt with it. I mean, so if he could find emotional freedom in a concentration camp, guess what? I mean, we can find it in our life today. It's there. Then he goes on to say this about freedom to love, free to love, because see, before, when I'm operating out of this emotional dependence, then a lot of what I'm doing is to manipulate you, to get you to do things the way I want you to do things, so I'm okay. And now he's talking about a different love. He's talking about a much more mature love. The way that Erich Fromm defined this was union with the preservation of integrity, is that I express love, but I'm not trying to get you to be different than you are. I'm just sharing my love with you because that's what I want to do. That's important to me. It's not to get you to do anything. And you can see that theme is so important when we get to steps 8 and 9. Do we make amends to be forgiven? No, we can't do that. We can't try to manipulate someone to forgive us. If they do, great, that's wonderful. But we do step 9 without the expectation, don't we, Herb?
Well, I looked up the term forgiveness in a dictionary, which has been the best companion to the big book for me. And as I was doing my 8th and 9th step and realizing that I'm committing to change as well as to repair the damage, I looked up the term forgiveness, and you have to look at my hand here if you can see it on the screen. Forgiveness is a decision to release them.
Yeah.
And the prayer of St. Francis says, as we forgive them, we are forgiven. The Lord's Prayer says, to the extent that we release them from their debt, we are released. And so the point of the 8th and 9th step is their healing, not mine. But the paradox is, when I bring healing to them, I'm healed. And that's the coming of the emotional maturity, taking responsibility for not only my change, but repairing the damage from when I wasn't changed.
Right on. Right on.
Plainly, I could not avail myself to God's love until I was able to offer it back to him by loving others as he would have me. And I couldn't possibly do that so long as I was victimized by false dependencies. For my dependencies meant demand, a demand for the possession and control of the people and the conditions surrounding me. While those words, absolute dependence, may look like a gimmick, they were the ones that helped to trigger my release into my present degree of stability and quietness of mind, qualities which I am now trying to consolidate by offering love to others, regardless of the return to me.
That's the turning that Bill
Wait,
Wilson.
hold on. Let's
This
do a
seems to
second.
be the primary healing circuit, an outgoing love of God's creation and his people, by means of which we avail ourselves of his love for us. It's most clear that the real current can't flow until our paralyzing dependencies are broken, and broken at depth. Only then can we possibly have a glimmer of what adult love really is.
Go ahead, Herb. Sorry I stepped.
No, that's great. The turning that step 3 invites us to, turned our life and our will over to the care of God. That turning, which is made effective through steps 4 through 9, that is the process of turning, is turning me from a victim. When I began my 4th step, I went into it to analyze how everybody and everything had done it to me. When I came out the other side of step 4, especially, but even more confirmed after I finished step 9, I saw that I was 100% responsible for my thoughts, my feelings, and especially for my behavior. I did not have a part in my disturbance. I have 100% responsibility for my disturbance because it's about my perception and my reaction. And this turning turns me from a self-centered victim to an other-centered, responsible individual, responsible for my own life and my own actions, and therefore the direction and happiness of my experience.
It's a very interesting thing because Bill talks here about this adult love and what happens when we let go of our expectations. We make room for other people. I like to say that in a healthy relationship, there's room for two. So when I don't put all my expectations that a person has to be this way or that way for me to be okay, let's say to think like I want them to think or to behave like I want them to behave, then there's room for two. And what that does is it helps me to stop taking things personally.
Yeah.
I mean, and this becomes such an important part of emotional sobriety. I mean, it is such an important thing to not take things personally, is that it was one of the 4 agreements that Miguel Ruiz talked about in his book, The Four Agreements. It's that critical to life, to making life work, is to have this agreement with ourselves to stop taking things personally. And that's what we have to do, is because, see, when I see you, and that's what adult love is, it's an I to thou relationship, which means I'm connected to you. You're not an it in my life that I'm expecting you to be this way or that way, so I'm okay. I don't have those expectations of you. I take responsibility for getting my needs met. What's that sign that Dr. Nathaniel Brandon had over his office door? No one is coming. I'm not looking for somebody to come in, fulfill me, to make me complete. That's my job, not anybody else's job. So when I'm with someone and I'm in this state of consciousness that emotional sobriety creates, there's room for that other person to be who they are. Dr. Kempler, my mentor, used to say, in order to be more personal, you have to stop taking things personally. So instead of me reacting to that other person, seeing what their behavior is saying about me, I'm able to now see what I'm learning about them. And I'm able to relate to them as they are, not according to my wish, my fantasy, my idealized version of who they should be, so I'm okay.
But Alan, go back to the quote a little bit ago from Eric Fromm and unpack that just a little bit more, because quite frankly, it's essential and central to what you've been talking about.
Well, you see, Fromm really called this adult love, mature love. And when he says union with the preservation of integrity, what he's really saying is it's the basis of this I to thou relationship. We come together, but we don't get lost in the other person. That I connect with you in who you are. I turn to you for what I need. And when it's not available, I appreciate what is. I don't get mad that you're now and try to manipulate you to be what I think you need to be for me to be okay. I'm able to start to deal with you as you are, just like we talk about being aligned with reality. Our alignment with that other person is the same thing. You are who you are. It's my job to find a way to be connected to you in a way that I can enjoy and feel good about. And this is the heart of emotional sobriety. Ernie Larson talked about stage 2 recovery is learning how to really love. He's talking about this adult love, learning how to be in a healthy relationship. And these are some of the requirements that we're talking about to do that. So let me turn to the next slide here.
If we examine every disturbance we have, great or small, we will find at the root of it some unhealthy dependence and its consequent demand. Let us, with God's help, continually surrender these hobbling demands. Then we can be set free to live and love. We may then be able to gain emotional sobriety.
Well, this is it. This is the gift that Bill gave us in this letter. In fact, this formula here became the basis of my second book with Hazelden, 12 Smart Things to Do when the booze and drugs are gone. It's really about, how do we achieve emotional sobriety in our life? And Bill says this: if I pay attention to my reaction when I get upset, whether it's a big deal or not, he says, at the root of my disturbance is this unhealthy dependence, meaning that I'm expecting things to be a certain way so that I can be okay. And that expectation that things have to be a certain way for me to be okay now conceives these demands or these unenforceable rules that I come up with. When Herb and I are doing our all-day workshops, I got this big slide that says the rule book, right? And then we come into a marriage and we've got all these rules that if you love me, you won't want to do anything without me. I remember thinking these ways when I was a kid, if you love me, you'll know what I won't even have to ask you for what I want. You'll know what I want automatically. I mean, I would say that to some of my girlfriends. That's why they are ex-girlfriends, because they didn't buy into it. Thank God. They didn't go along with that stuff. But those are the kinds of ideas I had about what love was. And that wasn't love. That was dependency. I realized today that I was really asking these women to really enable my dependency. My sponsor, Tom, said that he ran into trouble in his second marriage and it didn't work out for them. And he says when his wife read Codependent No More, he was no more. It's the way he says it. It's a great way to say it. He says, but he realized he was sitting in his going to see his therapist, and he was looking at an Atlantic magazine or something like that. And there was this cartoon in it, and there was this guy proposing to this wife. And he says he got so upset when he read it because the caption says, "Honey," and he was proposing to this woman, "will you please be my mommy?" And it was like, oh my God, it brought it right to home in terms of, at that moment, he saw that what destroyed his marriage was all these demands he had on his wife. And I see that too, that all of my trouble that I create in my life is related to these expectations. Now, surrendering these takes humility. That's where the humility comes in. If we circle back to the beginning, doesn't it, Herb? To be able to own and let go of what my expectations are.
Well, and you first have to really identify that you have expectations and that you have beliefs and that you have motives that are not necessarily very visible. And that's where either good therapy or good inventory work or whatever, good friendship, will surface in you some reflectiveness as to the truth of the lie that we've grown up with and we're conditioned to. And until we examine our suffering, what is our suffering, and then go to the exact nature of the suffering and get underneath it, we don't get a chance to know it and then to deal with it. You can't deal with something that you don't know is the origin of the problem.
And listen to what he said when he said exact nature of it. We are talking about the exact nature of our suffering is coming from this emotional dependence.
Yeah.
That's the exact nature. And when you go back and it was so interesting when I did that first fourth step, right, and went through the columns and stuff, the commonality that I saw in terms of the my part, right, was the self. But at that point, I didn't have this insight. Now I see it was the dependence I had on what was supposed to happen that had myself in the center of all of this stuff. It was so interesting. Like I got a piece of that formula, but not all of it. And that now is what this exact nature is all about. All right, well, let's see what Bill says next.
Of course, I haven't offered you a really new idea, only a gimmick that has started to unhook several of my own hexes at depth. Nowadays, my brain no longer races compulsively in either elation, grandiosity, or depression. I've been given a quiet place in bright sunshine.
All right, well, let me jump quickly to a definition because I see we've got about 15 minutes left. So I want to kind of push us through these last few slides so there's some room for a few questions at the end. This is the definition of emotional sobriety that I've been working on, and with Herb's input as well. Emotional sobriety is an appropriate balance and coordination of all that we are. It is when we balance our need for togetherness with our desire to hold on to our individuality or separateness. Emotional sobriety is based on humility. We surrender our demands that life, people, or circumstances should conform to our expectations, and instead we focus on learning to cope with life as it is. Emotional sobriety is achieved when what we do becomes a determining force in our emotional well-being, rather than allowing our emotional well-being to be overly influenced by our reaction to external events or by what others are or are not doing. It is when the best in us does the thinking and talking for all of us. That kind of captures the essence of what Bill was talking about in this letter. Now, we're going to tie this into step 10 in a minute, but let me just say a few other things, a few other comments. So I see that there's a lack of faith in ourselves to cope with life on life's terms. All of this comes from this idea that somehow that we're not going to be able to deal with life as it is. And I think it's the biggest lie that we've all bought. We are much more capable of coping with things than any of us give ourselves credit for. And that lie leads to this emotional dependency. So the quest for greater awareness of ourselves and our world is a healthy approach to living. That's what Herb and I are advocating all the time. Become aware of these things. There's something that happens as that awareness develops and continues to expand in your life. At any moment in our recovery, we can begin the process of breaking out of our emotional dependency and starting to find this emotional sobriety. I go on and I say that emotional dependency and the demands created by our hinders our ability to learn, because we get so focused, like Herb said, is by being the victim of what other people aren't doing, instead of seeing what we need to do to unlock, our freedom, not what they need to do. So manipulation is the most dangerous threat to our emotional sobriety and emotional nourishment, because it's believing that I've got to get you to be different so that I can be okay. And that's part of that big lie. And so the way I like to think of this is that it's our lack of inner intimacy and self-support is the source of our emotional dependency. As we make progress towards emotional sobriety and more nourishing attitudes towards ourselves, we surrender our expectations that anyone or anything should be different from who they are or what it is at that particular moment. That's what we're striving for. And then the final thing, I think, is as when we are dissatisfied or unhappy in our relationships, we need to take a hard look at what we expect from it and our way of being and giving to it. We need to become aware of our habitual ways of thinking and feeling, which give rise to behavioral patterns. Well, Herb, why don't you take us into this, our way of life?
Well, I'm going back to what I had mentioned earlier, what we were talking about in terms of our emotions. They're so valuable. They're the key to our harmony, not because we can manage them willy-nilly. In fact, my journey through the steps really told me that I'm very much powerless, not only to do the right thing, but to know what the right thing is. And Bill says, once you finish the steps, you're in really good shape. You've probably experienced the neutrality with regard to your addiction. You have abstinence placed in a position of neutrality. He says, but we're not cured. We have a daily reprieve. We've entered into the world of spirit because we've come out of the world of self. Steps 1 through 9 is dealing with the world of self. We enter into the world of the spirit. Now he says we have to, in the step 12, in the 12 and 12, he says, pay attention to being disturbed. He gives it this wonderful, huge net over all of the instincts gone awry. He calls it disturbed. And he says, and you can put up the first slide, watch for resentment and fear and dishonesty and selfishness. Can you put that up, Alan?
Yes, there it is.
Oh,
You're a step ahead.
I'm a step ahead of it. Okay, well, the way of life that he mentioned, we commence this way of life as we clean up the past, that we keep the channel that is us, that channel of life and of grace and of spirit, human spirit. We keep it clean. We fill it with prayer and meditation, and we empty it in terms of service and the distribution of helping based on principles. Go ahead, Alan.
Okay.
And the first part of that is emotional sobriety, step 10. Of course, it says we continue to take personal inventory. So we're doing step 4, but actually step 10 is a recap of 1 through 9. Because he says we live this way of living as we clean up the past, a way of living. Step 10. He says, watch for, go ahead, Alan, watch for.
Well, I'll get to that in a minute, but here's a few other comments. This is what we talked about earlier about it's a spiritual axiom that every time we're upset or disturbed, no matter the cause, there is something wrong with us. And in that letter, he told us what was wrong. He said there is this unhealthy dependence and its consequent demand. So that's where you need to start poking around, right? That's the first place to look. What is my dependence here? What is the unhealthy demand? I like to do it the other way around. I like to think about what is my expectation, right? What is the demand, the claim I'm making? Because when I see that, then it's easy for me to see what is the unhealthy dependence that grew that demand.
Well, even Fred Luskin comes from the positive side too. He says, what was your hope? What was your hope? What was your expectation?
That's right. That's what he said. Bill says further on in step 10, a spot check inventory taken in the midst of such disturbance can be of great value, great help in quieting those stormy emotions. And that's what we're looking at, is to get centered again. Remember, get that emotional center of gravity back in ourselves. That's what we need to do. And he says we can try to stop making unreasonable demands about those we love, because that's what the thing is. Now we go to our way of life.
The quote that you had up from the 12 and 12, fortunately, he wrote the 12 and 12 as a commentary on his observations and his experience, published in 1951. It's like 12 years after the publication of the Big Book. And in the Big Book, he gives us the formula for dealing with our disturbances. But in the 12 and 12, he tells us the nature of step 10. It's not a tool to be used at night. It's not a tool to be done in writing. Nowhere in the book, the Big Book or the 12 and 12, does it suggest that. In the 12 and 12, he says it's a spot check inventory, like your quote was up there. What does that mean? When I'm disturbed, on the spot, watch for, go ahead, resentment, fear, dishonesty, and selfishness. Those are the 4 component parts of step 4 that we saw. And then he suggests very clearly the formula in the 10th step in the Big Book. We pray, we discuss it with somebody, we make an amend to repair the damage, because if I'm disturbed, I'm sure as hell going to be disturbing you. And then I turn my thoughts to helping somebody else. Notice it's a total recap of steps 1 through 9. Prayer because I'm powerless, discussion because I'm human, repairing the damage because I've disturbed you, and then the ultimate antidote to my self-centeredness, which is the root of the resentment, fear, and dishonesty. The root of all of that is the selfishness. The ultimate antidote for the selfishness is to turn my thoughts to helping somebody else. Notice, though, he doesn't actually say that we help anybody. He just says, think about helping somebody, knowing probably good psychology, that if in fact we're thinking about helping somebody, eventually we will end up doing that. And what results will we have? Now, this isn't in the Big Book or the 12 and 12, but they're the opposite of what you see in that first column under watch 4. Forgiveness is the opposite of resentment, that release rather than holding the anger. Trust is the opposite of fear, trusting God, as he says on page 68 in the fear inventory, trusting God rather than self-reliance. Honesty, obviously, as the antidote to dishonesty, being transparent, being undefended. I can literally say for the last 30 years, I've been mostly undefended. And when in fact I find myself disturbed, I have to ask myself, what am I defending? Because I don't feel safe and secure. The ultimate, and this was the way he ended his letter, was the gift of love. And I looked up the word altruism in a dictionary because love is a very elusive term. I love coffee. I love my dog. I love my children. I love my wife. I love Alan. I love the AA. I love the step process. Love is used in so many different ways that it loses its resonance in terms of what does it mean. I looked up the word altruism, and it really captures for me what my understanding is of unconditional love. Doing something for somebody else without any possible benefit for myself. That's the antidote to selfishness. What's your motive in terms of doing something for somebody else? Is it that manipulation that Alan talked about earlier with strings attached? Or is it for fun and for free, like Chuck C said in A New Pair of Glasses?
And you'll know that. You'll know it, because if you give it unconditionally, you're not going to react to what they do with it. You've just
talked about an open hand. Talk about that.
That's right. It's with an open hand. You're giving with an open hand. But if you get upset about it, I don't care what you've told yourself about that you were unconditional in what you just offered. It wasn't. And that's okay. It's okay to see that. Just don't fool yourselves, right? Don't deceive yourselves into thinking you're bigger than you are. You don't have to be bigger than you are to be okay. You need to be who you are to be okay. And that's
Really
such
need to
important.
know who you are and be who you are to the best of your abilities, and not even perfectly, knowing that you can't do any of that on your own power.
And you
Unless you plug into that power in you, that is the better part of you.
That's right. And you got to be that to become what you can be. And that's where emotional sobriety comes in. Let me push through this so we've got some time for some questions, Herb. Okay. So
Sure.
I don't want to jump into this. Let me just go further along in this thing and just let's get to.
But emotional sobriety, from my standpoint, the key tool for that is step 10.
That's right. So look, Herb's got some great books out there. You can get all of these on Amazon or on his website. Here's his website, www.herbk.com. It's a wonderful resource. He's got a lot of stuff that he's just open source on different audio programs. You know, he's incredibly generous in terms of what he's done and what he shares with us. He's got some Zoom meetings. You'll be able to find the codes for those on his website. They're just phenomenal resources. So please tap into that. He's also got a set of DVDs that we've just released, on a set of 10 DVDs on the steps, on his step workshop. On my website, you can get me Unpacking Bill's Letter. I've got some other audio CDs. My books are available on my website or on Amazon.com. So those are all available. We've just released a new DVD that Herb and I unpacked this letter on, and well as me discussing emotional sobriety. All of that stuff is available on my website. I also want to give a shout out for this Emotional Sobriety Anonymous meeting that we've started on Thursday nights. It's at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The Zoom code for this is, so get a pen and paper handy. It's 330-149-513. That's the Zoom ID, 330-149-513. And the meeting password is 375986. That's 375986. So please come and join us on Thursday nights at 7 o'clock if you'd like to come to a meeting where we discuss, this leader discusses for 15 minutes some aspect of emotional sobriety, and then we have 3-minute discussions. So, Mike, are you going to join us and give us a few questions? I may have to bow out here in a few minutes and take my family up to the Santa Barbara Zoo, but thank you so much for giving us an opportunity to share our work with everybody, Mike. Wow. It means a lot to me and to Herb as well.
Thank you. I'm blown away by you guys. I mean, this is truly a healthy conversation, and you know, you guys to sustain the folks here. Let me ask a couple questions that came up. One is, why do so many people work the steps more than once? Do you recommend this, and is it necessary? What are your thoughts on this?
I'll let Herb take a shot at that one.
Theoretically, you should be able to work the steps, have a spiritual awakening, and then maintain. Theoretically, that's the way the book is built. It just isn't the way I'm built. I did the steps when I was 4 years sober, and then I felt a need to go through the steps again 3 different times after that, with different step guides over the next 15 years to resolve different problems and or to broaden and deepen my experience, because I don't live in 10, 11, and 12 as righteously and as thoroughly as probably the model would be. I'm not that good at doing it. I'm pretty good, but I haven't found it necessary to go back through this since 2003, which means that I've gotten better at doing 10, 11, and 12. Alan?
Well, my experience with this is, and I've gone through the steps a couple times. The first time was early on, my first year in recovery, and I was earnest in my, attempt at that. But, I often say this: you have to start to have some kind of self-esteem to get really honest with yourself. It's hard to take away from something that you don't have. And I couldn't be that deeply honest with myself. When I did the steps in 2004, now we're 1971, 2004, do the math. That's a long time afterward. The depth of what I uncovered, I mean, more will be revealed, stands out to me as that phrase from the book. And that's what my experience was, Mike, is that much more is revealed when you work these things later on. I can see my emotional dependence and how that was riddled through my life and all the problems that created. The first time I worked the steps, I couldn't see that. And I did have a copy of the letter that we talked about. My sponsor gave it to me in the first year, but it's like throwing pearls before swine. I wasn't ready for it. It's like I could not understand the wisdom that was before me.
Yeah.
That's why I like the dimmer switch analogy, because
Perfect analogy.
do the math, 71 to 2004, the dimmer switch had been turned up pretty high so that the light was pretty bright. And with more light, you were able to see more, which you couldn't see when you didn't have the light.
And I realized, and that's the other thing, the better I got, the more messed up I could see that I am. I mean, see, that's the kind of paradox to this thing. And that was okay, because at that point in time, there was enough self-support where I didn't have to put on this side of me that expected me to be perfect and would beat myself up. See, when I've got a part of me that criticizes me and then wants to chastise me for not being perfect, it's very hard to do a good inventory, because I'm always waiting for that moment of self-hate, right, to show up in my life and beat me up. And so as I get free from that, now, as you said, there's more light available. I can illuminate these things I'm looking at. I mean, I love that definition that we heard from Richard Rohr about what spirituality was, that a spiritual experience created an illuminated gaze, is that I saw things with a light that I couldn't see them with before, which I think is such a great way to capture that image.
My own spiritual director said, Herb, this was after some development. He said, one of the signs of an authentic spiritual awakening is a sense of humor about yourself.
I love it. Right on.
So Dr. Berger and then Herb, who's the self-proclaimed monk. So between the two of you, and then you take a creature like me, where would you suggest a new person or a person in the journey of their recovery start to maybe go from 12 steps to psychological support? Do you guys have some experience or advice on how people should prioritize their healthiness and journey?
Yeah, I'd suggest everybody first get a hold of this letter that Bill wrote, right? It's available on Google. You just type in, Bill's letter, and I think it takes you to a Silkworth page. You can download it and sit there and start going through it. Plug into our resources. We have a lot of stuff that we open source right now on Vimeo. We have put an hour and 45-minute lecture that Herb and I did on unpacking Bill's letter. Use those things. They're available. You want to go further with it? Find a therapist who's tuned into this. Work with a sponsor, someone who's got the understanding like Herb has and can tie the steps to emotional sobriety. Mike, you've been around a long time. How many times have you heard people say the steps are to create emotional sobriety in the meetings? How many times have you heard it? You've been around
that 20 years ago, Alan. It's taken me that long to.
I know, but that was, you heard it from me. How many times did you hear it in meetings? We don't hear it.
And it happens from time to time.
Well, Herb will come in and talk about it. You'll come in because you were exposed to it. But I've been to meetings all over the place, and only recently has emotional sobriety coming to the foreground like it really needs to.
Yes.
Still called this the next frontier, right? The spearhead of the next movement. I think Bill would be pleased if he was right with us today, and he'd say, you know what? It's starting to happen.
It's finally getting some traction. I think it's an answer to that question, Mike, is a very individual answer, because some people have been so traumatized they actually need either medication and therapy combination or just therapy in order to actually even address their abstinence. And then on the other hand, some people really need abstinence and a little bit of step work in order to be able to honestly deal with their emotional disorders. So I think it's really very individual.
Yeah.
What I have seen too with the people I'm seeing, the more and more that I get into emotional sobriety with them, it's amazing how it did to them what it does for Bill. Is it starts to be an answer for so many of these issues like depression and anxiety. And people, I'm not saying people don't need medication too. Sometimes it's very appropriate, but it's unbelievable how getting rid of your expectations creates a whole different experience in life.
Yeah.
I have to leave, Mike. Thank you so much for having us on here. I'm going to leave you guys in great hands with Herb.
I got a couple of questions to Herb, so if you guys
right.
want to hang out a couple more, we'll just
I've got 3 or 4 hours. I've got lots of information.
I'll let you guys have him. I'm going to sign off, everybody. I love you. Great job today, Mike. It was a mess. It was an amazing, amazing gift you've given to all of us in recovery today.
Oh, no, thank you. Thanks for being here, Alan. I really appreciate all you've done for me and for everybody here today. So thanks for the help.
Okay. You guys take care.
All right. Have a great day. Take care.
Take care.
So Herb, we got a couple questions. Still got a few people on here. So talk about this book right here, Forgive for Good. You mentioned that. And, one of the reasons you're my sponsor is because you're open to the therapy and to the sweat lodges and seeking whatever ways you have to, the life spring or the est or whatever it is to bring your open experience to the world. But talk a little bit more about, I think the question what came through somebody was, how much do you handle your people's stuff when you sponsor them? And how long does it really, how do you know when you're waking up? I mean, how do you really know you're waking up that you're on the right track? That's what kind of the question.
So a lot of questions in that. I'll do it as simple as possible. How do you know you're waking up? You're changing. That's it. You're changing. And you're aware that change is necessary. There was something else here. Oh, forgive for good. That is, Fred Luskin did his doctoral thesis on forgiveness at Stanford. He's a professor there 30 years ago. And then he converted it to this book for the general public like ourselves. And I'll say unqualifiedly, it's the second best book I've ever read in my entire life. And that's putting them in a pretty big category of books. The first big book, because of its transformational nature, is the big book. That's the first. Yeah. This is the second because it is parallel. It has no spirituality in it. It's all psychology. But the steps that he takes in forgiveness are absolutely parallel to the steps we experience in the big book. The vocabulary is different, but the underlying dynamic is the same. And it's a wonderful confirmation as well as reinforcement and expansion on the process. So once you've done the steps and you've had the awakening, that radical transformation that's described in Spiritual Experience in the back of the book, then take a look at this book to see how it helps you navigate the 8th and 9th step in bringing release to other people. And so many people need to release themselves because they're on their list of needing forgiveness. Yeah.
Okay. There's a question, Herb. I know you and I've talked about this, but are you planning on traveling to New Jersey to do some more of your workshops and also going up to Bill Wilson's house up in Vermont anytime in the next year? Do you have any plans for that?
The next year, I would love to do that. I have stopped. I'll be 80 July 1st, and I have stopped doing any travel and or physical events. And I believe that'll be for certainly the balance of this year. It might even be for the first 6 months of next year. I haven't made up my mind on that, but there's no reason for me to take any risk at all. And so I'm not going to. I'll be doing my work on Zoom. I'm planning a series of monthly workshops on Zoom for the next year and a half.
Yeah, and you and I've talked about that. We'll be doing some more of these things with Herb and Alan and there's some other people that just didn't get on here today. So for those who are looking, we got your emails and we'll send out an appropriate email or two to let you know when it's going to happen. And then I think the last question is, Herb, is did Bill Wilson ever find his happiness that you know of based on your research and what you guys have been sharing today?
Well, if you take a look at that letter, and there's a paragraph that we spend all day unpacking that letter. We spend 7 hours in a physical workshop unpacking that letter. So we did a very succinct commentary today. But there's a line in the second half of the letter that talks about the healing circuit. And that healing circuit is realizing that you are loved, that you can love, and that as you pass love on, other people realize it. And that's the healing circuit he talks about. So I do believe that's the way he ended the letter, expressing that he actually had found this the code. He broke the code as to his learning how to detach both from his friends and the circumstances, but even especially because Bill was a man with a reasonably large ego. And it was developed, as you probably know from his own background, as an overcompensation for a definite inferiority complex. And he wanted to be the number one man. It almost killed him. And fortunately, he ended up being a number one man in terms of spiritual movement and leadership. But I do believe that he found that peace when he began to realize that he couldn't get his sense of value from outside of himself, even in AA, that he had to find it in his connection to God and to help and to authentically helping people. Not because of the recognition he got, but because it was an organic sort of movement of the spirit to really bring a message of healing to other people, which is my experience also.
Right. Okay. Just for people, what people were asking for Alan's Zoom number again. I'm going to say it 3 times. So get ready. Get your pen ready, folks. Alan's Zoom number for Thursday night at 7 p.m. And Herb, I think you attend the meeting once in a while too, right?
Probably about once a month or twice, yeah.
Yeah. So you might catch Herb there. It's 330-149-513. That's what I heard. So
And the password?
The password is 375986. So again, the Zoom number is 330-149-513. The password is 375986. And that's Thursday at 7 p.m. So I know some people, I'm going fast, so I'm going to say it again, 330-149-513, and the password is 375986. Now, if you don't go to that for the men, we on the website, we have a group called the Walteria Men's Step Crosstalk, where we talk just like this. Our meeting is about collaboration. We ask questions with each other and help men to seriously complete the work of the steps. That is listed on the website. It starts at 6:30 on Thursday night. So your Thursdays can be busy. I also want to thank everyone, especially all of our participants, the presenters. You guys have been tremendous, Herb. Thank you. Don't leave. I want you to do something before we go. We had 49 states. The only state that didn't have anybody here was Wyoming. So if anybody wants to carry the message, Wyoming needs support. Okay, we had 18 different countries. I want to thank the guys from the UK for being the biggest heavy hitter of them all. I think we had over 60 guys from there. And the history resources that was mentioned earlier by Jay Stennett is on our website also at 2020foundersday.com. So you can get that information there. Again, the book is Forgive for Good that was mentioned here. And then the big book of Alcoholics Anonymous is also here, and the 12 and 12. So those are resources that have been brought up today. And then finally, Herb, tell us one thing real quick here. I know tell us one thing here. How does prayer and meditation fit in with emotional sobriety in a kind of a short, succinct way to end us on this day?
I see step 10 as the primary tool of emotional sobriety because it's about self-regulation, the management of my instincts and emotions with my my mind and my will. I actually use steps 11 and 12 under the banner of spiritual sobriety. And they're so definitely connected. Bill calls all three of them our way of living. We keep our channel clear with inventory, step 10. We fill the channel with God, with grace, asking for guidance and transformation in prayer and meditation. And then we allow that filled channel to overflow in bringing grace and life and experience of change to other people based on operating principles. So it's an organic, seamless whole, steps 10, 11, and 12, that we're brought to as we finish up steps 9. I'm not sure that totally answered the question. I could go on for another hour, as you know.
Well, that's why you're my sponsor, because I coach this man every day for the last 25 years, and I'm going to be with him until the day we both leave the planet. But you've been wonderful, Herb. I want to thank you very much. I want you to lead us in the Lord's Prayer when we leave, everyone. So wherever you are in the world, take a moment, take a breath. I'm going to read a couple of passages from the book that will only take 30 seconds, and then you've heard them before. Let's meditate on what we've experienced today. Happy birthday to AA. Thank you for all the donations, all your comments, any feedback we'd like to hear from you. So let's go from here. We know what you are thinking. You are saying to yourself, I'm jittery and alone. I couldn't do that. But you can. You forget that you have just now tapped a source of power much greater than yourself. To duplicate with such backing, what we have accomplished is only a matter of willingness, patience, and labor. Our book is meant to be suggested only. We realize we know only a little. God will constantly disclose more to you and to us. Ask him in your morning meditation what you can do each day for the man who is still sick. The answers will come if your own house is in order. But obviously, you cannot transmit something you haven't got. Please, see to it that your relationship with him is right. And great events will come to pass for you and countless others. This is the great fact for us. If you abandon yourself to God as you understand God, admit your faults to him and to your fellows, clear away the wreckage of your past, give freely of what you find, and join us. We shall be with you in the fellowship of the Spirit, and you will surely meet some of us as you trudge the road of happy destiny. May God bless you and keep you until then. Herb, lead us in the Lord's Prayer, please.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Who lead us not into temptation. Deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
God bless everybody. Thanks for coming. Thanks for participating. Go out there, make a difference, and we'll see you on the broad highway. God bless you all. Thank you.
Very much.
And thanks again, Herb. I love you. Yeah. I'll call you later. Okay. All right, folks. Oh, I want to bring one person on here. We'll quick, folks, before you go. Gabby's on here somewhere. Gabby's been our technical person in the background. Maybe she could open up her screen for a second if you can still see her. I could, well, she's got controls. So that's what I did. This is how I've grown. I've turned my will and my life over to care of 2 women today. So I've come a long way. But Gabby, maybe you can bring your screen on and say hi to everybody. Gabby's up.
I'm not going to bring my screen on, but I will say hello to everyone. And yeah, it was a pleasure being part of this. I was happy to click the buttons today, and wonderful to be here.
Yeah, and thank you to all the many people out there, the Dr. Bob's house and the Stepping Stones and the people who have done this, trying to figure out how to do an event like this and keep it going and have you guys ask questions and everything. But Gabby's been we've worked together we've been attached for the last week or so, and I think we found something that can get the word out, keep us safe. So thank you so much, Gabby, for all your contribution and your love from Edmonton, Canada. So God bless you guys. There's a recovery. If you have any other questions, please email us. And, if you need these guys' information, I think I got permission to give it out to you. But have a wonderful weekend and happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there, including myself. Love you guys. Take care. Bye-bye.